vision. I could light a block up high, the aura glisten. Boring on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is
like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move. And do. Yeah, they all want a piece of me. Everyone in the crowd wanna feel it, they wanna be me.
Welcome, everybody, to week 2 of stage 2 of the Rainbow Six North American League. I am your host, Doe. With me, as always, are Jesse and Jacob. And today, we are going to see some amazing matches. Before that, we got a pre-show, right? We got a lot to talk about. It was a great week last week, but how are you feeling today, Jacob?
Dude, this is the case where we've already got 2 play days down. We can start to assimilate some of the theories and stuff that we looked at from how the games from last week went, which is exciting, but at the same time, there are still some teams that have shells to break out of. So that is what this week is all about. Can they climb out of the holes that they've already set for themselves and see if they can't claim a major berth?
Playday 3 is my favorite Playday of the entire stage because we get, not only do we know already like kind of where teams are at, we have stuff to talk about from the first 2 weeks or the first 2 days, but we also have like the field wide open. Anyone could finish anywhere still. The field is wide, so we can see where teams end up today still.
I mean, this is still looking like one of the closest stages, if not the closest stage we've ever had, right? And I mean, our first match today, we'll get into everything a little bit later, but I'm hyped about it. This is going to be a fun one for sure. Let's talk about other regions, though. That's right, Rainbow Six is played all around the world. So first, let's take a look at EU and see what's going on in Europe. Jacob, why don't you take this?
Man, this didn't go very well. I mean, obviously, we had to get 1 game under our belts, and Europe only plays like sometimes 1 game a week. Not very often do they have Super Week potential. So we only have this 1 play that we have to look at, and oh boy, the quality of these games is not showcased in the scores. That's probably the biggest issue. This G2 Wolves game, highlighted as match of the day, had 1 player not having a single kill for the entirety of the game, and G2 somehow still managed to throw that one away.
Yeah, some close matches at the very least, right? We did get to see some exciting score lines, but Jacob's not wrong. The quality of the game was kind of discussed on Twitter a little bit about, Europe as a whole, not necessarily
It was discussed
being
with disgust.
at their top form right now. I mean, at least Heroic was able to take a dominant win. That's a team that we saw in Charlotte, and hopefully they can bounce back and maybe have another strong showing for stage 2.
Just remember, Empire died for that. Anyway, continue.
There you go. Let's take a look at the LATAM region as well. Down in South America, we'll see what happened there. Our stats here as well. Team 1 on top right now, the only 2-0 team.
Yeah, and I think Maya is continuing a performance from the Charlotte Major that he wasn't really able to showcase all that much of, because obviously he wasn't one of the players who I think was able to go in the first place, right? He was one of the 2 that was still in Mexico. So Team 1 on top is awesome. Black Dragons also being up here. This is a spot we've not seen this org go since back when they were the old NIP core from like 2018. So it's actually really interesting to see them all the way up there. The big question for me, though, is when is this going to change? Obviously, NIP have Wizard. They've got a new coach, so they're trying some things out. It's not the exact same core of old, but still, you're 0-2. This is continuing a trend from stage 1 that makes me worried about how they're going to, if they will ever get to another international event soon.
Team Liquid, the big boys in Brazil, already suffering a loss as well. It's the Black Dragons in the second play day. So that's a bit of a worry for them. It was a close game. I'm willing to write it off as just a fluke, but not how they wanted to start their season, I'm sure.
I mean, they want to get back to another major, though. I mean, they did well in Charlotte, no doubt about it, and they want to get a chance to come back and do better later. Let's take a look at APAC North, moving all the way to the other side of the world. And here's where we're at. Damwon Key, I believe, on top with this one. Yeah.
Look at this. Korean team, Korean team, Korean team. All 3 of them now currently within like the top 4. But again, it's only been 1 play day, so there are some things subject to change. The only Korean team that lost was this one, Spear Gaming, which is the old T1 core. But it was only a 5-7 loss, and Cyclops still kind of feel like they're on the precipice of something. Domestically, they've always felt good. Internationally, they've flopped. We know about the story of Cyclops, but they're still here looking to put a good fight up. And it's interesting because I'm still waiting for this Fnatic Japanese core to line up. Like, this is the old Guts Gaming roster. I don't know if they were actually able to play with Mag yet, though. I don't think he's been let into the country. They still have a full Japanese roster to contend with, but still, man, like, when is Fnatic finally going to re-enter the Siege scene, so to speak?
Yeah, Spear going to lose their first game under the new org. A little bit unfortunate for them, but again, it is against the top APAC North team from last stage, Cyclops Gaming, so...
It's the new org curse, man.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
Luminosity lost their first game in CL, so what are you going to do?
Hey, it takes time to adjust, right? Who knows? Let's go to APAC South, see the results there as we conclude our world tour for Rainbow Six. What do you think?
Gaming Gladiators, man. That's the old, like, Last Dance core that was under Renatus, I'm pretty sure, from last stage. So it's nice that they're up there. Again, we only have 1 game to show from APAC South, but look at where the Australian teams sit. Chiefs, not where they want to sit after 1 game, but Wildcard and Knights. Knights is interesting because you know who's back on that squad? Lunar Metal's back on that squad.
Okay.
Omi is coaching that team after what he thought he was going to retire. He used to play for IG. He was on that core for a long time. Now he's back in as a coach, and his team's already got a dub, so I'm sure they're feeling pretty good.
two of the three teams that made it to the major, or qualified to the major, one of them didn't quite make it, losing for their first opening week. Elevate and Chiefs both unfortunately suffering losses, but Direwolves starting with a win, so I think it's still a decent start to the APAC South, one of the closest regions that we've had historically in Siege.
It is also just important to note, two teams from both APAC North and APAC South are auto-qualifying this time. We don't have a playoff bracket to worry about. It is literally from just this 7 best of 1 games you have to play per stage, then you auto-qualify for the next major.
Just like NA. Speaking of NA, let's take a look back at week number 1. Now, we knew coming into this one that there was a lot of storylines coming together, right? Soniqs trying to come up after a disappointing stage, TSM in that category as well. All the teams that did well at the major, DarkZero doing better than anybody by winning the major, obviously, but there's a lot more to talk about there, isn't there?
Yeah, we had a lot of good moments, I think, from our first week. We've gotten a lot of upsets as well. We see Parabellum actually one of the teams that really did surprise people in their opening couple of games against Oxygen, pushed it all the way to max OT, had a very good one there. Mirage has been a team that's been struggling a little bit. Of course, they had to play under some unfortunate circumstances. Melted being sick for the first week, so they had to play with their coach for 1 game. So that wasn't an ideal start for Mirage, but I think that they'll have a better second week here today.
Kind of feels like XSET is really picking up where they left off. Same like stage 1 to Charlotte to stage 2, they are still playing together. They're still playing for picks, still aggressive, still super exciting to watch. It did feel like this game against SSG was probably closer than it had to be, but SSG also picked up their first win against DarkZero, and that was drubbing in that game they played back in played at number 2. And then TSM also feeling like they're back because it's not, it's them having the best coordination they've had on attack since the 6th Invitational, adapting to what their opponents are doing. It really feels like classic TSM is back.
Yeah, and I don't think XSET had a bad first week at all. I mean, I think that they're pretty happy with the wins that they were able to get. Not maybe the most dominant wins that they could have had, not the most
One of them was
wins.
Mirage, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
a win's a win.
Yeah, sure, they'll take it, I suppose. Astralis Parabellum was, I think, probably the biggest upset we had, with PB coming forward and taking that game all full force. DarkZero SSG totally read DarkZero in that game.
Scoreline.
It was a huge win for Spacestation.
That one was crazy. I mean, it's not necessarily shocking that DarkZero lost that. We knew these two teams were going to play close.
Sure.
It was shocking the way they lost it.
Yeah, 7-2 is not a scoreline you want to see. A lot of theme park that we got to see going on throughout that first week. A lot of good Azami play as well. I thought Oxygen were able to use that operator pretty effectively in both of their theme park games last week. So that was nice from that squad. And yeah, that was our first week.
Exactly, and with that first week of results, we had our first 2 MVPs to crown. Let's take a look at day 1 MVP as well. It was Spirits from XSET, putting down a huge amount of kills in that map. That was a ton of fun to watch.
It's very well deserved. I think he was 20?
21, wasn't
if memory serves. 2021, yeah. And the way he was doing it was like he was entry engagement on attack nearly every single round, almost every time he was in there, and it was him against Rampy for most of that. Even if it wasn't the entry engagement, somehow they would always, they're like magnets, like opposites attract. They're always just finding one another. And on defense, he whipped out the Ela, he was playing a lot of the mute, and he was doing a lot more of the same. At 2.62 KD, this kind of thing is, in today's modern age of the NAL, usually unheard of, unless for some reason you're playing a bad team. But XSET were not playing a bad team. This is against SSG of all people.
Playing on the Yana too. Didn't even have to rely on the Finka crutch. He does it all.
Yeah, I mean, he just runs and guns, literally. Yana does a little bit more running than most operators. So
well, there he goes.
Day 2 MVP as well was equally as impressive. And this was also a player that people were kind of hoping a lot from, when he came into this team. We know he's been playing with Parabellum for a while. It's Blaz, obviously, but he's really putting on the performance they were hoping he would.
Yeah, Blaz jumping onto this roster, the European superstar that didn't have the best time in terms of results in Europe, brought onto Parabellum, and he's been fantastic for them so far. Both he and Gunnar, I think, have been huge pickups, playing a ton of that Azami that we were highlighting as well a little bit while ago on Theme Park and throughout the games that Parabellum were playing. I thought he had some fantastic plays on that operator, so it's nice to see him bringing some of those new ideas into the league.
That's just proof that Parabellum are gelling with their 2 players, maybe a little bit faster than people expected. Not saying that they're maturing into one another nearly as quick, because I still feel like everyone on Parabellum has a little bit of growing up to do, but the fact that they did that and did it against an Astralis team that had won just the day prior, that's got to feel really good for people.
I keep going back to what VBM told me when I talked to him, which is that it didn't feel like a rebuild to them, because they had experience playing with these guys before in different ways. Some people had experience playing with Gunnar on different teams, and Blaz has been with the team since February practicing, even though he couldn't quite be on stage. So I guess it's surprising, but it shouldn't be as surprising as it seems, according to them. And it makes sense, right?
Totally.
Let's take a look at today's schedule to see what we've got to look forward to. Speaking of Parabellum, we have them in our first match of the day, taking on XSET. And that is going to be a great map, I think, because, again, XSET firing on all cylinders right now, but Parabellum looking like they could end up being one of the strongest teams in the league if they can just get a little bit farther up in terms of skill cap than we've seen.
Parabellum surprised a lot of people, I think, in that first week. Now Beastcoast needs to do the same. They had a really poor start to the season. They've got some tough opponents in the first couple of weeks. SSG is not going to be a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination.
It's XSET for them tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's a rough start of the schedule for Beastcoast, but hopefully they can get some things going and find some wins this week.
Honestly, the only game here that might be a bit of a wash might be that Mirage Astralis game, but only in the sense that game is also the only one still being played online today.
Right.
Because they're not actually able to get everybody like to a state where they can all get into the arena, obviously.
Yeah.
So that's been pushed back towards the very end, which honestly, the fact that we've got these 4 to start with, it's going to be difficult to just call winners off the rip, because like the last one's the only one where you can have like a very definitive winner, just like so to speak. So this is going to be a really good day.
I think it's just a ton of fun. Like when we get to the predictions later, it's legitimately difficult because there are good points on both sides in a lot of these matchups. So that'll be fun later. A lot to talk about for us, obviously, but a lot to talk about for you at home as well. Hashtag R6NAL. Let us know on Twitter what you think about the matches, what you think about our predictions, what you think about the coin, what you think about everything, right? And there's also the fan vote as well. Don't forget to do that as well, because you are part of the predictions now. That's right, you, the people, get to be in a fan vote on Twitter, which appears on the broadcast. You get to take on everybody, right? And speaking of taking people on, nothing is more exciting than taking on other teams at a major, and the major is going to Berlin next. That's right. EU is getting a major in August. It's going to be great. The 15th through the 21st, and I believe fans will be able to be there from the 19th from the 21st. Either way, you'll be watching if you're not there in person. It's going to be great. It's going to be on EU's home turf, so we'll see if they can handle it. What do you think, real quick? You think EU is going to take this one?
Question is more, can G2, the hometown team, actually get to the hometown event? Because their HQ is right down the road from where the venue is. It's not difficult to get to. So, hey, Europe's got an event. It's got crowds back. Nature is healing. We're finally coming back to where Siege was meant to be. So get to Berlin, because tickets are on sale right now.
Sure enough, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the day begins here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Don't go anywhere. See you in just a few.
And Beastcoast put another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control.
Raps one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory from Spacestation.
XSET,
They play it out perfectly.
the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive.
Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
That's right, esports fans. It's time for another week of the Rainbow Six North American League. I'm your host, Doa. With me is Jesse Chick and Caliber Jacob here at the desk. And I'm hyped. This is going to be it's already been a great stage. It's going to be a great week. We got a great match to start from. I mean, we're going to get into that a little bit later, but I'm just excited about this stage. I'm not lying.
I can tell you said the word great like 3 times there.
I know,
in
it's
2
true.
seconds.
It's true. I've been looking forward to this.
It is truly a great stage, Jacob. I mean, we've got so
Not
many
saying
teams,
it.
I think, that have potential to jump up and be a top 4 squad. Of course, that's what makes it to the major at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And yeah, a lot of teams that people weren't expecting, I think, doing well in that first week. So I'm excited for that.
Right, so speaking of that first week, before we get into week 2, let's go back and check out some of the highlights from the first week of stage 2.
Week 1 is in the books. An interesting week for NAL. Unexpectedly, we saw Azami and Sens in rotation. Teams playing from home, coaches subbing in for players, and a few upsets. After week 1, our top 4 teams are Parabellum, XSET, Oxygen, and TSM. It's only been 2 playdays, but any advantage these teams can get will help them in the coming weeks. DarkZero had a huge win over Beastcoast, going 7-2 playday 1, but that quickly changed against SSG, where the score was reversed and ended up in SSG's favor. Their win against DarkZero has put them in a good position for this week. Their opponents, Beastcoast and Mirage, should be an easy feat for SSG, enough to bump them into the top 4. Beastcoast has a rough week ahead, playing against 2 of our top 4 teams. Drip will have to step up for his team. If they have any chance of staying alive this stage, week 2 is the week to prove it. Mirage? Unfortunately, it's not just an illusion. Week 1 was more of a nightmare for this team, with Melted having to be replaced by their coach Gara. We have yet to see this team 100%. Astralis was another team that wasn't 100% this week, with DP Fire out. Their coach Callout also stepped in, and while they did well with him subbing in, Playday 2 didn't go over so well and ended up falling short against Parabellum. Speaking of Parabellum, they will have an uphill battle if they want to stay in the top 4, going against 2 of the most talented teams in NAL, XSET and DarkZero. A victory against either of these teams will be the confidence they need to stay in the top 4. XSET came in strong last week, making it look easy against both their opponents, only losing a total of 5 rounds in week 1. They showed that it doesn't matter that their coach Bodega wasn't behind them. We hope that this is true this week when they are back at LAN. Soniqs, much hasn't changed from where they left off last stage. Week 1 was brutal, losing in overtime to Astralis, then not being able to secure a victory over TSM. I can say Soniqs will need to find a win, and soon, otherwise, they will have to figure out what needs to change to grab a dub. Oxygen securing 2 wins last week, one in OT against Parabellum, and the other against Beastcoast sets them up in a good place for week 2. But they will have to perform Playday 3 against TSM to grab a comfortable lead in standings over the other teams. TSM has a tough week ahead of them. They will be facing off against opponents Oxygen and Astralis. If TSM can find their footing, these will be huge victories for this team. Week 1 was a great start, but week 2 only gets better. We will see our top 4 teams facing each other, XSET and Parabellum, Oxygen and TSM. We hope to see teams 100% and hopefully some OT games, as this week will shape up the NAL and give teams a huge advantage as we approach the August Major.
A lot of storylines colliding here in stage number 2 in week 1. And the thing is, you've got all the teams coming out of the major. You've got DarkZero won the major. Other teams placed quite well. NA clearly the best region in the world. But even within NAL, there's more teams that have the ability to come up and take some of those top 4 spots. We saw a little bit of that last week, but then we also saw teams that have perpetually struggled, unfortunately, like Mirage continue to do so. Some of it was not their fault. You know, we hope they're able to kind of get things back online, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those teams that end up in the top 4 position, you know, that doesn't mean that not being in the top 4 position, you wouldn't do well at those majors. We already saw it from Spacestation, decimating the major champions, so.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, let's take a look at our tournament format. Since it's a new stage, we want to just keep you up to date on how it all works. You know the drill if you've been around for a little while. 10 teams, 9 days of play, and a full round robin. So the thing is, though, is that because it's the best one, it's one map, every map is very impactful, isn't it, Jacob?
Yeah, and it's a case where even if for somehow you manage to stay in the top 4 through the first week, that's not a guarantee of it being a top 4 because best of ones mean you need to take more chances. And if for some reason you don't, you're scared, you fall behind, like for some reason you don't want to play at your best and take those chances, then suddenly you can fall behind very, very quickly. Like, it's literally 1 week you might be on top, the next you might be out of major contention.
Yeah, exactly. Every single map matters. And let's see what they're playing for. Why does every map matter? Well, there's obviously some cash, but really, again, what it's all about for the teams is the SI points. The ability to go to these majors and then at those majors earn even more points to ideally secure yourself a spot at the 6 Invitational at the end of the year of play. And that's where you want to go. Why are you doing it if you're not trying to get to the Invitational?
4 NA teams go into Berlin. Show those Europeans who's boss. Who's it going to be, though?
Honestly, like TSM desperately need as many of these as they can get. Even if they somehow only get to 5th and get 225, they're still probably going to need even more than that. I'd argue they need to get to 2 majors back-to-back, this one and the one in November, if they want to have any chance of qualifying for SI.
Yeah, and for our SI champions, that's kind of shocking. But, you know, TSM definitely showing some life last week. Let's take a look at the standings from last week to see where everyone is at right now. You can see TSM, one of our only true 2-0 teams, along with XSET, Oxygen also getting 2 wins, but 1 was in overtime. So a little bit less on the point side, but it's really interesting because this list is going to fluctuate so wildly week to week, I think.
Yeah, especially at the start, right, when we still have teams at very low point totals overall. I mean, at this point, 1 game would get you all the way from, 8th up to 4th, if you want to make that jump. So there's a lot that teams can still claw for and fight for to get up into that top 4 position.
The only problem with this that I see is that the teams that have yet to win anything, in case of the Soniqs, Beastcoast, and Mirage, it's the law of first impressions. We've already kind of seen what I think we can expect to see from them for the start of the stage through their first 2 games, maybe with the exception of Mirage if they're actually able to get stuff on track. But the fact that there are already teams that have 6 points and they have 0 is way more of an illustration of how hard they have to climb now because they're stuck down here. If they were to crack into the top 4, it may not happen until or gameplay 9 because of how much effort they have to really get back into here.
Yep, they got to start winning, and they got to start winning now. Let's talk, though, about our first series of the day, the one that we're going to look at. This is going to be XSET versus Parabellum, and I tweeted a little bit earlier, this is my hype match of the day. I'm going to try to pick one each day that I'm particularly excited about, and this one, the reason is because XSET has always been one of my favorite teams to watch since their new roster formed, before Stage 1. Ton of fun to watch, and this new Parabellum roster is so good, right? They took an okay performance in Stage 1. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. And they added on these 2 new gunners, right? One of them literally called Gunner, the other one called Blaz. These guys can hit the shots. We'll talk about that in a moment. For now, though, let's talk about XSET.
I mean, XSET are a very formidable team. We saw them at the major just a few weeks ago in Charlotte. They did pretty well, made it all the way to top 8, and I think that they were happy with that, especially for such a young, new squad. This team put together just at the beginning of the year, and they had a very, very successful first couple of Playdays in this stage as well. We saw a lot of good games coming against Mirage and Playday 2, and then of course SSG, the big upset that they got in that first Playday as well. I think they're looking very good this stage.
I mean, they're looking good on paper, but let's face it, that game against Mirage was a wash. That was a 7-1. I would argue matters for quite literally nothing. Yes, it was played online. Yes, it was played against a handicapped Mirage team that has a player sick. So the only game worthwhile to actually look at is the game against SSG and Playday 1. Problem is, that game was also played online, and Skies himself, and like I had mentioned, the game is so very different from offline compared to online. But there are still some good things to look at for this team. Gomez played Finka kind of as like a battle medic in a way. It wasn't something that Spirits was tackling. Instead, Gomez uses that mostly for stims, has an LMG, and like it activates Spirits to do what he did in that game, which was a 21 kill game that included an ace, and he was fantastic on the entry. The other part about this team is they're setting the meta, so to speak, and have been for quite some time. They were early adopters on the idea of continue to play around picks. If it means a whole bunch of utility, if it means there is always backup for one person pushing, these guys, the reason they've been so fun to watch has been because as soon as one player shows up, usually the entire rest of the team isn't very far behind.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is the thing we have to talk about too is that each one of these teams fielded an MVP last week, isn't that right?
That's right, and Spirits, the first one that we got in Playday #1. He's currently the highest rated player in the league, 25-13 overall from the league, 7-2 on entry. He's been having a fantastic start to the season. This is Playday 1 where he got that insane 21 kill game. A little quieter against Mirage, but that wasn't a bad game. That was just one where, you know, he had to sit back and let his teammates claw it down a little bit. But he's a very good player. Obviously, he can flex around to that Finka and Yana depending on what he wants to play. Was rocking a lot of that Yana Playday 1, did bring in some more of the Finka for a little bit more firepower in Playday 2. And important to note in this match in particular, Spirits going against his former team in Parabellum. Used to play on this squad back in Challenger League. They had a really long run together, honestly.
Right.
French-Canadian going up against the Canadian org as well. So there's a little bit of bad blood there.
Helped them get into NAL.
That he did.
Yeah, he was there in that relegation match when they actually beat XSET. That's the other thing about this series that's kind of crazy is that this is a matchup that sent XSET out of the league at the end of 2021 before the league expanded, and they got back in with a different roster. So different squad, obviously, for XSET, but there's a bit of org history there, too.
Very clearly, he had an idea about what he was getting himself into, because if he wasn't with that Parabellum team in Stage 1, he wouldn't have gone to the Major with this XSET squad, and he was a really pivotal part that got them there in the first place, so he knew what he was doing when he made that switch, for sure.
I think so. But we do have to talk about Parabellum as well, because this is a team, again, making seemingly big strides from where they were back in Stage #1. Parabellum, again, putting on a very mediocre performance, but then the additions of Blaz and Gunnar came in.
It's kind of crazy how fast they were able to intertwine with one another. I would argue there were still some concerns at the beginning of this stage about how mature these guys are going to be, because we understand Gunnar's reputation. This guy just turned 18 a little while ago. He's not been able to play in professional play for all that long. Snaps in CL were honestly something that didn't happen very much. So now we look at this team also having Blaz come into the mix. Obviously, they've been workshopping with him for a while, even if he's been overseas. But it's a case where how are these two guys melding? Blaz, MVP performance, don't have much to say about it there. Gunnar, crazy performance for his very first game, but I'd still argue there are some times where they swing something that they don't necessarily have to, or a moment of pure aggression that definitely can be dialed back a little bit that they don't have to get super crazy with. So this PB team, in spite of looking good through 2 games, feels like they can refine it and still be even better.
It's not technically a flawless record so far. They did lose their opening game, but that was an 8-7 against Oxygen on their best map of Theme Park. I gotta say, I think Parabellum played very well in that first game as well. And the big reason why PB have done so well, I think, has to be Blaz. Blaz has been the second MVP that we had in our league. Again, really been rocking out with that Azami, the main operator we've been focused on for a lot of these games. She's of course brand new in this stage for competitive play, and Blaz has been, I think, using her probably better than anybody else. I've loved the positions that he's been able to rock with her on Theme Park. Been able to use a lot of this operator throughout the games that Parabellum have been able to play, and he can get kind of aggressive with Gunnar. You know, sometimes these two as a duo will be running out, getting some jump outs. We saw that on the Villa game against Astralis, so that was huge from them. And it makes that space, right? It's able to open things up for Parabellum, let their kind of support players, their anchor players, then hold things down towards the end of the round.
Found it interesting as well that when we talked to Penguin earlier about how this team was going to mesh together, he was like, hey, it's going to be 4 guys gunning and then me in the back line. But that actually isn't what they've looked at, because he's been the one to pick up the Zof and the Ying a little bit more often, and it's been Kool-Aid who will rock the back line, playing the Habana and worrying about hard support duties. So it's nice that I think Penguin is one of those kind of guys who can thrive in a flex IGL position, not necessarily entry, so to speak, but he's the one picking up the odd operators, the ones that need to flank watch for some reason. He feels like when Eska's the one that needs to play the vertical, he's usually the one on Sledge or the Buck more often than not. He's the guy who is able to take charge in the middle of chaos and find carve a path through it in order to get to the site. So it's nice that this is the way that we're seeing PB mature. It was good for Stage 1, but Stage 2 still looks like it could be even better.
You think when Kool-Aid comes through a wall in this game, he yells, "Oh yeah," into comms?
Only when he plays Oryx.
I think he has to. I think it's mandatory. Let's take a look at the map though. Let's find out where they're playing.
All right, so Parabellum XSET, what do we like? Parabellum has never really liked Bank all that much. It's a map that they did try playing a couple of times, but it was mostly because TSM took them to it back during the SI calls, but that was a considerable long, like it was a very long time ago. XSET, if you ever find a time where they play Cafe, it's very, very rare. Parabellum have never liked Clubhouse throughout their history, and XSET opting to take Theme Park off the board because they've played it twice over the past 3 months and have yet to win it once. Last couple of bans in here. It's interesting that Parabellum are now shying away from Chalet. It felt like they used to be Chalet Kings a long time ago. That was their baby back in Challenger League along with Villa, but now that it's in pro play, it doesn't feel like it's really gotten back up to the same standard that it ever used to be, and XSET just opting to remove Villa, so we get down to our last 3.
Oregon, Border, and Skyscraper are our finals. I would love to see an Oregon between these 2 squads. There's potential for otherwise. We're going to get it. Both these teams are huge on Oregon. XSET undefeated through the NAL over both Soniqs and Spacestation. They did lose it at the major to Astralis. It was a 7-5 game, and I think they still look quite good in it. Parabellum on Oregon dominated in Challenger League last year. One play in Stage 1 on the final day. They beat Mirage 7-4. The only reason they didn't play it more in Stage 1 is because many teams were banning it against them, and rightfully so.
Indeed. Well, we've analyzed it, we've broken it down, and now it's time to make some predictions to see who we think are going to take this first map. First, let's send it over to our casters. Blue and Stokes, have you mulled it over? Have you thought about it? Is Blue going to send it to Stokes right away?
No, he's not, because I've got my prediction ready to go, and I already know who I'm going to be throwing it towards. It's going to be Parabellum, I think, for this match, actually. I agree with the assessment from Jacob earlier when he was stating that that like XSET may have, there's a possibility rather that XSET may have not been like really tested yet because of the circumstances surrounding their first 2 games. Parabellum has not really been dealing with that. I feel like they've shown some really good stuff in these first 2 games, and I think they're going to take the victory today.
Wow, all right. Stokes, do you agree?
Honestly, I've been sitting here mulling it over for probably the last like 15 minutes. This is a really, really hard game to call, especially so early in the morning for us. I would definitely say that it's got to be Parabellum, though. XSET, I don't think they've been tested yet, and honestly, these last 2 games, they haven't convinced me. Parabellum's been very convincing so far this stage, and I got to keep that 80% win rate somehow.
Wow, all right. Both our casters going with Parabellum. We'll check back in with them once the game actually begins, but now we take it to our analysts. And what do you think, Jesse? What's the sly grin on your face for?
I mean, I think both casters are wrong. I think that this game is going to be very frag-focused. I think we're going to see a lot of scrappy gunfights. And I think when I look at these 2 squads, the big thing that sticks out to me is depth. Parabellum, Blaz and Gunner are great, but we haven't seen a whole lot from Eska so far this stage. Their supports haven't been huge either. But on XSET, you've got Kino, Spirits, Diaz, Gomez, Yaga. All these players can pop off and have big games. I'm going to go XSET.
I just like the way that XSET played Oregon against Spacestation. They brought sometimes 8 nades, no hard breeds, sometimes Flores for top floor utility clears. And it had like mixed results, but I feel like that's the kind of thing that this XSET team should be able to refine even further. And they beat a Space Station team, which on paper, I still think is about equals right now with where Parabellum sit. So if XSET play it the exact same way and Parabellum can't counter them very much, I think XSET could totally take this game.
Yeah, certainly possible. So we've got 2 casters saying XSET, or 2 casters saying Parabellum, 2 analysts saying XSET. Let's see what the coin says. Now this is, I admit, I forgot the regular coin at home.
What?
So we've got, I know it's true. So
we have a sub coin?
We've got a sub coin. Luckily, Eddie over in our production team.
Is that Gara?
A 1999 Kennedy $50. That's right, which will be subbing in today. So we'll see how it does. Heads is going to be XSET. Tails is going to be Parabellum. It's a little bit smaller, so we'll see if I
It's an American $50, so it won't pick XSET.
Let's see what it is. It's Tails. Ooh.
I knew it.
The coin predicts Parabellum for the first time this stage. It's a different coin, though. So.
Yeah.
Does it really count?
I mean, we'll see.
I'm skeptical.
A coin is a coin. It's not the object. It is the force of chance that we're judging here, of course. So any coin can do it, really. Let's see what the fans have to say about that. Fan vote went the way of XSET.
Even split.
Okay.
Yep.
I think that's not super surprising, given that XSET has the most recent performance. Maybe a little bit of recency bias there, but we'll see what happens. Obviously, both teams capable of taking it. And our community poll, the question that you have to answer is Brazil or France? Who has better imports?
They're not imports. They're not. They live here. They've lived here for a long time.
They are NA now. We've adopted them. They are North American players.
They're still from Brazil, though.
Exactly.
Yes.
But maybe some Brazilian fans would disagree. But we'll see. Either way, we'll find out who takes this one in just a few. Do not go anywhere when we come back. The first map of the day here at the Rainbow Six North American League coming at you.
stick to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time.
I'm Kool-Aid, and this is the NAL.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League. Time to get into our first matchup of the week and of the day, of course. About to be quite an exciting one, given the way that these two teams have been playing so far throughout the stage. Parabellum, of course, having an excellent resurgence, and XSET kind of staying in the position they have been, dominating throughout the region so far, looking to take another top 4 finish here, as we're already nearly halfway through stage 2 and just a few more play days away. Stokes, let's get your opening take on this matchup now, as we get prepared to jump into Oregon yet again.
Oh, it's murky waters for the first game of the day, John. It's going to be Oregon between XSET and Parabellum, and Oregon presents quite a few issues for a myriad of different teams across the entire world. It's always a map that's kind of a coin flip. You really never know exactly what's going to go down, and I think that's what we have on our hands right here. You and I picked Parabellum for this matchup. We are actually in line with the new coin, so hopefully the new coin's got some shine on it that hasn't been rubbed off by Doa just yet.
It's a cursed coin.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have
not
to see,
accept
right?
it in this church.
Exactly. But as for XSET, you know, I think that they've had some very, very strong showing so far, particularly on Oregon, where we actually did see Spirits drop 21 kills in their previous matchup, which was pretty impressive. But up against Parabellum and the way that they've been playing, well, at least in recent history, I think that we definitely have a game on our hands and one that Parabellum could quite potentially edge out.
Yep, it's going to come down to the two new members of the squad, or newer on the active roster, at least for this squad, mainly in the form of Blaz and Gunnar. You probably heard the desk talk about quite a bit. These two additions have added and really kind of lit a fire under the butt of Parabellum here, because they have shown much better increased aggressive capabilities inside of their matchups ever since we've seen those two added in. It should be noted that the more recent match they played against Astralis on the last Playday, Gunnar had some more mixed results. Obviously didn't stand in the way of the team too much. They still had a fairly close game, but Gunnar fell off a little bit, so that's going to be a big part of today, probably how Parabellum performs. If we're able to see that bounce back a little bit against XSET, things will probably be looking great for this squad. If not, we could be in a position where XSET are able to dominate, just like we saw when they played this against SSG earlier last week.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, we haven't even touched on the fact of Blaz yet either. Blaz, quite an influential presence, you could say, when it comes to Parabellum and the way they've been playing the game recently. I mean, I think this team looks very, very solid overall, especially with what Penguin's been able to produce. But as of right now for Parabellum, I mean, it really feels like this is going to be one of the more difficult matchups for them throughout the stage. You know, teams like XSET, teams like Astralis, that we actually ended up seeing last week from them, and which I actually lost that pick. That was one of the ones I lost in the last 2 weeks, was the Astralis versus Parabellum game, because I picked Astralis. So, you know, I think that one of the things right now is that you cannot discount Parabellum, especially up against some of these top teams. They found what they want for a squad, and now it's really, really starting to work out. We'll see if it works out up against XSET, though. Oregon booting up now on the server, folks. It's going to be a banger to start us off here on a Tuesday. Hope you guys got your coffee or whatever else you like around this time of the evening if you're in Europe, or the morning if you're over in NA. Let's get into it, see what these bands will be like here for Parabellum.
Let's indeed hop into it and check out the bands. Parabellum has got the first as well as the final one. XSET has the two center ones. First operator.
We're starting off with the memes just so early today.
Good one there. But yeah, Flores will be banned out, so he's going to be removed from the pool. Then we'll take him away, and the second one should be coming up in a second here.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it was taking a minute there.
Yeah,
but
I was like, all right, are we moving along?
Yeah, Flores is indeed still banned. He can't be played. So yes, indeed, we're going to have the Rotero wielding man taken out, and no longer have access to those explosive drones that are so useful when it comes to Oregon and clearing out a lot of the utility that is usually front loaded on quite a few of these different sites. As for the first offensive ban, XSET will get rid of Monty. This is kind of a spot ban. You're usually trying to throw this in if you know a team wants to try and prioritize Monty, or if you know it's going to be a map where they could potentially use him later on as like an audible, try and push out some of those positions like we were talking about before. Monty is a good advocate for a situation like that. XSET will be banning out the first defender here, and they choose to take out Wamai. This ban phase taking a little bit. Both of these teams thinking quite a bit about what they want to do, apparently, or at least just really enjoying all chat.
Yeah, I think it's more so the chat than anything right now, to be honest with you. The final ban is going to get locked in pretty quickly.
Oh, no fun, Parabellum.
Yep, but unfortunately for the people at home that are a fan of new strategies, probably not going to get too much out of this game with the zombie being knocked out, so that is going to remove her from this play, and we are probably going to wait a second before we actually get into the first round, guys. You may have caught it there out of the corner of your eye, but some of Rebecca said I think had to reset their PC or something real quick, so we're just working on getting them back in.
Can we just talk about the angle at which Blaz plays video games for a second? Are you looking at this screen?
With the further back monitor?
The angled monitor pushed all the way back. It's like basically touching the desk. Like this is like the first time that I saw Shaco play, and I was like, what is going on here? Like full on elbow across the table.
Used to a smaller desk, I guess, you know?
I mean, I guess so. I have seen over the years, especially for like Siege comp, I have seen some of the craziest setups just to play like CL quals. Like people putting their like entire setup inside of like the guest closet.
Any lap keyboarders in your time? You ever caught any of those?
The strangest thing I've ever seen was there was this gentleman. I don't think it was Siege. It was another title, but it was either speedrunning or esports related, and he played with his keyboard up over his shoulder because he had a full-size keyboard and he had no desk space for it, so he used it almost like a half guitar and like put his arm around to play with the WASD keys. It was the strangest thing I've ever seen.
That's a new one for me.
Yeah, definitely weird. But I mean, hey, when you're trying to gamer, you got to find a way, you know.
I've noticed there's regional styles for how the more eccentric keyboard players or keyboard holders will set them up on their desk. But either way, we're getting a little bit off topic here as the round is finally getting started. Not too much that's super surprising when it comes to the defensive setup, which is why we didn't talk too much about it here. We do, of course, have the Thorn coming out from Gunnar. We'll talk more about that when it becomes relevant, though. As aside from this is very much an expected hold here. Maybe a bit roam heavy in terms of the operator selection, but still should be perfectly fine for maintaining basement control.
Yeah, it's more of a ghost pressure coming out from Parabellum. You can see some rotations that they've built up for the defensive end just in case like XSET lets them slip through main stairs or something like that, but past that, it's just going to be a straightforward clear here for XSET. Not too much to worry about overall. It'll just be Parabellum trying to challenge up the stairwells and things like that. And then for XSET, it's all about getting these hatches early on here. They brought some pretty strong utility when it comes to clearing the basement, especially with the EU1Ds. They'll be able to lock up a lot of the positionings of Parabellum, and especially without the mute jammers, it's going to be pretty complicated for them, just because obviously the EU1Ds will lock them down in that position. But it's going to take a little while for XSET to not only get to that spot, but also drone out the remainder of this and make sure that Parabellum is indeed in the spot that they think they are. Don't have to worry too much about the rotations, though, as Parabellum will more than likely not be challenging at least that aggressively early on here. Still plenty of time and plenty of hatches, as well as other utility for XSET to clear out.
Indeed, will continue to do so, approaching the meeting room now, and that'll give them access to the hatch, of course. Parabellum not playing into any type of roam game fairly heavily at all, in fact. They've already ghosted themselves back down into the basement and are simply waiting things out inside of their bunker setup for XSET to make the next move and to attempt to take construction control, or as well to attempt to hop down through one of these hatches or the stairwells. XSET, of course, not going to have the confidence to go directly into that for another 30 or 40 seconds here. They do need to get some drone presence down into the basement to get a better idea of exactly how Parabellum has set up their operators and utility before they attempt to try and breach past it.
Well, Gunnar with a pretty aggressive look when it came to main stairs, but fortunately enough for him, not a single XSET member near lobby. Could have potentially have died to the hatch player if anybody was there, but obviously not the case. Spirits will deal with Pillar after giving his first nade over to the Siege Gods. Well, actually, no, it was a stun from one of his teammates, so actually played that situation out quite properly. Still have another nade inside of the pocket. And speaking of nades, Gomez is going to use the rest of his, but Yaga still has quite a few. He won't be able to push forward with that Adrenal Surge activated, as the smoke will actually deal more damage to him than regularly. Laz awaiting someone's arrival when it comes to this elbow area, but nobody just yet. XSET making some pretty solid time, though, with only 37 seconds left. Still have a couple of things to clear out, but it's not Sweatsville just yet. Gomez and everybody else will be holding on to elbow. You can see how Parabellum, they're slowly allowing this map control, bending but not breaking. That's what you're looking for when it comes to a situation like this. Yaga's got the lineup for the shield player, but unfortunately enough, the Thorn is actually going to take out Spirits. That's the big problem with those Death Blossoms. Gonna have yet again another stun pouring in. Yaga will be able to claim one, but this M590 still inside of elbow. I highly doubt there's any Parabellum member that can potentially win out this fight. It's actually all XSET all the time, and that's gonna be case control, and Kool-Aid will go down. Fortunate enough for XSET, they have a few saving graces in the back pocket, and one of those just happens to be Yaga inside of Freezer Hallway.
So close for both teams inside of that situation there. XSET just barely able to bleed their way into a winning position, and a fatal mistake for the last player alive on Parabellum as well. They seem to believe that they have relative security from that position after they take down the players in sight, but unfortunately, literally in the dying second of the round, they're able to bring it back, knock that player out, and give us an attacker-sided round in the favor of XSET as they take control of it. We're getting ourselves in the second round, and we are going to see a re-attempt for Parabellum. Kind of expected here considering how close things were. They're even going to double down on the trap utility now as well. Gunner, of course, bringing back the Thorn into the fold, but Blaz will also now deploy a Capcan into this lineup also.
Very smart setup here from Parabellum. I like that they're going back down to the basement. It's the most defendable site when it comes to Oregon, one that you want to try and guarantee a majority of the time. Parabellum looking into that matchup right there, obviously noticing that XSET took quite a while to clear out everything on the mid floor and work their way down into their potential execution. And because of that, they're going to bring some more denial operators, including the mute jammers, which could assist them with not only holding onto these walls, but also having a little bit more free movement when it comes to their hard stuck positions with that Lion. So as long as it's around something like the deployable shield or something for one of the Parabellum members, they'll be able to move around the radius of that move jammer while that EE1D goes off. Pretty sneaky play here from Parabellum. We'll see if it actually gets checked out. Well, unfortunately enough for Gunner, he's actually just going to end up getting that at least first hologram, and he'll back off from that. But now Penguin, this is quite cheeky from them, playing this out in a duo situation. Should be a freebie here for him, but Penguin, oh no, he shot so early here. This is practically a fish in a barrel situation. Now Penguin's actually just going to get away. There's nobody home, but finally Kino has the cross already set up for White. The window seemingly closed until Kino starts sending shots at it. Be able to take down Penguin as he attempts to rotate out after an ill-advised pre-fire on Spirits hopping in small tower.
Parabellum down a player again at the start of the round here. Not what they would have wanted to happen, especially considering they tried to go for a more aggressive play this time in order to put that additional pressure out on the map to maybe bleed out that last bit of time that Parabellum would have needed to win things on the first attempt. Won't work out. Now they'll be down a player. Two drones are going to be neutralized temporarily here from XSET, but they'll be alive again in just a second once that mute jammer is shot out. Apparently not going to do it so instantly, as they've got some other things to worry about here at the bottom of the freezer stairs. Kool-Aid's position will be spotted out. And even worse, he won't be able to delete the drone, so Kino will be able to continue to grab intel there at the bottom of the freezer stairs. The rest of the squad now being forced to fall back. They won't be able to play anything aggressively out for the back stair positions or anywhere else on this map. It's the same as before. Half the round is gone. Parabellum this time down a player, and now having to wait for the descent from XSET, but as Stokes just called out there, the Capcan trap is finally going to yield results, and it'll manage to catch a member of XSET here with Kino going down.
Mental warfare between these two teams. You have to love esports, don't you? Frag grenade out into freezer, into the depths, but nobody home except for an ADS. That'll pick that up quite handedly. Down to the last minute, fortunately enough, a big pick from Parabellum, but an even bigger one now from XSET. After Spirits takes some damage, he'll be able to down the freezer player from Yaga's position, actually, as a frag grenade goes in. Gomez will be able to clean that one up, but it's a quick 2K here from Parabellum. Make it 3 as it's all down to Diaz Lucas, who, for some reason, is inside of Garage. I believe he was rotating away from construction to try and get a different angle for his team, but too little, too late, my friend. Gonna have to try and work his way in. Finds an E1D on the door frame, but so many people home when it comes to this situation. DS is going to have to hit some critical shots here as a freezer player. Continues to pre-fire, and this is really all you can do in a situation like this. You just have to try and spam those common angles and see if you can potentially get a kill in that environment, stun out, but yet again, Gunner swings back into the closet, able to take him down. It'll be 1-1 in favor of Parabellum, with Capcan actually playing quite handily into that.
So PB able to bring it back. They're taking much more control over most of that round as well by playing things more in the face of the XSET players. Not only that, but able to get in their way and catch them with at least one of the pieces of utility that they set up from the defensive side. So beautifully done there by Parabellum to quickly rebound, take control of their basement hold, and now lock things in for themselves. So they move upstairs for the next round here, going for a second floor defense.
Okay, upstairs, as you said, John, and this is going to be one that's going to be quite critical to Parabellum's overall defensive end here. They're able to get this, and obviously that 2-1 lead, but an even bigger part of the puzzle. be one step closer to unlocking the basement yet again. They'll have to go to one of the tertiary sites, one of those on the middle floor. They'll utilize the kitchen as its base and more than likely switch to cafe or meeting. Just depends on what they want to try and go with. And speaking of kitchen, Parabellum's already going to be holding on to that. This is quite commonplace, yes, when it comes to this top floor, as you're trying to prevent anything like frag grenades or potentially a buck from coming underneath and trying to get rid of some of your anchor players. Parabellum are going to hold on to this because of that, as well as some other things that they've lined up across the board on this top floor. This top floor hold can be pretty volatile for the defense, just given some of the angles that the offense can get off rip, especially from this singular games window that we were just seeing there. Beautiful cross that we see repelled on quite a lot from the south side of the building. But how is XSET going to go about this? Well, first things first, they've already got Spirits out here looking to see if he can potentially get a freebie on this top floor, but nothing's going to come for the Nook in this FMG9, so he's going to fall back towards Big Tower and see if he can try and find a different entry point.
Activating shock drone.
Away from that, we're going to continue to see things devolve here with XSET looking for a clean path to get themselves upstairs. I've not been able to find it yet, and I've not been able to burn out this kitchen position as of yet either. Yaga continuing to wait from the inside of it here is going to try and catch this off guard, but here we go, nade rolling in towards Gunnar. That will defeat his position finally, more so the shield that was defending it, and allow him to be forced back further into the map here, giving the clearance needed for XSET to be able to move forward. Kool-Aid will strike first, however, knocking down Spirits, a fairly important player as well. Spirits actually been struggling a bit this game, now with 0-3 as the most recent round, but there'll be plenty of time to make up for that later on in the game. Either way, though, Parabellum has the edge with the 5v4 going their way.
Oh, excuse me. I don't really know what that was. Yeah, but past that, I don't know about you, but it feels as though whenever Parabellum starts doing a lot, and what I mean by that is when we start seeing quite a few layers on these defensive setups, a lot of offenses really get caught off guard with the way that they are going to take things. It's kind of this big question mark, especially with what we're having right now. Spirits is kind of the lead man for this situation. Now we're just having XSET stand outside of Dorm's window, as well as try and come up white stairs. This is the most commonplace kind of double take you've ever seen in your life. We'll see if it works out for him. Kool-Aid still having some smokes to affect this situation. With that pit from Kino, this is definitely doable. This is the beauty of that verticality if you can't get the control down low as well, like we were talking about before. Those frag grenades can deal quite the damage to the defensive end, but now with Yaga down, Finka has to try and pick him up. Kino will be able to get one, but the flame works out for Blast. There's 3 people on white stairs. Blast probably screaming that to high heaven at the current moment in time as he takes out one.
Great intel either way, especially considering there's only 2 members alive now for PB. Kool-Aid has to keep constant overwatch on this big window position, more than likely calling out to Gunner's only other teammate here that he needs to be able to watch that stair spot. But Gunner's also worried about other flanks, such as from the top of main, working themselves over through attic as well. Plenty of other things that Kool-Aid may need to potentially watch out for also here. So a tense situation for PB, however, starting to work out in their favor. The timing, though, does not play into Kool-Aid's game at this point in time here. And also Gunner going to be chunked down. It's a single bit of HP. What a beautiful shot from Kool-Aid, though, to bring it back onto even terms. A 2v2, it'll add one more to it. Gunnar shows up with the perfect timing also. He knocks one more down, and the 2v3 clutch is claimed by Parabellum to put them in front of this game at 2-1.
You can just see how that works out for Parabellum, though. It's like what we were talking about there in the mid-round. Their defensive setup is so sound in a lot of different ways that it forces XSET to go for more of a default take. I mean, we have 3 people stacked on white stairs trying to assist with that take. We have no cross angle when it comes to dorms. They're only occupying the big window. We have no presence around attic. XSET didn't even try and take that. I mean, there was a lot of different, excuse me. There's a lot of different ways that XSET could have potentially have enacted themselves upon a setup like that, but they went for probably the most plain Jane way that they could have potentially have done it. Now, it almost did work, but that's the fallback of that. As Parabellum knows exactly where you're more than likely going to be coming from in a situation like that, and it's white stairs and big window, and both of those players were extremely ready for a situation like that. Parabellum with another big round, a clutch round, in fact, over XSET, got the lead 2-1.
No drones coming into that mid to late portion of the round 2. I'm going to assume the large majority of them were either dead on other players of XSET's roster or already been used and shot out there. Just because, again, they never really seem too sure of themselves on the execute inside of that round either. Always, like you're saying, kind of like hovering outside of certain angles, like big window in the bottom of stairs, and never really feeling the confidence to try to go in. So we just saw 1-2 players trying to do so and ultimately getting traded down to a point where Parabellum, yes, they were still behind in the man count because of what happened at the beginning of the round, but they were still ultimately able to bring it back for the reasons you mentioned as to why XSET was bringing a fairly one-dimensional attack to the table there.
Well, we'll see if they can change some things up. I think XSET definitely has it in the tank. I think the big problem right now is Spirits. Not on the board in the same way that he'd been recently, and a lot of these other, well, at least teammates of his, aren't exactly pulling big numbers like he was previously. And that's something that XSET's kind of gotten used to, having one of these hero players kind of pop off and start claiming some big rounds. But we haven't seen it just yet. Good news, though, we're only through 3 rounds, so it could all start right here with XSET potentially tying things up. They have lost quite a few drones in the process, though, but fortunately enough, since they have Spirits, they'll have some extra drone economy in a certain way to be able to help their info game. Eska, as well as the rest of Parabellum, though, they've got some rotations opened up here for Attic as they're playing over the top of the bomb site, exactly as they should. Gomez and the rest of XSET seemingly aware of this situation as they'll attempt to push in and clear out from the meeting side.
Lack of performance out of Spirits right now could explain some of the lack of confidence we're getting from XSET too, just because the entry game is a little lackluster. Other players may not be up to the task of replacing Spirits in the event that he goes down, but they're going to have to. It's the circumstance they've already been dealing with for the previous 3 rounds so far. Yogg's going to take the first bit of damage. That's all it is, though, as he takes a few shots, opening things up here through the walk-in closet. He'll be brought down by about 10 to 15 HP. Nothing serious in the long run of things, and you're already seeing most of it being negated by Gomez there, as the Finka still huge in the meta right now.
Nice.
Gunner waits for the opportunity. It's a bit messy, and he will get traded by Gomez, but still able to knock Spirits down again, keeping his record, unfortunately, still down to a donut.
Yeah, you want to get in somebody's head, get in the IGL's head. Just keep killing Spirits as much as you potentially can. As long as you can annoy him and try and get him off center, you could potentially have something on your hands here. XSET does a pretty bang-up job in and of themselves, though, when it comes to just playing off of each other. So not going to be the biggest of affairs when it comes down to it, but definitely something to notate either way. As for XSET, though, with this timer beginning to dwindle now, down to 40 seconds remaining, they have to try and get a pick and strong-arm their way into this site, but the pick almost going the way of Parabellum. Kool-Aid now taking some damage back onto himself, but Yaga already looking pretty poor when it comes to the HP bar. Knows that the Habana has to be around here. Kino, oh my, what a shot from him. Oh, Penguin can't land his either through the attic wall. 2 big picks for XSET as they're looking for round 4.
Great counterplay coming in from Kino, and that's going to swing the site wide open for the taking. Kool-Aid with the follow-up, though, trades at least 1 back down. Plant still going off uninterrupted. Kino will be able to get that down on the ground. Kino didn't have the confidence to swing over towards security and stop him outright. Even worse, Kool-Aid's going to get caught mid-reload as Kino now re-swings the security angle, takes him down. Blaz will catch 1, but he's got 2 more players to knock out here. And he's stuck between a rock and a hard place in the depths of the site. Going to try and battle out from it to go towards Yellow Hallway. That doesn't really push him outside of this box position. Gives him at least a winnable duel versus Diaz, but no, won't be able to take it. Diaz will win it instead, and XSET tie us up again now at 2-2.
I mean, Kino, count your lucky stars, go get a lottery ticket, go do anything. Because, like, the amount of luck that this man had in those situations right there was insane. The timing, especially on the top floor, to not only get 1, but to get 2 inside of Trophy. I mean, you can't ask for anything more. Poor Eska gets timinged on top floor. He thinks that the guy's trying to rotate up to the rotation hole he just went through for meeting, but in fact, or rather for master, but in fact, he's doubled back over into Trophy. Just a super unfortunate situation for most of the Parabellum members trying to fight against Kino, but Kino landing all of his shots in all those situations as well. So it's just one of those things. Sometimes Rainbow Six Siege is just going to be Rainbow Six Siege, and it works out for XSET in this regard. A triple for Kino there, one that was definitely preventable, even all the way down to the wire. I mean, even Smoke taking out the Overwatch on the planter, he doesn't know if anybody else is there, doesn't get too aggressive on it, but he most definitely could have walked up and just iced Kino right there, and that would have been the round. There's a lot of different ways that they could have went down, but fortunately enough for XSET, not only did they have the kills, but they had the objective play as well to seal the deal.
Well, Parabellum have had a sequence of 2 rounds pass by, which means they have unlocked the basement for a retry since they took control of it a few rounds back. Let's see if this will lock in their 3rd round, or if XSET still has the winning formula to breach past this defensive setup, work their own way into the basement, and steal away this lead for a 2nd time. As far as the Parabellum setup is concerned, they're not going to rely on the traps again, as we saw on the most recent attempt, the Capcan pickup specifically, giving them at least 1 frag over the course of that round. They will still keep the Thorn in play, of course, but they'll go back to something more akin to what they had in round number 1 here, with a little bit of extra intel being added into it, because Penguin will play onto the Valkyrie here.
Yeah, those Razor Blooms quite strong, as we saw earlier on in the game. Now for XSET, very quick move into Freezer. Gomez Has a look just for a second from the smoke. Kool-Aid with a very, very fast challenge and the potential to lose his noggin, but just testing the reaction time of Gomez there. And speaking of, oh my God,
he failed
Kool-Aid. Yeah. No, Gomez passed. He definitely passed.
I would say Kool-Aid failed testing his opponent.
Yes, indeed. You know, I think he went a little bit too far, and you could say the same for Kino. This is just something that happens sometimes. You just assume, right? You assume you're safe. You assume you got the pick. Nobody's going to challenge it. Sometimes you die inside a Z.
Saw Kool-Aid go a little bit too far, but thankfully Gunnar went just far enough, so he's able to pick up that kill against Kino, take him down, and re-equalize things down into a 4 versus 4. Eska, meanwhile here, just going to patiently wait in the pillar corner spot. See if some more resistance works its way down those stairs, and it will. So you're going to see actually a big group build up here from XSET. Nades going deep to bank into that corner, but thankfully it's read by Parabellum. Eska will get himself out of that corner, back down further into the hallway here. Wait for the actual push to happen. Not going to be transpiring anytime soon. XSET still has a little bit more intel gathering to do, specifically deeper in the site. While yes, Eska is alone currently in the position behind the pillar, and they may have very well just realized that there is still some support elsewhere, such as this from Blaz. Has the peek through inside of that soft wall to knock out players trying to venture forward through the back stairs. Blaz get baited a little bit here, but thankfully the player that is on the camera is also the one back in construction, so no immediate threat of a re-peek against Blaz. And as well, the second player trying to work their way back down through the back stairs,
Gunnar.
I think has been fended off. Indeed, Stokes just mentioned it. We've got this nice play from Gunnar being lined up too as he snuck up through the freezer stairs and has now lined up a flank position against the rest of this push from XSET.
Has to be snappy, has to be quick. EE1D out, but he's been marked on the mid floor. He's just going to start sprinting back down the stairs. He needs to be present inside of this 4 versus 3, but no, he's actually shifted over towards meeting. Knows somebody has to try and check him out, and they will. Yaga of the challenge, waiting for the swing, and the case down. It's down upstairs. Spirits has to try and come get it. 0-4-1. It'd be his first kill of the day, but it won't come through. Gunnar takes him down, and the IGL can't get it done. Parabellum guaranteed the won't split half if it ends up going that way, a tied half in fact, and so claim round 3 for themselves as we head into round 6.
Definitely still going to want to try and get 4 if possible here, just because of the fact of the way that this map tends to play, still fairly defender-sided to an extent.
And also, good news, top floor is unlocked.
Very true.
Very, very true. So they'll probably head up there. As we were talking about previously, they are going to get that basement unlocked once again, and they did. They go downstairs. They're successful at it. 2 out of their 3 defensive rounds so far have been on that basement floor. The other one being on the top floor. So looks like we have a ball game here. Potential for Parabellum to take quite a hefty lead here early on. A 4-2 split.
XSET in the meanwhile was showing us some pretty interesting picks in the operator pool, and we're still going to see a few of those swapped around, such as the Capital coming from Kino being moved away over towards the more normal pick of what was a Hibana, but has now changed over towards a Twitch, so a lot more aggression coming in here from the XSET roster to try and possibly make these entries work out a bit better for them. Spirits has still been struggling in that department, and Gomez, I think on the fallback here, has had more mixed results at 5-5. Overall, Kino is the only positive player at the moment, so they're going to give him the freedom to go onto the Twitch and maybe add that little bit of extra aggression, at least to the entry game, that might be needed for XSET to get their feet onto the ground, and more importantly, into this site where they have been struggling a bit.
Well, XSET has struggled in more than the entry department. Really, it's been clearing the map when Parabellum goes for some of these advanced setups that are just more layered when it comes to some of the positioning of these defensemen. Like what we see currently downstairs inside of Split, Parabellum forcing XSET to try and take map control to work the map the way they want to. You can see XSET, they've packed the depth charges here. They have 8 frag grenades, but they have no way of clearing anything out minus the smokes, or potentially a little piece of something else. But wow, what a shot there from Gunnar. He'll take down Gomez. It'll be a trade back and forth, but I mean, I will take Oryx for, you know, Finka literally any day of the week.
It's also like he was out on an island at that point. He was probably going to die anyway, regardless, so we had to try and do something there, and guaranteeing a 1-for-1 is probably the best, one of the best outcomes out of that situation.
But it's more than a 1-for-1 because it's Oryx for Finka.
That's true.
These things do not have the same weight, but that definitely does. Kool-Aid would go down yet again here. A big pickup from XSET. They had this the last round. The smoke dead, the chance to work their way into sight because of it. Looks like it'll rear its ugly head yet again. We'll see if XSET can force this angle, or if Parabellum can come back on the top floor yet again here like they did the previous time. This one, though, a little bit easier to or palatate rather, as Parabellum will be able to at least occupy quite a few different areas, including the window angle, but DS ready for that as he'll swing into Penguin. He's ready for Parabellum's antics, but are they ready for this push?
A lot of ego challenges coming out for Parabellum on this round, and possibly oblivious to the drone intel as well. So many of them just constantly flooding in, especially upstairs there from XSET. So we see Parabellum trying to make these aggressive plays, trying to go for these swings. Ultimately, it's right into an angle that XSET had more than prepared themselves to take a challenge at, however, so they're easy kills across the board for XSET, and they have no problem locking in that third round.
Sorry about that. I said to finish up the stretch a little bit there for a second. But you know, it was definitely quite an interesting half there from Parabellum. That last round is going to be one that they're going to want to go back and look at in particular. Yeah. You get the big pick on the Finka. The callback from that moment is there's a very big story that's going on for the defense there. And it's a conversation that you kind of have to have and be like, all right, listen, we need to pull everything back at this moment in time. I think the big thing there is, I was looking at my notes when this was happening and that kill happened. I believe he got shot through the cafeteria wall, right? He just randomly shot through the wall and killed somebody. I think that's more than likely why that comm went down the way that it did.
He could, you're talking about the first...
Yeah, I'm talking about the first
PB
engagement.
kill, right?
Yeah.
No, he could see him, I'm pretty sure. It was like a clutch shot, but I think he could see him.
Okay.
I think there was a breach in the wall there.
Yeah, but either way, whichever way it goes, I mean, if he had the info, then they really, really need to fall back. If not, it's just a big pick, and they really don't know who's dead. But, like, if you know the weight or the value of Fink in that situation, then obviously the call would be to try and dip out and play it off of sight. But for Parabellum, it just went a little bit too far. And I think the big thing past that was obviously the smoke going down, no more prevention when it comes to the actual site, unless you count the lead inside of the guns, but that's really not going to assist them too much, as that's the plain way of doing that. Won't deny space like you want to with that smoke. We're about 25 seconds in here now, folks, as we'll be working our way in from the Parabellum side of things now, as they'll be on the offense.
So Parabellum looking to change up their fate after they are able to at least bring an even score line to bear here between both of these teams. Now needing to show us the other side of their strategy, though. Will it be enough to breach past the XSET defenses? Well, Yaga at least seems to want a direct challenge here at the top of Freezer stairs. Penguin also will get downed, and nearly get down a second time as he's facing off in T3. He gets a player down in T2. Finka literally saves the day here and gives PB their opening kill because the player from XSET tries to retreat downstairs, thinking Penguin was just dead on the ground. Little did he know that the Finka was going to immediately bring him back up, allow for the exchange to go back into the favor of Parabellum, and now with the other kill they've negotiated for themselves, already have brought this round down to a 5v3.
And yet again, Parabellum, they're going to have a down player. Gunner's going to get picked back up. Kino will be able to take down Blaz. He's going to continue to swing. I love this aggressive look from him. Going to swing out of the freezer stairwell and would be ill-advised as there are so many people around the area. I love the aggression here from Kino. He knows how strong this M590 is, and he's using it so very well, but he can't land some of the bigger shots there. Unfortunate, as he'll only be able to tag up a couple of players. But the big thing right now is look at the amount of HP Parabellum has gotten back out of those adrenal surges. Tell me Finka isn't worth her weight in gold. You would practically give anybody over on the defense if you could trade out this operator. It's truly incredible what she's able to produce on a round-to-round basis and just the value that she has. Penguin, he's going to get tagged up here. Not too much to call back on past that. It's down into the 4 versus 2. Parabellum, they can take their time. Still 3 drones active. Yaga's going to get a big pick here because nobody knows that Yaga's trying to get aggressive inside of Freezer. And he's almost equalized it here. Parabellum, they're letting it slip through the cracks. They continue to be aggressive on more of an isolated basis. This could be XSET's round.
XSET stuck in a cage, but they're going to fight with every inch and claw they have to stall the execution out. It's Parabellum now bringing it down to a 3v2 from the 4v2 advantage they had initially, taking things very cautiously, or they were at least up until this 30-second marker. Now they're just going to leap in through the E-hatch, try to push themselves into sight. But Yaga, he's ready for the challenge in multiple apartments. Misreads here, thinks there's going to be some pressure coming in from Freezer. He's not correct about that, but Gomez still able to grab another player, and the last one as well will be scooped up by Yaga. XSET with a beautiful comeback there inside of the 2vx. They close out this initial basement defense.
Oh, that was not the way Parabellum wanted that to break down at all. You have a 4 versus 2, and not only that, but you have some of the freest picks early on possible. But they just overswing. Blaz coming down. Freezer, this aggressive look here from Yaga. You know, Parabellum trying to do just a little bit too much and not trying to keep it on the straight and narrow at the current moment. It's a little bit of an oversight there, but definitely something they can try and ring in and claim rounds like that. Not one you want to see them losing up against against XSET, but I can tell you this, Yaga especially playing lights out inside of that situation, abusing every single angle that Parabellum would potentially give them, and winning out every single fight that was given to him. I mean, he's definitely the highlight of that round for me from XSET.
Definitely the case. So time to see if XSET can keep things consistent now, as that has been the big problem for them. They've had no problem finding rounds, but winning them consistently to take a serious lead has been the issue, not only for them, but for PB as well here. PB gonna throw us a bit of a curveball. I was waiting to see it get locked in. I don't believe we're getting any repicks though, so it will be the case in a moment here, and there it goes. We are going to have the Blitz coming out hot for Penguin here. Let's see if it yields results, as we've started to see him get picked more and more here on Oregon.
Well, it's time for the interesting part of this conversation. This isn't a basement defense from XSET.
That was going to be my next point.
Which means that a lot of the close quarter situations you're looking for in Blitz aren't exactly going to be presented in a site like this. There's a couple of areas in which Blitz could be very useful. The big one, Trophy, and it's just going to be pressure so that Gunnar can more than likely hold the cross here. We're about to find out if I'm right. Penguin's already pushing up the stairwell. I'm assuming he's trying to get everyone to fall back from Trophy and fall into that LMG that's holding the game's window. You can see some more pressure coming up from the staircase here, but when you don't know that there's a cross from Attic, you're probably going to die, and that's going to be 2 people going down. Kool-Aid will be able to refrag onto Kino, but what's it worth? I mean, it is the smoke, but still so much site utility to worry about really when it comes down to it. Still the Nitro cells, as well as some good info game from Yogg, depending on where these cameras are. DS will be able to cross. They weren't even able to get the kill onto Gunnar, who was the other kill, or rather, they weren't able to get the kill onto the Valkyrie crossing because Gunnar had ended up dying already. And Yaga continuing to do what Yaga does best, take these gunfights and win them out. This MPX looks so dastardly in his hands. It's all down to Kool-Aid, and Spirits will win that out too as he simply pushes the closet. Parabellum can't get anything done on this offensive side.
Parabellum throwing a little bit of a curveball strategy out there to see if it works, and that's not surprising given the fact that we've seen them do this in the past. Just unfortunate here as it does flatline the entire round as soon as the Blitz dies.
Listen, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I don't care what you do for a strategy. I care if you still drone and know what's going on inside of the site before you do said strategy. A strategy like that with Blitz trying to apply that pressure in that way, if that wall's open, you're in trouble. The fact that they didn't confirm what was going on whilst still having to clear, main stairs utility and everything else, so at a bare minimum, you can assume XSET knows that you're going to be using that stairwell. You don't take that time to try and find some extra insight as to what's going on. You still have 3 other people doing things outside. You still have 1 person downstairs, I guess, throwing some frag grenades and stuff like that. But what are the other 2 people doing? I mean, we have Gunnar on the window. That accounts for 1. So again, we're still down to 2. So it's just like, all right, what's the situation here? We're not really utilizing our drones early to try and get any information. We're really just not doing too much. We're just trying to throw things at the wall and hope that it sticks. It seems like just a little bit of mismanagement of like people's roles at that current situation for Parabellum, which is extremely unfortunate because it was definitely a strategy that could have worked. I mean, if Blitz is aware of that wall being open, they could definitely have ended up, pushing that pressure like they wanted to through Trophy, forcing everybody back and actually having them die to Gunnar on that window rappel, but it was all for naught because of 2 big mistakes. The assumed swing that we saw from XSET that I'm assuming killed Gunnar, and also the big misread as to what was going on inside of Trophy.
Could have explained why we see a sudden pause show up from the PB camp. Things are getting a little bit dire in terms of the scoreboard here now as well. XSET only 2 rounds away from being able to close this map out, so PB need to wake up. They need to do so immediately. Few repicks are going to show up for this squad. Not huge, though, in terms of what they contribute towards just swapping the Thatcher out over towards a Zofia, and then a changeup of hard breach style for Kool-Aid going over towards the Thermite instead here, possibly expecting the cafeteria hold instead of the stage ones, just needing to give them the more proper loadout to approach that one. Also, probably getting a better look at the defenses here, seeing that we only have the mute for mitigation, so maybe realize that the Thatcher was a little bit unnecessary for their assault.
Oh?
Yaga, what's going on there?
What the hell just happened there?
I think that was like shotgunning.
No, that was definitely Blaz. That was 100% Blaz. They traded outside, I'm assuming, and Yaga just took a lot of damage. DS Lucas also going to go down. Parabellum with another pick yet again, but we'll see if they can get anything done with it. Kitchen player here, Plasmo's definitely hearing that. XSET starting to get away with quite a bit, and I'm surprised that Plaz has to reload so early here. I don't know how many LMG bullets he used inside of a minute, but wow, okay. Looks like Parabellum already, they're going down. They're going downtown. Finally, Blaz will be able to hop in and get a kill after reloading that LMG and going through the longest animation known to mankind. Spirits will be back off of Big Tower stairs, and somehow, some way, Blue, We have reached a 3 versus 3.
It's been a bit of a Looney Tunes round so far.
Blaz has a kill.
Blaz picking up another kill.
And we're playing
puts it into the favor of PB. Gomez does not have the angle from the top down, but at the same time, Caseholder is going to hop off it for a second. Penguin does not feel he is safe, so he moves away. Spirits may have called something out on the back flank. They may have forced that player to move. Something has made them believe that they do not have a safe plant here, so they're going to hold off on it. Finally going to be seeing Penguin re-pick that back up, but at the same time, Gunnar has been hunting down a member of the XSET roster. He will succeed in taking them down. Spirits is out for the count. Gomez, previously upstairs, now the only player left alive here inside of the 1v3. He's going to try and find some way to reinsert himself into the building, as this is a round that I don't think either of us expected Parabellum to necessarily come out on top of it, but they do manage to get things done.
How come we always have to get the games that there's so much going on that it makes my head spin at the earliest potential hour slot that we have every time for us?
I'm gonna be honest. XSET got a little too secure to themselves there in that situation. I think once the Kino got the free 2K over by the stairs, it seems like the team got a little bit too like lackadaisical about their positioning, and that kind of left the floodgates open for Parabellum to pick up a few kills to bring it back, and things kind of snowballed from there.
Yeah, you know what the Siege community calls that? What? The Lebron effect. Sometimes you just shouldn't type in chat.
You know,
guys.
that's true. I completely forgot about that mid call in the all chat in the middle around there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know what's the funniest thing about the whole Lebron call, Lebron effect situation as well is that like Lebron has always been that kind of person as well. Is like anything happens at all, he immediately types, and then like the worst things happen to this guy. I'm telling you, this has been like a year after year after year. One of the funniest things. But yeah, definitely a big Lebron effect there onto XSET. But you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is. Parabellum just went out in a very scrappy round. It is what it is yet again. I think the big weird thing that happened there was obviously just what was the situation with Blaz outside. Like we're 45 seconds into the round, you're reloading your entire LMG. Like what have you shot at, my man? What are you doing over here? It's just very, very funny. But either way though, bigger shots coming out of XSET here over towards Shower. Yaga's going to fall back, though, as it is a basement defense, and Warden very impactful when it comes to a basement defense, with Twitch along for the ride as well, and those smokes could have the potential to actually end up utilizing those glasses quite handedly. So we'll have to see how that one will end up working out. Yaga does have some form of assistance. Ooh, I do believe that player is outside, so don't sweat it just yet, folks, but Yaga, obviously, with somewhat of a potential, get a kill there. Parabellum, though, they want to take their time and make sure that none of these XSET members are potentially laying under a windowsill or playing around meeting or anything of the sort.
Yaga almost on the correct timing there for that push coming down through Yellow Hall, but has to fall back just a tad now after missing the opportunity. It's also going to be a little bit of a safety drone working its way through here for Parabellum just to make sure there's not going to potentially be a repeat from Yaga or someone else. The drones do not spot him. The Twitch drone does, and it'll shoot out a tiny little sliver of damage. Not anything that Yaga really needs to worry about, however, as it just falls back a bit deeper into Freezer.
Yes, indeed. And to this day, Warden's running animation still throws me off just a little bit. Either way, Gunnar will start coming down main stairs. Not too much back and forth between these two teams. Pretty steadfast round when it comes down to it. Gunner's got a pretty strong position and a dead DS Lucas as he crept down Laundry unnoticed by the defense, able to get a big kill. Now with that, looks like they'll be able to at least work into these hatches and start clearing some of these utility pieces around the site. Still have two shields lying around, more than likely one inside a Freezer hallway that they want to get rid of. And of course, as we all know, the Pillar's position, a pretty hot commodity when it comes down to it, especially for the offense. If they're able to dislodge Spirits, they practically have a foothold on this basement setup and can start trying to force a plant into stock.
See if they can get the job done as XSET ready for the challenge here. We can see Spirits as well as Gomez, or at least there was a position from Gomez. They're playing up towards Pillar. He's going to get naded out by Penguin. No push made yet, but that's not a problem for Yaga. An easy snapshot adjustment from him, and he still is able to knock out Gunnar. Two players down, however, from this roster. Now they bring back a second one against Parabellum as well, with Spirits' most recent pick against Eska. Blasto sneaking right in from Freezer. Finally makes his own insertion to take down Yaga. Give the advantage back to our attackers. Spirits, though, takes it right away as he denies the backstairs pressure trying to work itself into the site. Toxic Babe is through, but a smoke is out as well, allowing Kool-Aid deeper access to this site. Second player moving in also here. The shotgun pellets are out, but they're not going to make an effective play. They don't kill either one of them, but they bring them down very low, setting up this potential clutch from Spirits as he knocks down one. Kool-Aid, however, takes the initiative. He gets aggressive and swings the Freezer position instead to win out the round for PB.
I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure Kool-Aid stood up, said, what? And then he was like, I don't really know what I have to say. And then he just sat back down. Like, that was truly incredible, though. Down to the wire in between these two. XSET, they can't make a stand on the basement setup. It seems like Yaga's going to be their saving grace at first, but they kind of misstep in a certain way, and they allow a singular man, John, with a very big gun, one that happens to shoot quite quickly. Blaz with an F2 creeps into Freezer and decimates the entirety of the XSET setup. Past that, some very, very big missed shots when it came to that M590, swinging through the laundry rotate, and couldn't claim either one of the Parabellum members. That was the make or break there for that clutch situation, and XSET broke, fortunately enough. But good news, at least, XSET can head back downstairs for one more attempt before Parabellum head to map and match point if they're able to secure round 11.
So this will work out, as we're going to see pretty much the same operator lineup come into the fold this time for Parabellum. Things worked out last round, so no real reason to change it up for them, although, of course, it was very, very close. XSET probably angry about the way that round played out, considering they had the M590 lined up and nearly a winning shot to come out from it, but does not end up happening. So they will, of course, retry this site, believing that they can easily win it out on the rerun. We'll see if that holds itself to be true, though. As Stokes mentioned, Parabellum is now just those 2 rounds away from closing out the game. However, we've only got 2 rounds left in regulation here, so it needs to be flawless. What a steal from Gomez, though. Walks up to the open window, catches a roaming gunner. That's going to actually trade back the exchange for a few rounds and go, where Parabellum was able to steal away the Finka in the early round. This time, it's going to be XSET that do it to PB.
I believe we have a kitchen player as well here. Blaz has to be very, very concerned with the potential of a flank coming out. Gomez continuing to work his angles, and
the worst part is
Z-ping here. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the worst part is they haven't droned him.
They probably think the Freezer player is the player that was shooting at them from before here. Exchanges are going to be going down on the site, though, as PB is trying to brute force this execute, unaware of the Gomez flank, walking right down to shut it all out. There goes the Freezer position, and just like that, PB are already down to 2 players, Kool-Aid and Eska, who weren't even really in position to execute behind that Freezer player either. So I'm curious as to what the game plan was there, as it was very detached, even if that third member in Freezer didn't go down.
Yeah, it's almost as if Kool-Aid was a little closer to where Freezer were. He more than likely could have killed Gomez. You know, it's just situations like that. I'm not trying to be hard on these players at all. It's just situations like that that really, really get you into trouble when you get disjointed like that and somebody's able to slip through something as small as about a 5-second window. Now for XSET, they can just simply sit on the rest of this round. There's really nothing left for them to really do. Parabellum, they are the playmakers in the current moment. XSET just needs to enter more of a discovering mode and find out where these 2 players want to try and get in from, and it should be fairly straightforward from that moment in time. Just stack as 2 on either respective side and play for your trades. Eska going to start working his way towards construction. He's awaiting the call from Kool-Aid so that they can act at the same exact time. Eska's going to back off and pre-fire the construction single panel instead, as they're assuming that he's coming in from that way, but Kino, the 6th sense, it works out for him. He'll take down Kool-Aid. So he'll have to Eska outside. He'll be able to get one. Can't get the second one, though. Does still have some time, so I will tell you this. XSET, please do not overswing, because Eska, even though he's 2-8 at the current moment, still a professional player. He can get things done if you give up too much of this rope.
Pretty sure he's just going to use the remaining time as an existence pause, though, so we'll see him back away from this one. Just kind of a free 30 to 40 seconds, I think it was here, to allow their IGL to give the input that necessarily can be given at this point in the game as to how they need to approach the next round here. Basically just dead time, as Eska now going to sit here and basically try to waste that as much as possible, try to pad his stats in the process, although it does bring it down to the 1v2, so it's starting to get a little scary, but yeah, gets caught trying to pick up the case, where you resume the realm of normality, and XSET wins the round.
Yes, indeed. XSET will claim it after 2 big picks, all from DS Lucas. Quite the nice roam, especially with that initial kill. I mean, not one that you particularly see very often, kill all the way out in the yard through kitchen window, but it is what it is. Not only that, they take down Gunner, of all players, in that situation with the Finka. So very, very detrimental, obviously, to Parabellum's overall attack. And, I mean, it got made much, much worse later on when we ended up seeing that flank coming through Gomez as well onto the Twitch inside of Freezer. Now for XSET, 1 round away from being able to claim this inside of regulation, or is going to require overtime for our very first match of the day. Parabellum is going to be making some switches here when it comes to this offensive side, and actually, funny enough, two big things that we haven't seen this game and that we really didn't even talk about when it came to the ban phase. We have just now seen Thatcher for the very first time, and we haven't seen Kaid. No one has played Kaid to lock up hatches or anything of the sort. I mean, we haven't seen Maverick brought, obviously, to get some of these hatches open, but, I mean, it's fairly straightforward when you have the Hibana and things aren't electrified. I mean, Mav's just more of a flex pick at that point with a nice gun and some frag grenades. So it's just kind of a weird situation coming back and forth in between these two. Never seen those really utilized, but in fact, we will have that Thatcher like we were talking about before inside of at least this round.
A little bit unfortunate for Gomez. I think he takes a half of a shotgun chunk or two while Kino was trying to set things up. Probably wishing he picked that Thunderbird now, considering that he's lost about a third of his HP, but we'll have to see how the laser gates fare out for the XSET roster here, as PB has also brought a little wrinkle into their attacking strategy. So we're going to see the Amaru hop in, potentially come out from Gunnar at some point during this round. So obviously he's brought the utility to do so. Considering he is also secondary hard breach, though, may want to hold that off for a few moments until the team has appropriate positioning, either towards walk-in or somewhere else on the map, to actually go for that play. In fact, no, never mind. Gunnar is going to be in charge of opening up the attic, so he'll use both of the can openers to do that, and then probably hop out of the tower window.
Parabellum won't be able to take big tower control. Eska working his way in through Armory towards the top of the stairwell. Be able to get rid of the default cam. Yaga's got the cross here, so he'll advise if he goes for the swing. They should know it's open, as it's been open practically every single time that XSET plays this. Free Fire's coming out. Eska utilizing his shoulder quite well there. You can see those bullets practically traveling right past his ear. So quite a scary affair there just for a split second, as Yaga moments away from being able to take first blood yet again inside of this matchup. Blaz will be able to, at a minimum, get rid of the positioning around the master closet. Be very nice for him. Petroso here from Yaga could kill, but more than likely doesn't have any info to influence this situation, as he's starting to get collapsed upon, especially from this attic position of Gunnar. But he's aware of it. He knows that there's two openings in, and he's going to get double stunned here. No picks just yet, but this timer continually dwindles.
Gunnar gonna be able to make the first entry going here as Parabellum's execute is working out flawlessly right now. Penguin scoring a second kill. Blaz trying to work his way up through white stairs, and now gonna catch the rotate from Yaga as well. XSET just cannot maintain in their defensive setup, but it's gonna be a flawless round from Parabellum to push them over the edge and into overtime.
Very, very well done from Parabellum, as there's so many different angles being utilized on that attack. And this is something that we did not see out of XSET, John. I'd like to call back to what we saw with their Dorms offense. Very one-dimensional, white stairs, big window, nothing else. What's the difference that we saw there with Parabellum's attack, though? We have trophy, we have attic, we have white stairs, we have big window. We have literally everything. If you want to try and challenge an angle, there's somebody occupying that, and they really, really want to kill you. So, like, for XSET, in a situation like that, especially when the first pick doesn't go your way, Parabellum can continue to bowl you over. Every single time you try and take that challenge and come back into the round, Parabellum are just getting that much more of a lead because you're giving more bodies over. XSET just not really having the denial in the way that they needed to on a setup like that from Parabellum, and it just left them in a pretty bad situation. And fortunately enough for them, they are going to have the majority of the defenses when it comes to overtime, so they'll have some chances to right their wrongs. And it's going to all start in the basement here, with Parabellum applying their own pretty unique setup, at least initially, before switching off to what we've been seeing a majority of the time.
Kool-Aid's a liar in the meanwhile. Said he was bringing the glass out in the
They're
chat.
always liars,
Hot
John.
swapped it over to the Hibana. How dare he speak a mistruth to his opponents. XSET, doubt they're going to fall for that, so not going to be too big of an issue for them there. And on top of that, too, we did have a Ying initially selected here for Penguin. He has since swapped that as well over towards the Maverick, so again, we've got a pretty straightforward attacker lineup here to be able to approach the basement. What we don't have is a pretty straightforward opener. Yaga standing right out in the opening of the yellow hallway, takes down the first member of Parabellum. The troubles for our attackers don't stop there either, as another member of the squad also falls, I believe, trying to push towards Kitchen, and Gomez catching the lurk from Gunnar to finally get this trade going. It does not pan out. Gomez gets the LMAO in the chat. Spirit shuts out Penguin trying to approach the basement relatively quickly as well, and that's now left Kool-Aid very, very lonely on his own here on the first floor.
Yeah, that's a really cool flawless round you had there. Is it? Do you mind? Can I borrow that for a second?
Do you mind if we just steal one of those?
I'll have one of those too. Costco, right? Got good prices? That's what I heard. Well, Kool-Aid, I would love to commentate this, but I really don't know what's going to happen for you here.
More than likely, he's going to peak and die if I had to take a wild guess.
Oh, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll have to see if it works out for him.
I took a really safe bet there.
Yeah, well, he does have stuns. He's got that going for him.
He really wants to wait for this peak.
He's like, dude, my favorite thing, look at Gunner in the camera right now. Gunner just has his hands under the desk and he's like, I don't think this is going anywhere. Unfortunate circumstances there for Parabellum as it's the pick show. Or, I mean, you could really say the gun show for XSET inside of the opener there. They take the first round of overtime and are trying to make this pretty lickety-split at the end of the day.
Yeah, they win it quickly, too, as that round is pretty much decided within the first 30 seconds to a minute of play. Parabellum not giving themselves even a chance to bring it back, unfortunately, as they double, if not triple down on the initial 2 losses, trying to make up the difference, and it just does not pay out. They're also going to go for a basement defense here, as obviously we're in overtime, so the sides are going to switch every round now. XSET does have the inherent advantage, quote-unquote, of having the 2 defensive-sided rounds here, so they're going back to it after this round, if they even need it, however, as they can, of course, close it down here at 8-6 by winning this attack.
They can indeed, and not only that, but they've brought quite a few frag grenades and the Lion yet again in order to assist with this. There's not going to be any mutes on the defense, so they won't be able to utilize those around some of the positioning for some of these anchors, but, you know, as we've talked about previously on the desk, not exactly the best way to use mute. It's just one of the ways that you definitely can if you have an overabundance of denial. Otherwise, you're going to usually see mute jammers around areas to try and deny drones or potentially a wall. That's kind of like the last thing you're going to see mute brought for. No one's just going to bring him as a direct counter to line and be like, all right, it's the only reason that we're bringing mute. But past that, though, Parabellum are out and ready here for XSET's arrival onto the building. Everything already battened down and prepared for war as Penguin will re-enter the mid-floor, but he'll quickly skimper off back into the basement. The most forward player at the moment would have been Gunner if he maintained his position at the top of the stairwell, but he'll fall off as well, end up barricading that up. You can see that XSET trying to dot their I's and cross their T's as they'll even clear out small tower, John. One that we see overlooked quite often when it comes to clears, but they're making sure there's not a single crook nor cranny that Parabellum can fit themselves into.
So PB not going to even be going for that realistically on this round. You can see that they've pretty much resumed just a normal bunker setup for the most part. Maybe a little bit of pressure on backstairs, but that is about it. So XSET will have a lot of freedom to play out here. However, they're not going to take a chance on potentially allowing a member of Parabellum to sneak into one of those nooks and crannies that Stokes was mentioning there. So definitely make sure they check through everything, and with the relatively reserved PB style of play, it shouldn't take too long to check through all of that, as they pretty much have completed that task already. Just need to check out the rest of the top tower, and then they'll probably be good to start descending, or at least opening up the pathways to descend into the basement.
XSET continually doing the hard man's work, opening up these hatches, the boring part of playing Oregon, and soon enough we'll be on the shores of Parabellum as they await them in the basement. Spirits will work his way down big tower stairs. He'll be able to get rid of some barbed wire with his Gun 6 and has a frag grenade in his pocket that he'll cook up quite nicely, about a medium rare, but it doesn't matter. The ADS will catch that up, and the secondary nade should destroy said ADS, and it will. Drone will confirm Eska's position, but that's a dead Kino in the process as the Nitro Cell goes wide. Gomez with a frag grenade. He's going to try and pour that deep into elbow. It's not going to really do too much to the positioning of these members just yet. Can he get rid of the deployable shield? He can, so he'll try and propel himself forward. Almost has a frag, almost has quite a few frags actually, but Gomez, he simply tags a few members up. That's about it. Spirits will try and work his way down now as well, as XSET, they've gotten the position around pillars, but they haven't been able to find themselves a kill.
Yeah, PB have so many harsh cutoffs here that the second XSET try to swing too far to the left or right, they're going to have to take a duel versus them. We can see this now from Blaz's POV. Penguin has been lost, I believe, closer towards either Freezer or Constructions. That'll open up a partial pathway for the members of XSET to work their way in there. Away from that, though, they still need to find a safer path forward, because here's the problem. They don't have the easy way to clear out the second player inside of Freezer. Another member is going to go down here. This time it's going to be Defender, though. Kool-Aid falls to Gomez. 19 seconds are left for the attackers to pierce the veil here, and they've got it on an even 3v3, but not any longer with Gunnar having gone down. Eska trades it right back, though. Brings out Gomez from the fight, and then after swinging around, gets a second one against Yaga. Diaz is the the only one remaining here against the 1v2. Well, we were going to cut out a little bit early there. It still ends up going into PB's favor as they tie us up there at 7-7.
I mean, they were so confident in it that Gunnar was already speaking. He was already talking to the other bench. He was like, it's wraps. You can't get this anymore. I mean, it was quite close as well, but it really wouldn't matter at the end of the day, obviously, as if you do grab that case, you can at least potentially place it down, going down to that 0-0 marker. So, XSET not able to make the most grand of stands when it comes to their offense, as Parabellum play so very close to the chest, and it works out for them. I mean, it was quite scrappy at the end of the day. A lot of very close quarters moves, especially with some of their teammates that could have ended up body blocking them into some angles or things along those lines. A lot to worry about, but you can just see how far along Parabellum has come inside of the last month and a half since we saw them in Stage 1. This newfound roster for Pre-B, at least with the 2 new pickups, they're looking so very solid up against these kind of teams, especially teams like XSET, where, you know, it's sometimes just pure unadulterated aggression, and they are just trying to fight you in every sense of the term. Parabellum can do that. They can do strategy. They can do a nice little fusion of both. You know, they got a lot of different flavors, you know. It's really nice. It's almost like an ice cream shop during the week, right? You just got like 7 different daily flavors that you can go for. And that's really the way they look, you can look at Parabellum, is that they can play a lot of different strategies, and it works quite well for them. We'll see if it can continue to work, though, as XSET are down for the very last time on defense, the top floor defense. They'll be holding things inside of this mid floor, at least for security's sake here, for quite some time.
Do or die time for Parabellum on the assaulting side of this map as well, so a lot of work cut out for them. And even beyond that, XSET with the upstairs hold, still a confident site to play into. Let's see how Parabellum will at least try to go for their initial clear. Fairly tepid amount of drone intel kind of trickling in for them at the moment, but not anything actionable at this point in the round. Interesting extension there for XSET too to go over towards Arsenal. This is an area of the map where we've seen Parabellum try to take their initial control towards, although it's not going to be happening on this round. Much bigger priorities. We see a deep EMP thrown out there from Penguin. Much bigger priority clearing out the master bedroom area, and it should work out quite well for them. Gunnar as well already does have an opening into attic, so he's going to be a little cautious of that, playing up top here with the Amaro just to make sure no one tries to go for a rotate in that area.
Slow and steady for both of these teams. No one wanted to be the first one to make a mistake. XSET playing this pretty close to the actual site at the current moment, allowing Parabellum to start taking control of Trophy as well as Master. Kool-Aid being able to confirm that really nothing happening around games either, so Penguin will EMP to try and free up this single panel. We'll see if they try and breach this, but as of right now, they just have to worry about these deep set XSET numbers as well as Yaga inside of attic. Yaga being the big piece of the puzzle here that if they potentially stop, we just went out the round outright with a games plan. We'll take down Gomez, gonna be a big piece of the puzzle here, and Kino will go down as well. Yaga, your number's been called up, my friend. It's time to do the dirty work. Otherwise, XSET will lose to Parabellum. Penguin, he's gonna end up getting lit up, but it's actually Spirits with a nice move, and he'll drop off from sight. Yaga won't be able to win out his gunfights. Eska, I believe he's taking down Spirits as well. It's all down to Diaz with just the EBR. He'll be able to get one, but it's gonna be a push from behind, and Parabellum takes the game. Jesse J. Chick, eat your heart out as the Canadians take it.
Just rude to Jesse there to go right
he
towards
deserves
that.
it.
But what a massive victory here for Parabellum today. You can see, you can feel it to an extent here. The palpable on stage over in Vegas is certainly something to be respected here now as Parabellum get a massive dub today versus XSET, taking it all the way to the bitter end of overtime here. 8-7 is the way the score ends up developing into their favor. Doesn't mean they're going to get 2 points for this game. XSET is not going to go home empty-handed either. They'll still get a point here in the division standings as a result of them making it to overtime at least.
Well, if there's something that I've learned in life, John, it's 2 things. Number 1, you never fight a man with a perm. Number 2, you never fight a man that's wearing flowers. And that's exactly what we just saw. Parabellum, the jerseys, that's really where all this power is coming from, right? It has to be. I mean, no, this squad, especially with Blazin and Gunnar, I mean, the way that they can enact themselves upon the map and take some of these really hotly contested gunfights and do it in such a convincing way, it's made it to where this team can really play with some pretty hot strategy, excuse me, like we'd been talking about previously. I'm very, very happy with what we've been seeing with Parabellum, and I guarantee you that they are happy with how this stage is going. But folks, that's going to do it for our very first game. Do not touch your browser. We'll be back very, very soon with the analyst desk and breaking things down with this game and an interview. We'll see you soon.
All right, that is how we like to start the week at NAL. A super close match, a little bit of an upset, not that much of one, but 8-7 victory for Parabellum. Pretty sick. I mean, not for our analysts who both predicted XSET, but, you know, pretty sick map to watch.
Sam gets to be right. His prediction streak is actually insane right now. I'm a little jealous of how well he's doing so far.
I appreciate anytime this man gets put on blast for any reason, so keep doing that.
You predicted the same team as me.
That's true, but
you were
also
on blast for the same reason.
Yeah, but you got called out and I didn't.
It is a North American league, but we got, you know, Canada and NA, of course, like Canada and America, right? So, you know, apparently
he will forever be
a close game.
I think
it's a close game.
You know what? Jesse Chick's an analyst. He is Canadian, but he is an analyst first and foremost, right? When it comes to the desk. You got to predict him when you see him, right?
Do we truly set our nationalities aside for this? Is that how it works?
Of course.
I've never been biased, ever.
How do you think Hap feels on the EUL desk being the only non-Brit there that's not Milos? Poor Hap.
We'll have to ask him. Either way, as we wait for the interview to get set up, let's break down that match just a little bit here. So, what was it that really kind of put Parabellum over the top? I mean, there were a couple missteps here and there. They had some tricky executions that they didn't quite pull off. But in the end, I mean, was it just gunplay? Was it just XSET missteps a little bit? What do you think it was?
I mean, I thought that overtime was not great from XSET. Obviously, they won the round 13, but then 14 and 15, I don't know. It felt like things were getting a little bit sloppy for them. We started with the laundry attack, and it looked very similar to round number 1. Parabellum were very clumped up inside the site, and back in round 1, all the way at the start of the game, we saw XSET really punish that. They were getting a lot of swings. They were punishing the angles and the ground that they were able to take for free. But unfortunately, this time it just didn't seem to work out for them. And then round 15 as well. I just didn't love some of those swings on the site.
Well, we'll get more into that a little bit later. But now we have Gunnar standing by in Vegas to chat with us after that series. Gunnar, over there, congratulations, first of all, on the win, but also congrats on jumping all the way up to NAL from T3. Here you are, and you're making a big impact already. What's the biggest adjustment you've had to make coming into the NAL as a player?
I mean, I guess just like the environment. Like, I haven't played like players like this good like ever. Like, I mean, there's been like here and there, but like for the most part, like I'm just like beating up on little kids in T3, and then I get out here and like I get smoked. I'm like, oh my gosh. But like I think land is just like once I like fully got it, like it's just so like smooth and just like it just makes the game so much more like fun, and just like trash talking everyone after it went around. Like,
yes, sir.
I just got here and like I'm already beating all these teams. Like
doesn't get any better.
So I mean, Gunnar, you came right from T3, right? You didn't have to play in any Challenger League games. So how was it that Parabellum discovered you? How did you link up with this team, and who was it on that squad that like gave you a chance, brought you up, and what was the process like jumping onto PB?
It's funny, like I was just in the middle of a ranked game, and my old team, because like me and Kool-Aid, we won CCS together in T3. Like he was my teammate for a long time. Like we've always been like really good friends, and like I didn't know they were making any moves or anything. He just DMs me. He's like, yo, you available this weekend? I'm like, yeah. Why? He goes, don't worry about it. Like, okay. And then like 5 minutes later, the coach DMs me and like asked me to get in the call, and like that's when they like asked me to try out. But like it just happened like literally out of nowhere. Like
wow,
I wasn't expecting it. Yeah, that's how it came up.
So obviously, like your reputation, like from T3, obviously precedes you. But do you like the way that you're being utilized on this team? It's been a lot of line, it's seemingly a lot like some flank watch positions, like so to speak. But that first game where you were playing Nook, the crazy play at the very beginning, and then a lot more Finka play as today has progressed. How do you think you're fitting in with this team, and do you like it so far?
I think this is like, because like for a while, like I mean, I always used to play like Sledge and everything like T3, like so like I've always been like even when I played Sledge, like I was more of an entry, but like the way like I'm utilized on this team, it's like just go kill. So like if I'm online, it's not like I'm sitting there on a cam like holding people. Like I'm online for like a purpose. Like if that's to hold someone, fall back and then push in, or if that's to hit the button and go crazy inside. Like that's our line. Like but yeah, I mean I love it. Like Blaz goes in, shoots people, I walk in behind him and pick up the scraps. So like it's really fun.
Nice. Well, hey, it's certainly working out pretty well so far. But thanks for taking the time to sit down and chat with us, and good luck in your game tomorrow.
Thank you. You guys have a good one.
He's killing it, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's literally killing it.
It's great to see players like that just coming up out of T3, you know, not even just skipping Challenger altogether and then making such a huge impact right away. And it seems like a big part of that is just the synergy he has with the players. Like he said, you know, a lot of experience with Kool-Aid in the past, and they just gave him a call and they're like, hey, you want to play in NAL? And he's like, sure. It's working out so well. And the thing is, it was a close one, but a win is a win is a win. Parabellum taking down XSET 8-7.
It's a great judgment call from Parabellum to pick him up, and you can see that 6 opening kills from Gunnar.
Yeah.
That's almost half the rounds that we had so far, because it was a 15-round series, right? So that was a huge benefit to Parabellum. A lot of those coming on the attack. I know he said in that interview that he's following up Blaz sometimes.
Doesn't look like it.
In this game, he was out front quite often, and I think he did a fantastic job there, of course, in the scoreboard. Blaz following him up as well. 14 kills just behind 15. They both had great days.
They're a damn good tandem. The two of them working together like this is something like it's special, but it's again surprising that we've seen this level of maturity kind of happen this quickly between the two of them. Gunnar now one of the only players that now, I think, is the first player to eclipse 40 kills, and he did it over 3 games.
Wow.
If he's on pace for something like this, where he's able to collect 14 to 15 kills a game, Homie's going to be looking to break some kind of record like once we get closer to the very end of it, because we're now a third of the way through his stage. He's already got 40. What I think Vertical had somewhere in like the realm of like 107 or something last
Something
stage.
like that, yeah.
Gunnar at this pace, Gunnar could get like 120.
Yeah, he's on pace to beat it. We're going to take a look at some replays here from some of the individual rounds. Round 4 was one that went XSET's way. And we got to touch on XSET, of course, because it was a close series. They still did have a lot of great moments.
It still feels like there are times where Parabellum's top defenses don't work out nearly as well as they should. Kino up here, that kill, more specifically on Penguin, was the crazy one. But Gunnar was actually the one up here who tries to defend this vertical position first, and he gets killed rather fast. He gets one trade back, doesn't really do much with it. But now it's a matter of how XSET can utilize this kind of vertical positioning against Parabellum. All it takes is like 1 or 2 decent drop downs at this point to really to force him out of position. But Kino goes nuts. He goes upstairs, grabs those 2 attic frags as soon as the control's already been established, and Blaz isn't able to stave this off. I thought this was winnable from the back, because while we were watching it, it looked like you might be able to rotate and get both players here, but XSET do a really good job dominating top floor control, understanding the exact moment to push, and Parabellum in that moment feel like if they defend top floor for even another 20 seconds, XSET wouldn't have been able to get that push off.
Wanted to get up right and go for that flank, but Kino shutting it down so well. That was huge from him.
Meanwhile, a little bit later, Parabellum had to really dig deep to kind of stay in it, right? And round 10 was one of those moments. They really needed to kind of take everything they've been practicing, everything they've been building on over the last stage, and then with the 2 new members, and put it into motion here. Otherwise, it was not going to go their way.
Something to be said about teams that just win rounds they shouldn't, and this was such a great one from Parabellum, the way that they're able to clutch this one out. Blaz and Kool-Aid, 2 big personalities, big names on this team in the 2v2. Spirits and Kino have a lot of advantages here. They've got the positioning, they're on defense, they've got still some smokes that they've got to go through, right? Blaz in this box there, and Kino's in such a good position. The planter's right there, but he can't do it. They shut him down. Spirits will be able to take 1 kill here, but now he's in a 1v1. Spirits, with the time advantage, has everything, but with the pings, Kool-Aid is able to move around and get that kill. So beautifully played, the positioning from Kool-Aid, knowing when to get off the plant, when to go for that swing. That was a great 2v2.
Yeah. One of the things that we were talking about a little bit when we were watching this was the fact that, again, Bodega on XSET, been suspended for 12 months. He's not behind the team, supporting them like he normally would be on stage there. How much of an issue do you think that was today? Because I don't believe we saw a timeout from XSET, if I recall correctly. Yeah. And when it gets into those clutch moments, that's where you really want the coach behind you.
I'd say Bodega used those XSET timeouts not when he noticed his team was behind to get them to regroup. He did it when there was a trend that he noticed that he found XSET could exploit really fast. And that feels like the kind of team that XSET were that's exactly what they did. When they called the timeout, sometimes it was even after 2 rounds, Bodega will notice a trend and say, time to just go at this.
That's a good point.
What we saw in this round or in this game was 2 3-3 halves. So there might have been an opportunity if somebody had noticed something to really attack a very specific point. But instead, we get to a point where I'm like, are they going to use this timeout at all? I'm like, maybe they'll use it round 14 if for some reason we need that last round, but they still don't use it, and then their last defense just kind of flounders.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see a tax timeout right after round 14, because it felt like in round 14 they kind of had these problems where they weren't looking the right angles when they were pushing in, they weren't able to find those picks, and then round 15 it just got kind of sloppy, right? I mean, it was the final round, and they had stalls, they had Toxic Babes out to stop the attackers, but they were still going for some wild swings that I wasn't a fan of. And then you take a look at the other side of things, right? And Parabellum actually, I think, used their tax timeout beautifully. It was, of course, right after round number 8. Smitty was able to call that for the squad, and I think that after that point, they started getting a little bit more agile with their attacks. They would switch up where players were going to be pushing from. They'd start one angle, they'd go to the other. It wasn't always working. Laundry was still a tough nut for them to crack, but I feel like on a lot of those other bombs, bomb sites, they were still doing a really good job of adapting their attacks, keeping the defenders off guard, and really pushing in places that allowed them to get a lot of those kind of 2v1s, 3v1 gunfights that eventually won them out with the half.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, overall, I would say XSET still looking like a stronger team than they did in stage 1. You know, that major performance, definitely putting some things into play with that, but Parabellum coming up fast. It is fun to watch. Great first map. Do not go anywhere, though, because we have 4 more maps remaining here at the day of NAL that we've got coming up. It's going to be Spacestation Gaming taking on Beastcoast next, and that'll be coming at you in just a few. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League DOA. Jacob Jesse here with you at the desk as we get ready for Spacestation Gaming versus Beastcoast. And Spacestation Gaming obviously coming off of that huge win over DarkZero, our Charlotte Major champions. Very convincing 7-2, I think it was. It was one-sided. So if you're Beastcoast right now, you got to be shaking in your beastie boots a little bit, I think.
That's one way to put it. Beastcoast on a 4-game losing streak as well. They've yet to find a win this stage and then 2 at the end of last stage, make for 4. It's been a rough one for them. Their attacks have struggled quite a bit so far in this stage, and we haven't really seen them come into full force. A couple of games on Theme Park to start us off in stage 2.
Looking for anything for them to kind of get into where we thought they might be in top 5 contention, because they were
Yeah,
for a little bit of last stage, which made things super interesting. But I'm wondering now if they somehow get into a 3-game skid, if they truly can get up again, because it's a team that has a lot of potential. We keep on mentioning it, but now they've got VODs on them. They don't have the element of surprise, and so far they don't have any wins to show for this stage either.
Potential is like the dirtiest word in sports.
Which is why I don't want to use it.
It means so much, but simultaneously means so little, right?
Right.
It's only the possibility of talent, right? And that's the thing. I feel like we see so many players and teams across not just esports, but any sport, right? And if the potential is there, you know, great, but you can only talk about it for so long. And if Beastcoast has a rough stage 2 after getting so close to the major in stage 1, then I mean, then it goes from potential to like, what do they got to do to get that back again, you know?
I feel like if we're talking about your potential, that's not a good sign, because we would like to be talking about your results, like maybe we have with Space Station.
Yeah, exactly. Space Station Gaming obviously doing quite well their first week, especially with that big win over DarkZero. Let's talk about them a little bit more. Now, Space Station, another team not unlike Beastcoast, honestly, that was very close to making it to the Charlotte Major. Didn't quite get there, but they're back with a vengeance in stage 2.
Yeah, a couple of games that they would have liked to have back. Very possible that they would have been able to make it there to the major, but they didn't. I think Hot and Cold had a great start so far. SSG have in their stage played one good game, really strong over DarkZero, and one kind of poor game against XSET. Hot and Cold 24 and 12. He's been a big star for them, but I like their pushes as well on a couple of these creative rounds.
Yeah, they wanted to try a couple things out here. This was the only time that we saw Sens used for any length of time. Watch both players now coming up white stairs. The Sens is right there with he's being played by Fultz. Rampy goes right up and is trying to cover the Sens, and it gets used to block off this approach directly into the site. You keep on watching Fultz. He's back in kids now, looking for an opportunity to plant at this exact moment. He's got the diversion, but look at all the different players like surrounding him. This is difficult, so you need Hot and Cold to try to hold something here, but watch what happens.
He's just not able to get anything in the 2v3. At this point, the Sens has run out. They'd like to be able to plant Fultz is there. He does have more of those gadgets, but not really in a position to use them. They kind of know where XSET are at, right? They know there's one top white, but here's the big swing that comes through from Spears and takes down Hot and Cold. They end up losing that round. This was the other round that I really liked from SSG. This is a round where they're rocking the Collie, and this is not an operator you see very often, but the Collie's already used her lance to open up this wall. You see Canadian, and then the grenade comes through. The drones were there as well. It was beautifully done. And Collie's so good on this site because there's a couple of different windows. You can play out by the air conditioner, and then you can play that angle that actually opened the wall up. And I think this is a really creative strat from Space Station. No team had really figured this out until this point. So SSG kind of coming up with a cool way to use Collie. That sniper rifle can be difficult at times to find a good area for it, a good circumstance, but SSG found, I think, the perfect moment to rock this operator, and they used it for a beautiful round when Fultz hits a nice shot on a Pamba to start things off. At this point, the pressure still comes through. They just can't win out in the 2v5. So loved that attack from SSG. That was the final round in their second game, and it's those creative ideas that I think have put SSG over the edge in so many of their games in the past.
Here's the thing. Even though they lost to XSET and played at number 1, I went back and I watched that game. There's attacking ingenuity. There's roams that still waste time. It feels like all they have to do is like tighten up maybe some of their defensive vertical play. They have a very deep attacking playbook that was showcased with the Sens play, and they didn't feel like they were ever redoing an attack over and over again. The two that we saw in particular are ones where they'll try an out-of-the-box operator, see if they can't work it into their current system. And in spite of that XSET loss, they still looked relatively good. It's just very minor things with the way XSET play decided to like they couldn't get over that hump. They did it with DarkZero because it doesn't really seem like DZ has changed up too much from the way that they've played back at the Charlotte Major. So this Space Station team overall still looks relatively good in the grand scheme of the NAL standings.
Yeah, their focus coming into this one was fixing and polishing kind of the mid-round and mid-game results, right? When they've put their game plan out there, you know, it's either working or it's not working, and then making the adaptations to either tweak it a little bit to continue having it go well, or to rework it in the middle of things to kind of like give themselves a shot again. And they do look a little bit better at this, but again, it's only 2 games in, you know, they gotta keep it up.
I think the coaching staff has done a great job with Spacestation, kind of creating these, these strategies, but then also helping the team adapt and work with that. Like and Sov and Luke have done a really good job molding this team. The other thing I think they do really, really well is counter-stratting. They really do read their opponents. I think that was very clear in that DarkZero game. DZ did a lot of similar things on border that we saw from them in the major grand finals, and it was clear that SSG was prepared for all of it. Their takes were really strong the couple of times they could in the second half, but even their defenses, they did so well roaming and getting those opening picks, got it in the first 5 rounds in a row. So I thought that was a huge benefit to Spacestation when they were playing against DarkZero and helped them win that map so dominantly.
And a little bit of a boost. Both of the games that they played last week were played online. Now they're back and they have the LAN factor, and they're the ones that have publicly acknowledged the differences between playing online and offline. So the fact that that's not something that they have to worry about, their shots should be able to land. Sky should be far more comfortable in this environment because he was one of the guys who wasn't able to get his shots to really hit in that game against XSET. Hopefully they'll get a little bit of a buff because now they're back here.
Well, speaking of a team that could also use a buff, could also use a little bit more of their shots hitting, let's talk about Beastcoast here. Now, Beastcoast, again, we mentioned earlier, this was a team that was 1 win away potentially from going to Charlotte in stage number 1. They took that big loss against Mirage that seemed to have kind of broken them for that stage. And now here they come in stage number 2, one of our O2 teams, and things are looking very rough for this team.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a tough schedule as well. Like, I know we can't say a whole lot of great things about Beastcoast because they haven't had good results, but they played DarkZero, the major champions. That was always going to be a hard match. Yeah. And then Auction, they did push 5 rounds through. I thought they had some really good rounds to start that off. A lot of huge clutch moments. And I don't think it's all bad for Beastcoast. I feel like you look at some of these players and like Anthony, 5-17 overall. That's less than 1 kill every 4 rounds. He's not been finding the frags too often, but I do think he had some great timing in those clutches early against Oxygen that did win this team a couple of rounds. You look at Drip, who in that last game they played went 2-11. Most deaths and least kills overall in that server, but I still feel like he was doing a great job feeding that information to his team, pinging out some players for the squad so they could clutch up, and still was providing to that information game. And then Sweater as well, a player 2-7 on entry, most opening deaths in the league, but when he survives, he gets a ton of kills. So although the players do have a lot of negatives and a lot of things that they need to work through, I think there are positives that shine through.
I'd say the biggest problem to find an area to criticize Beastcoast on is that they've only played 1 map so far. They played Theme Park twice in both the games from yesterday, and if they had lost on 2 separate ones and maybe it was in like a similar way, I'd have a lot more questions. But here, it's a lot more defined. They lost both of those games in similar ways. Like their roam challenges sometimes took a lot to get going. Like sometimes they'd challenge on like 1 spot or 1 doorway, and they wouldn't fall back much after shooting drones. Round 4 in that game, specifically against DarkZero, is like the only time where it went well, where it felt like they were backtracking into each individual different room. They're doing a really good job of reading the entry because Sweater is still in these entry engagements over and over again, so they understand where attackers are entering a building from, but when it comes to actually responding to it and making something worthwhile...
are those cat ears? All right.
He's not the one who's kidding.
There was a famous League
He
Legends
successfully
team.
made me lose my entire train of thought.
There was a
Congratulations,
famous league team called the Rocks Tigers who were known for wearing like cat ears and rabbit ears for their matches for a while until OGN made them stop, and it worked well for them. They did very well in the booth. So, you know, the thing is, maybe that's the key here too.
Beastcoast have famously a player who calls himself
Don't
Kitten
say it. No,
on the team.
You didn't have to say it.
Not that one, but I guess they're spreading the Kitten power around.
Sure. I mean, it's the beast part, right? This is where the beast and Beastcoast comes in.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm down.
Trying to unleash the beast fully. But let's find out what map it is going to be potentially unleashed on. It's time to see the picks and bans.
Obviously Theme Park, the one that we saw a lot from Beastcoast so far. We start with Skyscraper and Border. Border being banned against SSG. Of course, that's the map that we saw them decimate DarkZero on 7-2. So Beastcoast saw that game last week and they said, no, we don't want to play Border ever again. Skyscraper a permaban for SSG. Bank and Clubhouse going to be the next maps taken out. The Bank ban coming through from SSG. It's one that they lost to Beastcoast last stage, 7-5. So clearly they don't want to repeat that result. They want to take it out of the pool. A very respectful ban against Beastcoast. They don't want to try it again. And then Oregon Theme Park coming through. There's the Theme Park ban from Beastcoast. I'm happy we're seeing this because, again, with a 3-game losing streak, 2 last week and then 1 from stage 1, it has not been a successful map for them.
So these last couple here are maps that We've not seen either team play in a considerable amount of time, which should make this one interesting. It's just a matter of which one we end up hitting for. It's Cafe, Villa, and Chalet as our last couple. Spacestation in particular have not played Villa over the past 3 months. Exact same thing with Beastcoast on Cafe. So we're back on Chalet, which is a map that back when Beastcoast were still trying to figure things out last year, they would try over and over again. As far as Spacestation is concerned, they've tried it once in the past 3 months, have yet to get anything substantial on it. So this is like a really, really old proving ground for both teams that you're also seeing here. Spacestation will get attacking half on, so we'll see if they swing an advantage here early.
Spacestation Gaming, a 3-map losing streak on Chalet, losing to MIBR and Na'Vi back at the 6th Invitational before coming home and dropping it to the Soniqs on Playday 8.
All right, well, there you go. We're going to Chalet, and so the question is now, what will the predictions be? I feel like this one's going to be a little bit easy to predict, but you never know. I mean, there is upset potential, of course. So Beastcoast can be explosive. The question is, will they explode the other team or themselves? That seems to be kind of the point of contention this stage. But let's find out what our casters think first. Blue and Stokes are sitting by, not standing by. They get to sit at their desk, which is kind of nice. You comfortable over there?
Very.
All right, that's good. You comfortable with your picks as well?
I'm going to come yoink that chair so I have a bar stool back here.
Yeah, I mean, this one's unfortunately pretty straightforward at the end of the day, just looking at the results from both teams recently. SSG, yeah, they had that poor start to things in their game one, but they pretty much immediately rebound on the next game, so I'm not too worried about them. Beastcoast really haven't seen anything super convincing from them so far this stage, still struggling with a lot of the same things we were seeing in stage one, so I gotta swing my vote this time over towards Spacestation.
All right. Stokes, what do you think?
I got to throw my dart towards Spacestation as well. I think they're looking too solid after that border game, and really, I don't think Beast Coast is going to be able to take anything away from them inside of this matchup, so fairly straightforward affair.
Yep, I think short and sweet, which is kind of what we expected. 2 votes for Spacestation. We'll send it back to the casters in just a moment, but now it's time to find out what our analysts think. Spacestation?
I mean, I have a new pick philosophy, whereas I just copy Stokes. So I will go Spacestation Gaming as well.
Keep digging yourself a hole, man. Do what you gotta do.
Are you gonna pick Beast Coast though?
I just love the fact that he's intentionally like linking all of his predictions to what Stokes says now, so that if one of them dies, the other one dies with them. That's just.
It's not. You're not gonna ever be able to get ahead of Stokes' predictions by doing that.
Okay, well Stokes isn't on. It doesn't cast every game, so the games that he doesn't cast, I can leap
We're
ahead.
here every game.
He still predicts though.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah. I can't copy him because I don't get to hear what he says.
That's true. That's true.
Right, so that's where I'll make my big brain leap.
Space Station! Stop talking.
Right.
Space Station. Yes, I'm taking them, yes.
Let's see what the coin says. It's going to be heads, Space Station, tails, Beast Coast here on our sub coin. But, you know, it works, so.
It's not the real coin.
Got the first one, right?
It did, yeah. It did pick Parabellum. This time it picks, heads. Pick Space Station. There you go.
What are the odds the sub coin is better than the actual
Space Station
coin?
Gaming. There you go. Well, now let's find out what you, the viewers at home, think. What did the community poll say? Space Station Gaming.
We've had a couple. One of these days, all 5 of the main predictors are going to pick one team, and then the fan vote will be the inverse. For some reason, we don't understand.
It'll probably be a TSM matchup.
Yes.
You might be right.
It'll probably be that, yeah. Well, there you go. That is our predictions. Everybody going with Space Station. Now let's find out what the community poll is before this round. The question you will have to mull over is, who the harder hitting trash talker? Rampy or Drip?
Who the
harder hitting trash? Well, we'll work on our grammar.
It's a good one, though.
Don't worry about it. I wrote that one. That's why. No, I actually didn't. But I'll take credit. I'll take the fall for it. That's what the host has to do sometimes. It's all resting on my shoulders. That's right. Well,
good guy, Dylan.
There you go. Something to think about as we get into this next map: Space Station versus Beast Coast. Can Beast Coast rise up and finally get a win here in stage 1, or is Space Station Gaming going to keep their momentum going? Find out when NAL returns in just a few.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me.
Skies, and this is the NAL.
Of the day here is we're going to be having Spacestation Gaming going up against their opponents here in this matchup in Beastcoast. Bound to be a good game. Beastcoast has some work to do. They're looking to set a new record here today in this matchup.
What kind of record?
First player to win with cat ears on. I have to see how it goes for Sweater and the rest of Beastcoast, as definitely an interesting outfit for Sweater here today, and we'll have to see if it boosts the team's morale as well as bring some good times for the squad as they get themselves into it. Spacestation, though, are on a bit of a heater at the moment. Didn't start that way, though, as we mentioned on our previous segment. The first game they played this stage was a little bit discouraging, at least for me looking at them. However, on day 2, literally 24 hours later, they bounced back with a vengeance and shut down DarkZero, most recent major champions, of course, for those who are unaware, 7-2.
Yeah, on Border, which is exactly why we're going to see immediately banned inside of the ban phase here for the map pick. And we're actually going to end up resting on Chalet, which could be quite the interesting affair in between these two. I'll be honest with you, it was kind of up in the air in my mind as to what happened here on Chalet, mostly because Beastcoast is so hit or miss. Sometimes they are hot to trot, and when they are hot to trot, they are a force to be reckoned with, especially on a map like Chalet where they can play so loosey-goosey. We'll have to see what Spacestation can potentially do. Extremely dominant last week when it came to some of the close quarters fights, as well as the overall strategy that they had on the defensive end and what was in store for DarkZero. Could have more of that in the tank here for Beastcoast today, but also could be trying some things up against one of the weaker opponents here inside of the NAL.
Now, we've been talking a lot of negatives about the Beastcoast roster, and there's still some positives that have come out of the first 2 games of the stage for them, mainly in the form of Surf, who's been by far the most consistent member of this roster and has continued to become that player throughout the 2 games they have played out. The big issue, though, is that the entry game is really hit or miss right now for their attacking side. So considering that, the problem is since Surf is not usually contributing to that entry game, oftentimes Beastcoast is left in a position where they kind of need Surf to pull out some crazy play or something like that, but he's just not really prepped to properly do so because the entry game has failed to make their impact known. So we'll see if there's going to be an improvement on that in the matchup today. It looked good in game 1. The more recent game, though, it was shut down a bit more proficiently, so going to be looking to unleash that yet again, and there may be a very good chance for them to do so on Chalet for the reasons that Sam was mentioning. This is a bit more of a free-flowing map, a lot more room for roamers to negotiate, for attackers to find those interesting insertion points where they can find a cutoff or something like that. Lots of opportunities for Beastcoast to go crazy here today, so we're going to see if they'll be allowed to go crazy enough to best Spacestation here, like I said before, are looking very strong right now, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if anything, the matchup that we have on our hands as of right now is more what can Beastcoast do against SSG and not how is SSG going to go about winning this game. You know, I really think that Beastcoast has an opportunity to, I mean, at a minimum, push us to overtime here. It's really just what version of Beastcoast are we going to get. Luckily enough, we're not too far off from getting into the map here, folks, as Chalet boots up right now. Beastcoast versus Spacestation Gaming in a beautiful wintry snowland here inside of the mountains. It's bound to be a pretty strong affair for both of these squads. Hopefully, we get the greatest form of Beastcoast that we've seen so far here inside of the NAL for Stage 2. If not, SSG more than likely taking this, but it all starts inside of the ban phase. What is Beastcoast looking to get rid of? It's going to be the Nook. We've seen just how influential she can be on maps like Chalet, so no wonder she will be removed.
Yep, so she's going to be knocked out initially. Second ban coming up pretty much right away, and that's a fun one from SSG. They're going to knock out Twitch. We have been seeing a lot of Twitch picks to kind of bolster the entry game to an extent. They're on that F2. And let's be honest, the drone's been getting quite a bit of useful play here, being able to knock out a few pieces of utility, so we are going to see that knocked out. Not for the drone, but definitely for the kind of comfortability factor that a lot of players will have on it. Valkyrie will be kind of similar, but her utility is actually way more universally useful, even with the nerfs that were thrown onto her a few months ago, so she's going to be removed. And Azami, obviously the newest operator on the block, still way too powerful to be managed in a lot of situations, especially here because of how it can bolster that library extension we see defenders often go towards, so she's going to be yeeted out as well.
Yeah, when Newers was talking about her inside of week 1, and he said it inside of his interview that she's probably going to be the most banned defender now, he was not lying.
Oh,
that was not a joke. That was not a, oh, haha,
it was
the new operator is kind of crazy.
It was basically feel like she either becomes Smoke, where teams are like always picking her in most situations, or she becomes like Mira, which is banned out 90% of the time, pretty much.
Yeah, and it's going to present a pretty interesting wrinkle for the defensive side meta overall for a lot of these maps. Because if you end up banning Azami, it leaves open something that everyone has been banning for, I'm not even joking, probably 5 years. The entire time that the ban phase has been out, Mira has been the most banned defender every single year. Every year, there has not been a single time where Mira was not the most banned defender. So now we're at this weird moment where we could see Mira starting to work her way back into these plays a lot more on the defensive end, which could open up a lot of different ways to play these maps. Chalet, obviously one where we see Mira quite often when it comes to her play whenever she's open. Not going to be around the very first defensive setup, but definitely something to notate while you're watching Siege throughout the next couple of months and so on. So now for Spacestation, they will be out and about. Most of the team starting off on the east side, just trying to take Ego Balcony and start setting up for this top floor execute.
The rest of SSG forming up for that now, but still very slowly built up here. The first 30 seconds used almost entirely just to position the players and set up drone utility. Looks like it might be a quick swing afterwards, though, as Houghton is actually going to be throwing a few of the Candelas onto the inside of their first entry point. They'll use this to swing forward quite aggressively. It'll work out to a good extent here. Bosco will take a little bit of damage, but nothing to worry about in the long run of things. As they do have the Finka, so they can pretty quickly bolster his HP back up to nearly full or at full itself. Surf is going to try to line up a flank for himself. You can notice from the silhouettes, there's going to be a member of Beastcoast potentially trying to get into the way of that. So Surf will not have an easy time progressing towards that, just like how SSG is going to have a much more difficult time moving their attack further beyond past the point it's at right now. And they've taken the top-down control, but they now need to make that transition onto the first floor.
Big issue now, Beastcoast has no way to fend off any of this top take. Both Nitro Cells are out. Only way they can potentially do this is hitting some nice shots, and Sweater will lead us off. So he'll take down Skies. That's going to be the Sledge gun, and also the drone starting to get eaten up by Beastcoast as well. But luckily enough for SSG, they already have a very, very big part of this puzzle. Bosco will take down Slash as well, so at least get the equalizer to continue to try and hold this flank and work their verticality. Still plenty of time left in this round for both of these squads. Beastcoast only starting to shoot back though, as they'll claim yet another life, but it's been the equalizer yet again for Space Station as they continually find these bodies. It's getting whipped back and forth across this map. Space Station trying to find a different entry point. It looks like they want to try and adjust down to Big Garage and try and work their way up West Main. Rampy's going to hit a big nade though. He's going to take down Trip, and that's going to leave Surf and Sweater, who should be dead at a moment's notice, last alive here inside of this situation. That's going to be a free Sweater. It's going to be down to Surf inside of a 3 versus 1, which SSG will handle quite quickly. It's going to be a Space Station round here on Chalet.
So Space Station able to negotiate the initial control needed here to get themselves onto the board off of the rip. They'll take control of the 1-0 advantage for themselves. Where will Beastcoast try to take it, though? Do they stay in the same neighborhood? Do they attempt to try and go for the same site play back down on the first floor, or are they going to shift it? Looks like it'll be the latter of those two, as we do have a basement pick being flirted with at the moment while we get through the pick phase.
Yes, indeed. Not too much of a change up here from Space Station, and why would you? You basically have the entire toolkit along for the ride in every capacity to try and get your way into sight. The big thing about Space Station's setup here is Hibana. You might want to end up changing out that hard breach. We might see that come through as Skies is going to bring the buck. Bit of the secondary hard breach here as well, and that's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that Thermite coming in. We're not dealing with hatches here, folks. We're dealing with walls, and that's way, way more of a job for Thermite than it is for Hibana, our hatch queen. As well, it's for a bunch of different reasons. Obviously, the hole that Hibana makes isn't very large, and secondly, she's got the longest fuse time out of all of the hard breachers. Thermite having the shortest one and also making the largest hole, so definitely want to try and go with him so they can get some more presence on site. Don't have to deal with those tiny little X-Kairos. Just bringing some more things along for the ride in order to assist. Instead of bringing the secondary hard breach for Skies, they brought additional burn for him, and they brought in Hot and Cold on the Maverick just to make sure that no matter what happens, they at least have some form of an angle into the actual site through these reinforcements.
SSG still keeping their reputation alive of being the team that probably still making the most active use out of the repick there, especially with that most recent play. We saw to repick all 4 out of 5 operators, everybody except Rampy because he's on Finka, and that kind of goes without saying why you want to leave a Finka in your roster at this point. Rampy, though, still going to be slow to clear things out on the inside of the car garage, just watching out to make sure there's not going to be any top-downs thrown out against him. Anthony as well will still be venturing around the map at this point, too, to try and see if he can catch some early hop-ins through Solarium or another part of this map, but not to be found. And he'll eventually fall back through the hatch and take up basement positioning also.
It's going to be practically the first minute off the board. We're still going to have Sweater on an extended hold upstairs inside of Master. Don't know if he has any impacts on hand at the current moment. No, he's got Bulletproof instead, so he won't be able to utilize the Master hatch to get down towards Kitchen and try and drop off that way. We'll have to try and take more of a straightforward avenue. Frag grenades out, Exothermic down, and a big hole coming right up here for the Thermite. As Spoltz is already set up with the Osa, but unfortunately enough, Drips on top of it. He'll be able to get rid of the initial exothermic charge, making things a little bit more complex here for SSG. Surf potentially looking for the swing here. That's that M590 out, getting dangerously close to this door at the current moment. You can see how SSG is trying to rest on their morals at the current moment. Be a stun in, Exothermic out yet again, but the Electro Claw, nobody watching to make sure that this won't happen yet again. And Drip, with the exact same Electro Claw as previously, eats up that second charge, and now SSG are dead in the water.
They do have the Maverick, but there's absolutely zero time to properly Maverick out that wall and open up the angle they would have needed. So they're going to have to try and brute force it. Sweater ready for the challenge, though, as he's able to pick up his second kill on the game so far, knocking out another member of this attacking roster, bringing them down to only 4 here. You can see more and more members of this team starting to get more and more adventurous, too, because they know that wall has been denied, and SSG are going to be struggling to try and find a way to get into the site. So that means these defenders can activate a little bit, get themselves a bit more aggressive, and get ready to immediately shut down the swing whenever it eventually comes to bear. Houghton, though, is still allowed to swing freely through over towards main stairs here and work his way down into the snowmobile garage. This is going to be the only one to do so, however, is Rust of the Pressure going to be trying to funnel in through the wine door. It just gets absolutely shut down. Beastcoast with 3 kills in under a second, and the 4th player that you saw roaming over towards main stairs being dealt with fairly quickly also.
Super harsh utility around there for SSG. Big thing there being they only have 2 frag grenades when it comes to that side of the map. They had the option to try and bring more on the Maverick, but that wasn't Houghton's job. Houghton's job was to torch up the snowmobile garage and try and hold angle so that they can't rotate out of Winestock or Connector, or even try and come down blue depending on which angle he's holding at the current moment. But he brought Claymores that round to make sure that nobody could jump out on any of the windows upstairs. You know, think things like library balcony or the balcony directly above the garage. All that's very dangerous for somebody playing by themselves over there. So you really can't get on Houghton for playing out his situation over there properly. It was just down to Spacestation not bringing enough utility and just not utilizing things in quick enough succession to actually get past that Electro Claw. It was very well utilized by Drip, I do believe I'm remembering correctly, to actually end up locking up that wall twice in a row, because Spacestation just didn't have the utility to try and fend that off. It was very unfortunate, but I mean, sometimes it just comes down to simply a utility play that can work out for you for the rest of the round, and that's what happens to Beastcoast there as they pick up their first.
Attackers are moving. So Beastcoast looking to try and push their advantage one step further. We'll go back to that very same site they played into back in round number 1. It is going to be the kitchen hold for them on this 3rd round for SSG. They're not going to bring anything too crazy to change things up, although there are some slight adjustments. Volts, for instance, bringing the Flores drone in to possibly deal with some of that deeper baked utility a bit more quickly. And aside from that, we've also got the Nomad, which I think is making a new appearance here for the first time on SSG's roster. Houghton will bring that into the fold, and we'll see how that mitigation will potentially help SSG as they try to clear their way down onto the 1st floor. Won't help them in the entry game, though, and won't actually help them throughout the rest of this round. The Nomad will be lost right off the bat. Hot and Cold goes down to a member of Beastcoast.
Sweater keeps fragging like this. I might have to get some cat ears of my
own.
And
he gets the double.
Oh my! It's got to be the collar or something. It's like +5 to luck, I'm sure. Truly incredible stuff that we're witnessing at the current moment as Kitten, aka Sweater, is dismantling Space Station Gaming single-handedly. 5-1. Skies will take down Slash. Still a 2 versus 4 at the end of the day.
Well, this is going to be a hard storyline to describe if we end up with Sweater continuing to dominate throughout this game, but we'll follow it regardless. The Kitteneers seem to have powers. We just have to see how far they will take the members of Beastcoast inside of this game. Skies now looking to try and catch a few rotations on the back end closer towards Bathroom and Solarium, but won't be able to find it. Looks like Beastcoast have given up positioning in that department if they're going to continue to fall back that way. So Skies will be free to put himself directly against this window now. More than likely hop in a moment, but what exactly will him and Bosco even be able to do, as they each need to pick up at least 2 kills here to make this round palatable for themselves. Guys will go for a bit of a Hail Mary nade, will be off the mark, attempts to quickly negotiate himself new positioning over by the old front door. But as you can see, a lot of tracers coming the other way, so it's too much of a risk. He will not go for it and instead reascend back up to the roof.
This is always something I've really appreciated about Sky's play style, his willingness to adapt inside of the moment and make the quick plays. He knows he's not going to get anything around West Main. Bosco's still got to come downstairs and try and contest all of this, so he's quickly going to try and reinsert somewhere else and get some more pressure. Works out beautifully for them as the sledge goes down. Bosco's able to assist, and they'll be able to get themselves a kill. On to serve. It's down to Drip, Sweater, and Anthony, but the time is in their favor. SSG has to do so much here, and not only that, but they only have stuns from Bosco. He's going to have to try and hit his mark with those. Fortunately enough, it's going to be quite easy in that regard. No ADSs, no Wamai discs to try and eat anything up, but Sweater, he's trying to go for the play up blue stairs right now. This may be ill-advised, as it'll give each one of these players an opportunity on site to actually take control. We do have one player of Beastcoast actually downstairs at the current moment as well, so a potential for possibly a Nitro Cell, but no, Nitro Cell down. There's going to be a quad for Sweater at the current moment. He'll get taken down by Skies.
Thank goodness.
Skies more than likely dead, but either way, it's going to be a quad kill and the lead for Beast Coast and Sweater.
Beastcoast, nicely done there. Sweater goes huge, is able to shut down pretty much the entirety of the roster. A quad kill falling behind. That is denied in his attempt to pick up the ace as Sky shuts him down, but still nearly gets the job done all on his lonesome. Beastcoast will have to respect his positioning throughout the rest of this half, and they'll look to try and make up for things now, with Beastcoast moving onwards to the upstairs hold next.
Speaking of respecting things, I think SSG needs to respect Sweater at the current moment. He's playing like the newest member of the Thundercats. This is just incredible what he's been able to produce, especially in that last round. Huge Nitro Cell there. That was the highlight of that one. I mean, if SSG is able to pull a rabbit out of a hat, then maybe they get the round, but even then, you're asking for so much in a situation like that. For Beast Coast at the current moment, able to get quite a few rounds over on Spacestation Gaming, and this is what we've seen from Spacestation. They're very, very good at playing like the most forward version of Rainbow Six Siege. Like the most, you know, this is the line, this is how you're going to play this kind of situation. When things start to get out in kind of theory land, that's where SSG kind of starts losing a grip as to what's happening inside of these rounds, and some teams can surprise them. It's definitely not something that is detrimental to SSG. They can definitely deal with it, but anytime that we see them in a game like this, it's always very hard fought.
Castle Barricade going to be pre-hit there a little bit just to allow for the defenders to more aggressively swing out from it should they need to. So that'll be played, I think, inside of that connecting room on stairs next to the bar site. So a lot of play potential showing up there for the Beast Coast player that'll sit behind it. That'll be Sweater more than likely trying to play from that position. He'll actually move away from it though, as he'll be taking up a different partition of the map. And in the meanwhile, we will continue to see the members of SSG also start to try and bout for their initial bit of library control here that Surf will attempt to get in the way. I'm not going to be alone either. I do believe he's got the one additional player supporting him from Connector, so we'll be keeping an eye on that as he tries to see if there's anything on repels or just in the corner of these windows to shoot at, but won't be finding it this early on in the round, unfortunately.
SSG's made a couple of adjustments inside of their lineup as well. They're going to be bringing Zero now, just so they have some extra info on the flank. Also, a very unfortunate moment here for Surf. He'll actually end up getting taken down by the piano window as he's all the way up inside of the double of that area and just gets shot through the soft paneling. Fortunate enough for him, but SSG have gotten their first pick. They just need to work this out at the current moment. Make sure to get these drones down on this mid-floor. Potentially watch out for Beast Coast flanks coming through as they try and reconcile with this situation. There it is.
Gonna be able to strike true yet again on the offset of things for Beast Coast. Not the first kill overall, of course. Surf was also lost earlier, but still trades it back out and equalizes things. Drip gonna look to continue to fend things off along with Sweater from these upstairs positions.
Della's in. Big moves now for Space Station. Seemingly aware of these Beast Coast members and where they lie. Skies could be in some trouble. He's just going to throw a nade in. He's going to try and back up a Bosco. Actually going to take the kill down instead. Drip backs up inside of the room, but he's going to get caught off guard by Skies anyway. It's down to Slash and Anthony to try and get something done with this situation. Another frag grenade out, but it's just uncooked. They're trying to hold down these angles so they can set up for the plant. It's working out handedly. Anthony take down Fultz. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 going into the post play.
Palatable now because of that kill from Anthony. All up to how he continues to move from here, though. Needs to get this piano player, and he will. Knocks him down. racks him up and takes out Rampy to equalize things into a 2 versus 2. Anthony now looking for a path forward, and he's going to get it because this is the pre-whacked castle barricade that we were talking about at the beginning of the round. Only one shot will knock it out. Skies, however, will cut off the rotate from Anthony as he tries to commit to the inside. Slash also going to be read into here. They see his play coming from a mile away, and he's only got about 8 seconds to get himself onto the case. This is looking bleak for Beastcoast. Retaken more than likely. SSG going to close it down and tie us up at 2-2.
Very well done from Skies. This will lock it down and be practically the entry for Spacestation into the site. Picking up some big kills on these Beast Coast members, giving them plenty of room around Office to get that plant down. The uncooked frag grenade to try and get Drip to step out was kind of an awkward situation there for just a moment as Drip just pushes himself deeper into the Office and almost ends up picking himself up a Space Station member, but it's not actually come to fruition at the end of the day. Things tied up now. 2-2 here is Space Station able to work that initial pick and work it out towards the end, taking down Beast Coast defensive setup, especially towards that Office side, locking things down, more towards the halfway point of that actual site. Now Beast Coast forced downstairs here as they'll end up opening up quite a few different panels. This is something that we see happen pretty commonly now downstairs, especially when there is a deployable shield, but as you can see, Beast Coast don't have that. They're still not going to reinforce this though. They'll just be aware that that angle is open, so if they go for the rotation, we'll have to try and challenge that, but that helps them just with some more prevention when it comes to the take on Snowmobile Garage. If somebody tries to plant or somebody just tries to push in from that area, any of the line players can try and help anyone playing inside of blue or potentially connector.
So evened out right now, both teams looking to try and take the advantage away from each other, but Beast Coast here now going to have to potentially look for a new way to get themselves footed in this position as they'll be returning to the basement hold next. Time to see if SSG will be up for the challenge on it. So we're going to see them proceed slowly just to kind of set up their opening bit of utility here. Things like Claymore's one on the outside as well as take that first bit of control. We're also going to see them try to quickly open things up here on the Snowmobile Garage, and they will succeed in doing so even with Drip throwing out his electric claws. He cannot stop the initial holds from being made. I don't even think we saw him throw a follow-up one. That means the entire opening's going to go through.
It's pointless when it's ace. It's like, all right, well, don't really know what these electro claws are going to do to these Selmas, but you know, maybe a chance, maybe some potential in certain instances, but it's more or less going to be used for those exothermics. But this has been a great audible here by Space Station. Instead of bringing the Maverick, bringing the Ace, they have the Claymore still, and they also have the ability to get something else open with that extra Selma charge. So Fultz be working his way up into West Main. Found himself a player inside of the kitchen. I believe he did not see Anthony, so more than likely shouldn't have the trophy player hopping in anytime soon. We'll probably just play around the area, maybe adjust down later on. They're going to back up now, though, at least for SSG's sake, in towards Big Garage after they get the initial angle opened up. It's going to force Drip to choose a side when it comes to where he wants to play, and it should be, well, exactly where he's sitting right now, towards the back end of the wine stock.
Bosco swinging himself forward with this drone here just to try and figure out where they need to focus up the utility at. He'll be ready to utilize it as soon as the moment arrives, but at the same time, they do need to try and get a nade in a proper position to knock at that mute jammer, otherwise the wall is not going to be open. Drip trying to fend off some of the counter action coming in from that car garage too, because the wall has been breached, and he'll nearly get it. Rampy brought down to about half of his HP, but Drip's not able to control the spray well enough to fully kill, and even worse, over peaks on the re-peak, ends up going down to the player further down the hallway leading to car garage. Fultz will finish him off with a nade. Here comes the play from Anthony. He's got the cutoff, however. He'll stop the play from Bosco. Slash will also grab Rampy, and Sweater hops in for one more also, deleting out Fultz, leaving it all on Hot and Skies, and Hot may not be in this fight for much longer either. He's been brought down super low. It's really just Skies when it comes to aggressive plays. Need to make this happen now for SSG, and at least get himself off to a good start by eliminating Anthony.
Oh, well, Hot and Cold has a bead on at least one player. Skies is inside of sight, and he could potentially work this out. Houghton just has to be the supporting unit here and try and apply pressure when he can on such a low amount of HP. It's got to be Skies to try and pick this up. Slash will be able to trade things out. Oh no! The panic knife and a kill for Beast Coast comes through as they'll claim the lead yet again here.
Not much, unfortunately, they were going to be able to do as they were off on the island in the middle of the site regardless. So ends up just kind of knifing out of frustration more than anything to an extent. Beastcoast will take the lead as a result of that. But can they keep it? That's been the question now, as SSG and Beastcoast have been teeter-tottering back and forth for a few rounds here. So onward onto the kitchen and dining room next for Beastcoast as they try to control yet another round that would lock in the advantage for them at halftime, which is coming up, of course, right after this round. SSG want to stop that and try to get the even 3-3. So let's take a peek and find out who will come out on top.
Super unfortunate situation there for Spacestation. I really feel as though Skies did not get enough done on that verticality. It seemed like there was only one potential kill that came from Skies, and I don't even think that that did come through the verticality at all. I think that came when he actually entered onto site. So it just begs the question as to what the buck is being utilized for here, because obviously it is being used on that mid floor, but Beastcoast either playing around it extremely well, or Skies not able to find any value in that positioning. And really, either way you look at it, it's very unfortunate for Spacestation because Beastcoast were able to handle the one front assault extremely well. Hot and Cold really wasn't that active when it came to the garage play, mostly because there really wasn't that many Beastcoast members around there, and when he did end up taking that first fight, he's immediately down to 1 HP. So past that moment, it's like, really, what else can you do? I mean, he does get that kill, but still you have Skies inside of that clutch situation after Beastcoast already got so much done working that back end and taking care of the take from Spacestation through the big garage.
SSG looking for a quick hop in here towards Library. It's undefended this time by Beastcoast, so it'll be an easy task to get themselves inside. Oh yeah, it did actually for the first time. I like kind of just discount glass picks whenever I tend to see them now because they almost always get repicked, but Sky's gonna surprise us and actually bring one to bear here to get those more aggressive crosses going, at least on the upstairs clear. Defend off some of that pressure from Beastcoast. We'll have to see if they respect that or potentially try to challenge it directly. So we've already got Han with a nice angle lined up there into the site connector versus Slash. Is nearly able to take him down, but he notices it just in time. Is able to back away to save about half of his HP. Surf can't say the same for him as he also gets encroached upon, but is not going to be able to make himself get out of there with anywhere near the amount of HP that Slash did. He'll just have about 10 to 15 to play with for the rest of this round. You can see Slash trying to get back some of this damage that he lost here, trying to throw out some bullets here or there, but just nothing being gifted to him at this point by the SSG camp.
Taking their sweet, sweet time. Lots of damage off onto the Beast Coast members, but at least half the round now starting to dwindle away. That won't be a shot from Skies. No, that's going to be the LMG. Well, actually, no, I take it back. It is a shot from Skies, but I believe that was with the bearing there through the smoke instead. Pretty incredulous if you ask me. You have a gun that looks through that. You didn't have to do him like that there, Skies, but he's still going to be able to pick up Slash. Obviously, Surf still down on very low HP, and SSG trying to mitigate the damage dealt to themselves as Beast Coast is still trying to work their way back into this round. Still have a very solid site setup that SSG hasn't begun dealing with just yet. Bosco almost making a pretty big mistake there. Could have wasted some time dropping down that hatch, but fortunately enough, he will end up moving to the side. That's something that could come back to bite them later on if that did end up happening, but fortunately enough, not the case. So Rampy's going to nade over, make sure this wall's clear. Bosco will get this open, and now we're going to start looking for a plant inside of dining. But what can Beast Coast do about this? They still have a nitro cell here, all of Anthony's smokes, and the big player, Drip, with the yokai drones that Foltz will be tasked with trying to find.
Skies with the support here. Needs to keep himself mobile, of course, to be able to keep the properties of this scope alive that allow him to see through the smoke. And you can see him as he steps away. He loses that fairly quickly. Bosco still waiting for an appropriate opportunity to get himself forward. There's the first target for Skies. He's going to strike true upon it. Rampy able to steal a second kill away from this roster. Also, the Nitro's out, and it's going to sing, however, too late, as the plant has already gone down onto the ground. And Surf and Anthony already damaged from this rifle being played at the moment by Skies. They're going to try and find some way to push forward and retake this site, but it's just so tough to do so with that sniper staring down nearly every single angle. Surf realizes where it is, realizes he's got a player close to him, but the shotgun just not working out. Similarly to the SMG-11 here, can't make anything happen, and Hot and Cold will get the final bullet in to lock in that third round for their squad.
It's a Space Station firing squad there at the very end of the round to take them down and tie things up 3-3. Pretty bombastic side there for Sweater, but still end up on equal sides here. 3-3. and Beastcoast entering the offense, this is where things are going to switch up quite a bit. Chalet has tended to be kind of a teeter-totter for teams, where it's really just dependent as to who's playing against each other and kind of the flavor of the day, right? Sometimes it's defender-sided, sometimes it's offender-sided. I think that this is really going to give us more of a look into that when it comes to this second half here. Can SSG be dominant when it comes to this defensive setup? They're going to be starting things off in bar gaming and opening up quite a few different avenues for them to try and enact themselves upon Beastcoast later on in the round.
So for Beastcoast, losing control over the lead, certainly something to be a little bit worried about, but they're going to be focused up, of course. Now armed with a new side, they'll try and see if they can potentially utilize this to suss out some of the SSG positions and get themselves into control of the lead once again, so they can try to close out this game. As far as SSG's lineup is concerned, there's not really going to be any huge surprises here, and the same thing can very much be said for Beastcoast as they bring the expected attacker lineup to be able to get access to the bar floor. Something that we actually didn't see Beastcoast play into at all on their half, despite this kind of being the go-to site for a lot of teams, at least in terms of a solid defensive lineup here. So SSG will put all the emphasis onto the library hold as usual, and then have fallback set up for their other players to circle back into the site should things go awry in the opening 2 minutes of play.
We can see SSG really wants to get into it quite early here. They're pushing themselves towards the northern side, at least for Rampy's sake, with Skies trying to hold back and make sure that if they do have to fall back, there's nothing that's going to happen to them. Instead, Rampy's going to use that mid-floor, and Skies, he's going to end up popping himself a nice hole here, but unfortunate on the panel that ended up breaking. Won't be able to get the angle that he wanted on that windowsill, so he's going to drop off instead, as this position more than likely known to these outside players, and it surely will be, as we see some things starting to be utilized over on that side. But at second glance, it's actually over on the library balcony instead, as they'll be hounding onto Foltz's position. But the good news for him, got some ADSs and also has some time to kill for this Beastcoast offense.
Foltz putting himself back here, waiting for the challenge to hop through. Gonna also try to crouch forward, though, for the relative safety of what lies down below. This direct challenge is gonna be a little bit too risky, I think, for him to try and take against the Beastcoast roster. Away from that, Anthony is going to be able to move a few of these Rotero drones in to try to take out some utility. Default cam, or rather bulletproof cam, I should say, on the wall here. Going to be knocked out first by these drones, and he'll continue to see what other goodies potentially await him as he sneaks these deeper and deeper into the SSG setup. Still over a minute to go as well, so plenty, and I emphasize, plenty of time for the Beastcoast players to set themselves up appropriately.
Yeah, this has not been a bad offense so far. I think the big thing so far is that SSG has been able to stand in the way of quite a few different things, especially with the position of Foltz now, because we saw him drop off. They waste all the utility on that spot, and now he's reclaimed it. They're going to have to try and reburn and get some nades in here to try and help out. Foltz is still alive. I don't know if he knows that somebody's hopped in, but I do believe Houghton, yes indeed, was the player inside of Library Small, so he took out Surf. And Beastcoast are now essentially boxed out of most of the map. There's really nothing that they can do here. They're out of frag grenades, and they're out of time, frankly, John. They have one Rotero drone to try and misposition one of these Spacestation members, but they simply need to sit here and just not overswing. Anthony's going to try and work his way in. You can see the Beastcoast members trying to potentially get something here. Oh, Skies. I don't think that he knows that the Flores has actually worked their way in, but fortunately enough for them, Skies actually will be able to take down Anthony, but the site player is the big piece of the puzzle here for Spacestation, taking down the Flores. Sweater trying to swing into blue stairs, ill-advised. It's all down to Slash now, as he'll be able to take down Houghton, but what's it worth at the end of the day when Skies is able to kill him too? Spacestation Gaming take the lead on defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's just way too much of a reliance on the entry game for Beastcoast. They needed that to be able to get themselves inside, establish proper positioning, and they could never really find that across the map, especially in the core areas that they needed to then swing into to be able to get map control, like a library and any of the areas down below surrounding the site. Just really failed to be able to line up appropriate angles, so just kind of waited out the time, hoping that a member of SSG would eventually overpeak from those positions, but it just never happened. SSG are well too trained of a team to fall into a mistake like that, and as a result, Beastcoast are just forced into an execute due to a lack of time, and it goes the way you would expect.
Absolutely. I mean, Beastcoast just not really bullheading their way through a singular part of the map. They were trying to deal with the whole pie at one time.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit too much to deal with, especially with a setup like Spacestation was going for. We have the initial time delay over by Solarium. They drop back. Beastcoast starts trying to mess with Library. They mess around with Foltz. Foltz drops into sight, dropping back again, wasting more time. They don't take Library control when they are in a man-up situation. And then eventually when they do try to take it, they're back in the same situation they were previously with Foltz inside of Library. It was just all for naught really at the end of the day. They tried to find some gaps, but Space Station Gaming had sealed up everything that Beastcoast was concerning themselves with.
So SSG going to look to do the same exact thing again. No real need to change up their main core part of the strategy, at least. Even with the site change coming into the fold here, they're of course going to move over towards the kitchen site now. Still need to commit themselves, however, just much to a lessened extent, the Library hold. And you're going to see immediately players like Drip and Slash trying to work their way past the hold inside of here and get some control going for themselves. But it'll be difficult to do so because of the direct confrontation coming out from SSG. Drip's drone will confirm that we do indeed have that resistance set up from Bosco, as well as Hotton, closer to the actual Library extension, but still, this is the same problem that Beastcoast faced in the last round. What are they actually going to do about it is the follow-up question. At the moment, we haven't really seen any solid strategy to make up for it, so we're going to have to wait and see exactly how they try to flush these players out rather than just getting intel on them.
I think we need a Sweater activated situation here, or at least somebody to try and get something going. It's going to be nade out now and a potential dead SSG member. Hot and cold, a little too close to the sun there, I would say, Blue. Just trying to crawl his way into Library, trying to catch off Beastcoast, but too much utility to use in that situation will take them down. Fortunately enough, though, it's going to be a decent amount of time wasted, not nearly as much as Hotton would like, but definitely going to be something to consider going through the rest of this round.
Yeah, either way, Beastcoast accomplishes what they've been looking for the past 2 rounds here. Finally getting that member of SSG over peaking just a slight amount and able to catch them up over a strain of utility. So beautifully done for Beastcoast. They've got their opener. Now they need to follow it through here, not lose anyone in the process. I think the 5v4 is going to be very important to the overall success of Beastcoast's attack, given the way that they generally tend to approach things on those assaults. Our Terrador is continuing to sneak their way in. It's going to be used, oh, that's so unfortunate, as it goes down right on top of this to try and get rid of the magnet, only to not get the magnet. So a little bit unfortunate at the end of the day there, but thankfully should still have a few more in pocket to make up for that.
Yes, indeed. Not only that, but they've been able to at least stave off any more eliminations for the defensive end. And speaking of eliminations, guys, he'll be able to at least get one. Sweater will come to bear with one as well of his own as well, excuse me, as Beastcoast will at least be able to hold on to this man advantage. But this timer, this is where things become very, very problematic. The drone economy for Beastcoast injured at the current moment, and still some utility to use from SSG, but it's not being used extremely well at the current moment as all the bodies are starting to leak. 20 seconds remain as Surf is going to work his way around towards the top of West Main. Rampy's actually going to jump outside and take the fight. Can't win it out initially. Back and forth they go. Sweater wins out one on site. It's a quad for him, and he won't be able to actually. He will. I take it all back. Sweater with an ace, and as I said earlier in the round, I think we just need something where Sweater gets activated, and it's going to be all 5 SSG members going his way, and I believe over 10 kills in his pocket now.
Yeah, he had a quad kill earlier on in the game as well, so with the 5 kills, and we assume the DC contribution beyond that absolutely should be in that neighborhood. Beautifully played by Sweater as he locks in this ace for his team here, as well as another round to tie us back up once again at a 4-4 scoreline. Does prompt the tactical timeout from Space Station, as they pretty much have to after a round like that. Things were going promisingly for them on the first round of this half, but now things are looking a little bit bleak there as we see Sweater able to bully his way past pretty much the entire defensive setup on his own.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you really want your teammates to be playing with each other, because you won't have a situation like what happened to Hotton there. You're allowed to do anything you want inside of any competitive game as long as you do it as a team. That's how it works. We didn't have a situation like that when it came to that Library hold. Hotton thought he was going to be able to get past Beastcoast with something a little cheeky, but there's nobody home for Space Station if things go wrong, and that's exactly what happened. You gave them a foothold on the map, which is already extremely detrimental to a map like Chalet, which is offender-sided. and it just made it way too difficult for Space Station to try and come back in any sense of the term. Beastcoast has shut down everything when it comes to the flank watch. We see Skies try and come back with a flank of his own, but it's only a 1-for-1, and in a situation like they'd already been handed, that's not a positive thing. You're just losing more bodies in that, you know, in that way, and you're actually giving things over to the offense. You don't have nearly as many guns to try and hold down things on site now. You know, it's just very, very risky in a situation like they were presented, and it didn't end up working out for Space Station. But obviously, if Sweater isn't immediately on top of Library Stairs inside of that situation, and they end up, or rather Skies ends up getting more than that 1K, or just getting that 1K and leaving, then it's a really big play. So, you know, it's just one of those moments where it could go back and forth. It's just super unfortunate for Skies in those circumstances.
So SSG looking to try and lock back in control of the lead with another kitchen hold here. So they'll retry the very same site where things went awry for them on the previous round. Beastcoast, of course, more likely just approach things in a very similar fashion. And indeed, that's going to align itself quite well when you look at the operator lineup. You can see a flood of drones already working its way in through Library, and a much lessened number of players resisting this time for SSG. It's only Bosco in the neighborhood now, with almost zero utility inside of this Library defense also. So more of a just a kind of casual hold here where he'll immediately fall back should things get a little bit too dicey, like being droned out. So that'll prompt him to fall back further into Piano, and immediately Beastcoast will be able to take Piano control as a result of that.
Well, Beastcoast taking their time with this opening minute, and it's worked out for them as they'll take down Fultz and Skies. It's going to be a double for Sweater again. Somebody stop this man. Turn off his monitor.
Take off the cat ears.
Sleeve. Take the cat ears. I mean, you might have to take the collar at this moment, too. They're just, it's too damn good for him. I don't know what is happening at the current moment. He's leveled up. Practically became a whole new Pokemon at this point. Just went through an evolution process in the last week. So much damage dealt to the last remaining SSG members as well, minus Bosco, as the Rotero drone will pop into his POV, and he'll take that down. But Beastcoast, they're coasting for sure through this opening moment for round 9.
Half the round gone, still the remaining half, of course, for SSG to make up the difference, but it is going to be a tough task now, not just because of the numbers disadvantage, but look at the HP on Rampy, or at least what was the HP on Rampy, as well as Hotton down at 50%. Sweater gets another kill. He's truly going on a tear now, up to 17 already in the midst of the 9th round. So beautifully done here, just under a 2.0 KD, and now another player down. Bosco out for the count. Drip will be able to finish him off. Hotton will at least take down Surf, but Sweater with one more to lock in the 2.0 KD to finish off the round.
If Sweater dusts SSG here on Chalet, I'm telling you, he is going to be showering with those ears and that collar on. They will never leave this man's head or neck. It's just going to be, anytime that he's walking, I feel, you know what?
This is going to be like a very awkward introduction to Siege for like any new viewers from now on. Whenever we get a Beast Coast game, it's like, yeah, this is the guy that plays with the cat ears. He had a game a few months ago, you know, broke the kill record and everything.
But he hasn't lost, so he doesn't take them off.
No, I'm not jumping on it, right? Yeah. If it works, it works.
Yeah, exactly.
Just saying, he's making our jobs a lot harder more than anything.
Oh, no, it's great. If anything, he's made our jobs easier. There's constant entertainment at all times. I just feel bad for his significant other if they never come off. That's the thing, you know? You just got to feel for him in that regard. But past that, though, Beastcoast, they're looking really, really solid right now, and it's really mostly due to what Sweater's been able to produce, but you got to remember whenever you see a you know, KD like this, it's a team effort at the end of the day. They're still getting the information, they're getting the hard tasks done, and Sweater is there getting these kills with this LMG exactly like he's supposed to, but don't get it twisted. He was doing this on defense as well. Beastcoast looking like the best forms of themselves at the current moment and looking to claim their very first victory here in the Stage 2 of the NAL.
Beastcoast just 2 rounds away now from locking in the W here today, and a surprising one at that. Even just looking at our predictions, every single one of us, including you guys, you're not blameless in this either, you guys at home, you all picked Space Station for this one, or we all picked, I suppose is more appropriate, Space Station. So in the event that Beastcoast take control of this one, that will be a surprise to be sure. And we'll have to see if they can complete that task. Space Station, of course, much more active resistance since they're back onto the bar, of course, inside of that library spot that we've been talking endlessly about. Fultz even with a little bit of a lead in here with the broken wall. Be able to spot out some of those window players should they try to hop in a bit prematurely. Of course, the usual position still being played by Hotton as well.
Window opened up now for Library. Open up on the roof, so they won't know that Sweater's around here, but they'll definitely be aware that the window's open, and they need to at least be aware of that. So Skies up seeing the nade pouring through. It'll get eaten up by an ADS, as apparently those ADSs placed a little bit farther back to where the stuns wouldn't be able to do much. Drip will actually end up getting the frag. Drip to move in. He'll be taken down by Hot and Cold, though. This will bounce his way.
What was that?
Library. Sweater, what a read. He gets the audio from the window, John, and he pre-fires the rotation towards Piano. What a game sense on this man. 19-5 at the current moment, but they've bodied Space Station and they've left them in a tizzy. Space Station has no idea what's going on at the current moment. They've been decimated time and time again. Slash sitting inside at the current moment as well, as Hot and Cold tries to battle back from the top floor. He'll take down Slash. It's a triple for him, and what a time for Hotton to show up.
Hotton trying to bring it back from the brink here as it's down to a 2v2 now. Hotton still with upstairs control as well, so we can fend off Anthony or someone else from the Beastcoast roster. Should they try to go for the direct hop in through the window? Beastcoast do have intel on the downstairs hold from Skies. They're going to try and catch that here now as they move in. Surf's position obviously going to be red due to the default that's been left alive. Skies, though, will be flashed out, but they can't see him. He's safe behind the bar here. Hotton as well will be able to kill the only other teammate upstairs, so it's now Surf versus Hotton to deny the ace. But Surf comes in clutch, and the round still goes to Beastcoast despite the heroics from Hotton.
Incredible round from Beastcoast. Chalet seems to be their home as they are taking it to Space Station Gaming. A shot out of Sweater that we'll be talking about, I'm sure, for the remainder of this stage.
I think we need the admin squad to check that collar for like a seismic device or something. This is getting a little crazy with what we're seeing on Sweater right now.
Can we actually, Sweater? Can we see the inside of this collar? Why is there a bunch of fours on the inside of this?
You mind if we cut this open real quick?
Dude, they cut open the ears. There's just 2 motherboards inside of there. Like, he's actually just a cyborg. He's been using enhancements this entire time.
Oh, right. So getting ourselves into what could very well be the final round of play in this game. Beastcoast leading 6-4 at the moment over Space Station. Space Station bringing a few changes to their operator lineup. Also going to see them head back over towards the bedroom and office setup. This time Thorn will be added to the lineup here for Rampy. Aside from that, though, things are staying very similar to what we've had on the previous sites.
I can tell you this. I know for a fact that, I didn't get the best sleep last night. You didn't get the best sleep last night. But this game has just, it's enriched my life, John. That's what it's done. It's given me the power to push through.
It's a heater, just like the heater in my room that switched on last night.
It made it 74 and you woke up in a pool of your own sweat. That's just always so much fun.
A little bit too much information.
Yeah, talking about sweat, though, we got Blitz out to play. You want to talk about some sweaty things? We're going to see what Beastcoast can produce with Blitz on a top floor take. This is something a little unique that we haven't seen exactly just yet. We're also going to have the Dokkaebi working in from Drip, so it's going to be utter calamity inside of the site at the current moment. Drip kind of sussing me out there for just a split second. I legitimately thought an SSG member had figured out how to stand outside without getting marked, and I was really, really scared. But no, Drip is indeed on the offense, so everything's A-okay.
Yep, he's going to try to work his way in, though, through Ego over the next few moments. Sky's ready for that challenge, of course, as you can see, so they will need some utility to flush him out, and we'll see something there, but he's going to get tripped up by it. It's a smoke, not a flash, nothing to worry about there. We'll start to unload the Alda as well, try and catch some of this action, but look, the play's coming from the outside. Instead, here comes the Blitz, however, thought the defenders were ready for it, but Slash gets one over against Fultz and is able to take him down with the pistol in hand. The Flash ready to go yet again here, so he can blitz his way forward, quite literally, into the site should he wish to do so. I think there's a few unknown factors waiting in Piano, though, so they probably want to wait for Sweater to get in a better position before they try to swing directly into that.
Only half the round off the board, but already so much happening when it comes to this gameplay. Slash Dog will begin dipping these smokes in towards Piano, trying to break up some more angles, but he's gonna go down. Surf, though, he'll fire back with a kill of his own. Make it 2 as he just walks through sight. Practically Iron Man at the current moment. Not a single bullet headed his way. And wouldn't really matter. He seems so off to challenge this as Slash will get picked back up by Finka. Some shots out from Rampy, but Sweater will take down one. Rampy with one of his own. Can he get the second? He cannot. He'll run out of bullets. And Space Station, you've ran out of time. Beastcoast take it in regulation 7-5 for their very first dub of Stage 2.
What an upset it is in the favor of Beastcoast, taking control over one of the most dominant teams here in North America. SSG bows down to the kitten ears from Sweater, as it apparently works this time for Beastcoast. They take control of a matchup, Sweater having himself an absolutely fantastic game as well, shutting it down with just under 20 kills, ended up with 19 to end this game.
No. 21.
Oh, did he? Oh, that's right. He got 2 more at the end
6.
there. Yeah, he got 2 more at the end there. That's true. I missed that. So 21-6 over, what was it, 7-4, right? So that would have been 11 rounds. So right over again, that 2.0 KD. Absolutely beautiful stuff from him. He was the only one as well. Surf coming in towards the end, those last 2 to 3 rounds. Some great contributions from him, too, to pick up the slack where it was needed for Beastcoast.
What an insane game. This is something that Spacestation's really going to have to go back and look at. You and I talked about this inside of some of the earlier rounds. The things that catch Spacestation off guard are not regular competitive Siege gameplay. In fact, that's when they perform the best. It's when teams start to do unorthodox things and catch them off guard that Spacestation gets systematically dismantled. That's what we saw here today, and hopefully our analyst desk has some more insight into this. But that's going to do it for John and I for Game 2. Do not touch that browser, folks. We'll be back with the analyst desk and an interview momentarily before Game 3.
Levitate, going up, elevate, watch me demonstrate, on time, never late, I grind, celebrate, no pump fake, hesitate, I've been scoring every day, champagne Perrier, since 9-3, been in the box, now stepping up tone, like straight out the sand lot, now I'm plotting on the globe, I work
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa Jacob Jesse here with you at the analyst desk, and over in Vegas, standing by is none other than Beastcoast's own Drip. That's right, Beastcoast get the big win over Spacestation Gaming today. So, Drip, I was going to ask you first off, obviously week 1 was a little bit rough. Week 2, you come in, you beat Spacestation. Was it just Sweater, or what was it today that got you the win?
I mean, we should have beat OXG. We were up 4-0. I played like a bum, and that happened. It's going to happen in Siege. I take responsibility for that for that loss, but we came back. We knew SSG, no matter how bad we play, no matter how bad I personally play, Skies is always so generous to give me 3 points every time I play him. Doesn't matter if he's on DZ or SSG. So, I mean, that's pretty much our strategy going into the game. Is I'm on the team, be a free win by default.
Rip,
there you go.
I wanted to ask you about the man who went crazy today. I want to ask you about Sweater. Coming into this game, he had the most opening deaths of any player in the league. Today, obviously, that was not a problem. Was that something that you guys have been working on over the last week to try to make sure he can stay alive longer in these rounds so he can frag, or was that just happened to work out better today?
We kind of let him do him because you got to let the kitten off the leash. I'm sure you saw the collar.
Yeah.
The cat ears. We had to really power him up today, and he was just in a good mood. So we said, do whatever you want. Obviously, there were some restraints to that, but I mean, sometimes you got to let a player like that loose. And I mean, for him, it was just a little too easy. He just runs around and gets kills, and those guys are, I mean, when they won Invite, they were playing plumbers and janitors, so you know they can't compete with young bloods like Sweater. So it is what it is. It's not much strategy involved to beat SSG, if I'm being honest.
Main thing to look at from weeks 1 to 2 was the fact that you guys played Theme Park twice last week, wasn't able to make it work. What was the biggest difference from an attacking perspective from what you did last week to now? Because obviously, like, Sweater can do what he does, but if you had to pinpoint something specific that really catapulted you over the edge today, what was it?
Just our teamwork, and Sweater just was telling us that we had, or he just said, I see a play here, this and that. And, you know, when your player says that, you trust him, and he kept opening rounds up for us. Theme Park's kind of a hard map to play on attack. It's kind of a box, really hard to enter and get walls open. Chalet, you can be a little more free. So we just let him kind of take advantage of the map. You know, something he couldn't do on Theme Park, just a bit harder, and we let him loose. And I think it's just a Chalet thing.
All right. Well, definitely a Chalet thing, but also a little bit of a maybe like that, like you're saying earlier, the cat ears, the jingling collar kind of thing. So it worked for Sweater today. Are we going to see that incorporated with more of you going forward?
Personally, I will never wear that. I don't know. I think it kind of debuffs how handsome I am, but otherwise, I think Sweater needs to maybe get cat ears implanted on him. You know, so I think for him, it's worth it to invest in maybe like a Louis Vuitton pair of cat ears, like typical NA players.
Yeah, that'd be swanky. So I gotta ask, what animal would you be willing to dress up as on the desk?
Or would you put the cowboy hat on that you had on stream?
I don't know. Maybe the cowboy hat, but I'm kind of a dog. You know, I was barking up there at those SSG frogs. I mean, you know, sometimes the dog gotta bark at them, and I feel like I got some dog in me. You know.
All right. We'll look forward to that. I expect it tomorrow, right away. All right. Thanks for joining us, though. Congrats on the win today. Looking forward to game tomorrow.
Thank you.
One of these questions.
All right. There you
go.
go. Really,
how far we've
crucial
fallen.
discussion we had to have there, you know. But you know what? They picked, Beastcoast ended up sending us to Chalet, and why wouldn't you? Because on Chalet, it's sweater weather. That's right. We saw it today. The stats were there. Sweater really kind of delivering the win over Spacestation, but Spacestation looked very discombobulated on this, didn't they?
I mean, I do kind of see where Drip was coming from by saying if Sweater noticed that there was an opening, he just decides, you know what, I'm just going to take this real quick. It did feel like there was backup, but it never felt like Sweater was somebody who you had to worry about losing those fights when he took them, at least when it came to the attack on defense. We wondered very much about how often he'd be able to take those engagements and do something with it. I was about to harp on him if he didn't do good this game whenever he found a roamer or found someone trying to entry in, like from Spacestation as they're working on their roam clear, if he's unable to win those fights. He won those fights today. He made it happen. And then the Finka play, obviously aside, like his 4K route, like today started like way before they even had to worry about like the side swap.
So we talked about his opening death problem. He has more than doubled his opening kill stat total with this game. 5 opening picks.
Yeah, he's kind of fixed it, hasn't he?
He has, and we've talked in the past about how Spacestation Gaming have struggled with that opening death problem on the roam. It wasn't an issue against DarkZero, but we've seen it in Gamers Without Border. We saw it in that first play again. Rampy unfortunately falling a little bit in those opening deaths on the roam. So. Similar problem that we've seen in the past. I mean, sometimes when you're going against a great player like Sweater, it can be hard to avoid, but certainly something for SSG to look at.
Absolutely. Well, you know, I feel like what better way to kind of start breaking this one down a little bit more in depth than just kind of taking a look at some of the great plays from Sweater over the course of that map. We've got a bit of a highlight reel because the man's entire map was a highlight reel. Pretty much every single round. Like, what, 1 or 2 4Ks, got at least 1 ace. Like, he put as many kills up today as Spirits did last week on XSET.
Yeah, I mean, 2 4Ks and an ace is pretty nice for Sweater to have. We'll see if we can run through some of these highlights back to back. It's really just a frag show. I mean, you love to see it from him. Of course, playing on some of these aggressive ops, those C4s I think were huge to start things off for him. That was a really great one. He finished off that round with some more frags. And then just running through it with the LMGs. We've talked about how powerful Finka is, and with the right hands, that being Sweaters, it's just so hard to go up against, and I thought he rocked those LMG frags very well.
Sweater is single-handedly making the case for a Finka nerf, just so everyone's aware. Even if he has a good game like this, I think the case has already been made that that op or that gun or something about that needs to get toned down, because if it's that powerful, that potent, and you put it in someone's hands like that, who's not only able to get the frags, use the nades, and like push properly, but he's doing that sometimes when he just notices one gap and then pushes by himself.
I don't know if I would say he's single-handedly making the push for a Finka nerf. I would say there are a few people that are also pressuring that.
Every team's got
but if you're looking for like a one-game example of this kind of getting out of hand, then this is proof of that.
I agree. This is a very clear point of like, wow, Finka is very good right now.
Yeah, I mean, in any FPS like this, like any sort of healing mechanic is going to be extremely strong already, especially if it even kind of works like a little bit of a resurrection mechanic from time to time, but then you add to that great weapons for the operator, definitely makes it strong.
We saw it used in 2 different ways today, though, if you noticed. Gomez was using it for the battle medic idea because he was allowing Spirits, the guy who's primarily fragging, to be the one to play the Yana, to go in, find picks, worry about it. Took Spirits a little while to wake up today, but Gomez still wasn't at the forefront of the attack. This case, completely different story. Finka gets used, is always at the front lines, is the one who got 9 kills over the span of 2 straight kitchen attacks, obviously, but that's just showcasing, like, if you wanted one clear-cut, perfect example of what Finka does and why, if for some reason you don't banner in your unranked games, then this was it.
Yeah, there you go. So we've got another one to look at, but I think we're going to do some telestration with it. But before we get there, let's talk a little bit more about Beastcoast. Now, obviously, Sweater was doing great overall, but as a team, it seemed like the executes were better.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I think overall, right, when they were going for those pushes, they were able to find a lot of great moments. Not just because of Sweater. Sweater got their first couple of attacks going, but then it felt like they had that momentum rolling. They had some cool ideas in there as well with the Blitz that was able to find a lot of success. So yeah, I think they tried some cool strats, and they did that against Oxygen too. They played out some of these like kind of weird operators, and it didn't work as well against OXG in their first like theme park game, but it worked great here.
Certainly did. All right, we're ready. Let's check out round number 6. Now, this is one that we wanted to break down a little bit. Now, this was one that did go a little bit more it did go a little bit more in the favor of Space Station gaming, but that's okay because they had some good rounds.
And Jesse's
time to break one down in detail.
Yeah, Doe, well, we don't get to see Glaz too often. I thought this was a really cool attack by SSG. It's going to be one of the rounds that they were able to win. So let's break it down. It's going to be Skies, top fragger for Space Station, who's playing on the Glaz. And this is his first kill that he's going to be able to get. Now, watch everything that's happening here. This is a very tough position for Slash. Obviously, he's got Skies going through the window here, and he can see through the smoke, obviously, and he will be able to see Slash when he peeks around through this angle. But the bigger problem, and you can probably see it already, Bosco's got him on drone, and he's had him on this drone for so long. This drone's been here for about 60 seconds at this point, maybe not quite, but still a very long time, and Slash is not turned around. Makes it a relatively simple kill for Skies to get. He holds the angle, and as soon as Slash peeks out, there it goes. As soon as he's walking into that sight line, Skies is able to clean it up, walks forward with the new secondary, the Bearing 9, on the operator to secure the kill. Great start to be able to open things up on the roam clear for SSG, but then watch as well how effective this Glaz can get on the execute. Of course, they're attacking onto the kitchen bomb site, and here we can see just how powerful this is. Skies has angles onto every location that the defenders are standing in. No matter where they're trying to push from, Skies is going to have a sight line that he can see through it. And of course, with so many smoke grenades as well, he's always going to be in the advantage, so they cannot possibly swing from it. One thing I would have liked to see from Beastcoast, maybe to try to counter this, you'll see it in a moment here. Look at these two roam room players. There's Surf and there's Sweater, way up here at the top. What they could be doing is they could be trying to move up above and try to pressure the Glaz from up here on the mezzanine. Obviously, there are players from SSG to watch for that. They could also try to go like maybe through the basement. They can drop down the hatch, or if they can somehow otherwise get through the basement, come back up around with the staircase through Snowmobile Garage. Maybe you get behind the Glaz that way instead. But instead, they just run at him. They take the direct head-on fight against the Glaz. They try to force this through. I like the Toxic Babes coming through. They don't quite hit Bosco. The C4 is a great idea from Surf. seconds too late. So close to be able to stop this kit from going down, and at this point in the post plant, with the Glads, with the numbers advantage, it's just too easy for Spacestation Gaming to clear this one down. So a nice little pocket strap from Spacestation. We've seen this from them time and time again. We highlighted it in the pre-show. We saw the Collie push in their second game, and we saw the Sens push in their first game. The Glads push, I think, adding on to another really nice idea that Spacestation Gaming were able to have in this matchup. Unfortunately, not enough, though, to take the game over Beastcoast in the end.
Yep. I mean, Space Station attacks were nice, but Space Station defenses definitely leave something to be desired. So, I mean, yeah, we talked about the innovation. I feel like for some reason, in spite of the way the Space Station play, it's almost like for some reason they don't get as much credit as they should when it comes to sometimes the off operator picks. So when it works, it's great. When it doesn't work, you're left wondering kind of where they fumbled the bag. But it feels like every time so far this stage they've brought out like a weird op, it's almost worked every time, if not worked out right.
Yeah, so Space Station's still feeling like a team that has a lot of good strategy around it, but just needs a little bit more polish in terms of, again, you know, adapting to those kind of surprising situations that come up. And no one's going to throw more stuff at you than Beastcoast is, right? They get the win today, Beastcoast taking down Space Station Gaming, but we still have 3 more maps to go here at the Rainbow Six North American League. It's unpredictable, it's wild, it's going to be fun. It's going to be TSM versus Oxygen when we come back. You do not want to miss that here on NAL in just a bit. we are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa, Jesse, and Jacob here with you at the desk. Going into the acronym battle, or the shortening battle, OXG versus TSM. It's not really an acronym because OXG doesn't really stand for anything. It's just a shortening of it. Whereas TSM used to stand for something, but now it doesn't. So maybe that entire intro is just invalidated. Who knows? Either way, it's the 3-letter team names. There we go. TSM versus Oxygen. And this one's going to be a lot of fun because Oxygen, of course, very strong team, going very deep in the major. Great record in stage 1. But TSM has been resurgent, right? They've looked very good in week number 2. And, you know, who knows what's going to go from there? They're one of our 2-2-0 teams coming into stage 2, or week 2, rather.
Yeah, these two rivals have been battling through top 4 for years now. It seems like they've always been at the top of North America, TSM and Oxygen. Oxygen under a couple different names throughout the years, but they've always been in that top 4 contention against TSM. Of course, they find themselves back here again in stage 2. TSM was a little bit of a question mark after their poor stage 1 performance, but I think week 1 kind of dashed all of those question marks away.
There's still a lot of things to be said for OXG's play, though. It's partly the guys that they played and the way that they played it. I think the fact that they were able to get over that Beastcoast hump from yesterday, like Drip mentioned, Beastcoast probably should have won that game if it wasn't for the way that OXG stormed a comeback because they were up 4-0. The fact that they let themselves get to 4-0 in the first place, or 0-4 rather, that's already a bit of an issue. But if they don't let it happen again, great. Only problem is TSM's attacking coordination looks incredible at the minute.
Yeah, they really do. Let's dive into TSM a little bit more here too. Obviously, you know, we all know they won the major. Of course, they won the, well, not just the major, they won SI, right?
Yes.
Came in, had a pretty abysmal stage number 1. You know, you can't really call it anything other than that. But stage 2 looking like they finally found their footing again.
I would say TSM is back. We've got Geo surviving and clutching out a lot of the rounds that we've played for them so far. Achieved has been really, really strong as well, the man in the middle of your screen. He's growing that hair back bit by bit. I'm really excited that TSM is finally here fragging it once again. Achieved 7-1 in opening kills, is the best in the league so far. And the big thing I've seen from him is his grenade team. I mean, we always talk about it with Achieved, but that has been the big thing that's opened up sites, opened up off-site positions, and allowed TSM to really get forward in a lot of their attacks.
It said it was intuitive for him too. That's just something in the back of his head. He doesn't have to practice that much. He just gets the timing down and then that's it. As far as TSM is concerned, a little bit of like a question mark to start things off because they played Mirage at the very beginning of this stage, and that was a handicapped Mirage. That was an online game. We weren't certain how representative that was going to be. In spite of that, that game was still fantastic. They had great timing and awareness of late flanks. They never seemed over-aggressive. It was always calculated. And then we got to game 2 against the Soniqs on Clubhouse, and that same thing continued. Like their roams or their timing extensions on defense sometimes made or broke some of those rounds, but then you get to attack, and their communication is insane. Their drop-down timing on church attacks, their understanding of when to push, they're doing it like two very, almost separate teams within the team, so to speak, attacking from multiple fronts at the same time, but they're doing it coordinated in a way that means that they're not having one just drop off and kind of like drip feeding people into sight. They're doing it multiple people at the same time, and against the Soniqs, that resulted in tidal waves of kills when they're forcing those executes to a point where the Soniqs, who are a very good defensive team usually, had absolutely zero counter for it.
Yeah, I'm glad you hit on that, Jacob, because I thought the coordination and the timing in their pushes against the Soniqs was insane. They were always pushing as a unit. It's so clear that they were counting down their pushes. They were always working as one, and I thought that's a huge plus to TSM's pushes overall. I really did like the way that they were able to move forward in those last couple of matches. Bolo, I think, has been a player that we highlighted as well last stage as somebody who wasn't really showing up for TSM all the time.
Doing way better now.
But he is. He got a big 4K to bring it back for TSM in that last match, and I think if we can see more of that from him today, then TSM are in a really good pace.
Yeah, that's right. People ask, when's Bolo playing? Well, stage 2. That's when it started this year, apparently.
True.
Post-SI, anyway. Well, let's talk about Oxygen a little bit. On the other side of the arena now, Oxygen also a team with 2 wins, but one of those wins was in overtime. They really had to work for it. And this is a team, again, that we've called them the total package. They seem to do everything well, but they also, at the same token, don't seem to do anything spectacularly. That's how I would describe it.
I think that's fair. I mean, Oxygen are a team that play with their roles, right? Newers is very much an entry player who will be in so many of those opening engagements, and he does it very well. Dream is a very traditional hard support, and so I really like the way that this team is able to kind of mesh with their squad. They're not an Astralis, where everybody kind of is playing all types of roles. They're not all over the place in the same way that we see a lot of teams, but I think their performance has been a bit of a mixed bag, and so I wanted to bring up some points about OXG and the ways they're playing, 3 positives and 3 negatives. Let's start with the nice things. things, okay? Positive, strong defensive positioning. I thought this was very clear against Parabellum. Their zombie positioning was really sick. Their retakes were always nice, and their site positioning with Maestro had a lot of impact as well. We also saw that come into play against Parabellum, where the roamers were having a lot of that help. That's our second point. The late impact from the roamers was huge against Beastcoast. The way that they were able to move forward and come back to the site had a lot of impact for their squad. And then Newers, 30 and 16. That's very nice.
I mean, it's mostly that you combine their second and your third points a little bit. If Foxe is roaming late, it's because he's leaving site actively to go and do that. If Newers is roaming late, it's because he wasn't cleared and he's been off site for the entirety of the round, and then he finds those kills. If you let him on the roam do it like exactly what he wants to do, he's going to be a menace.
Couple of negatives though. Slow to respond. Versus Parabellum, the Azami was coming out a lot, and it took him a little while to kind of adapt to that, bring enough explosives to take down the Azami. And then versus Beastcoast, it took him a long time to counter that intel that was really allowing Beastcoast to clutch time and time again. They got there, but it took too many rounds, and they lost. Those games were closer than they should have been because of it. The second thing, they've only played Theme Park. Not necessarily a bad thing, but I think there are a lot of maps in the map pool so far for auction that are question marks. Villa, Cafe, Chalet, Bank, Border, Sky. All of these maps are maps that I don't think auction have proven to be super strong for them. At best, they're kind of interesting. They're maybe 1-0 or 1-1 on them in recent times, but certainly not big statement plays. And then Vertical, 11 and 20. That doesn't sound too bad, but keep in mind that Vertical has been a professional Rainbow Six player since Pro League Season 6 in 2017.
Oh, God.
In that time, he has played 17 stages of both North American League and Pro League combined. This is his worst opening 2 games ever in those 17 stages that they've played.
Here's the caveat though. OXG have always seemed like a team that operate at 80% efficiency. They've never really gotten to like 90 to 95. And I say that because last stage, Newers was operating below optimal efficiency. For a while, it would be slow start games. They had a couple really fast ones. And then you see the switch up. You get to the major and he's doing great, but Vertical kind of fell off. And I feel like if he had more impact when they played their playoff matchup against Astralis, maybe they pushed to grand final. Maybe they actually take the major that everyone kind of assumed was theirs for the taking. So if everyone on Oxygen is able to get up to the status we know that they can play at all at the same time and maximize that, then maybe they win something. But someone always feels like they're kind of below average.
I do feel like maybe it's a bit of a passing the torch from Vertical, right? Like he is kind of letting some of the younger players, Newers in particular, pick up on some more of these kills overall, get those numbers up a little bit higher for his team. So maybe it's just that in his, in his older age as a Rainbow Six player, he doesn't need to be the one fragging his head anymore. And I think that's
He's
fine.
only like 2 or 3 years older than us.
We're old.
Not by much.
This like whole like your reflexes go away at like 30. It's not
a
true.
thing.
I know.
It's not a thing.
It's not. You got like Daigo over there at like 40 something winning fighting game tournaments in Japan. Like, come on, it's not a thing. It's not a thing. Yeah. Anyway, I'm shocked to see things like Theme Park in the negatives for Oxygen, especially because you'd think you'd put that in the negative category for TSM after last stage, but maybe it'll be different now.
This is the problem. If they only play Theme Park, now that other teams know that, they're all going to ban Theme Park against Oxygen, especially TSM, who have been very much struggling on this map in the past. We start with Chalet and Skyscraper. Chalet, a map that Oxygen are 1-5 on through stages 2 and 3 last year. They did bring it back and beat Astralis this year, but still not a strong map for them overall. Border and Villa going off next. Border, a common ban that we see through Villa as well, to be honest. Both of these have been very rarely played. Border not played at all by TSM in their history since the map came out at the start of the year. And then we still do have, there it goes, Theme Park, as I'm saying. Auction are so good on this map. TSM, this was their bane, the big reason why they started so slow this year. So I'm very happy to see that gone. It is the map that they played in stage 1-7-4 for Auction, of course.
A couple good options for TSM still left on the board, but I'm more curious about OXG because there's one map that they've literally not played over the past 3 months that is actually still up here. So depending on where TSM opt to take us to, which is not Clubhouse, they're banning it because OXG are 3-0 on it over that exact same time frame. They did just beat the Soniqs on it last week, but they're not confident that they'll be able to do it again. And because OXG banned Cafe, we go to the map that TSM dominated on back during the 6 Invitational and SI quals, but Oxygen have not played in months, and they decide to go for this as opposed to Cafe. So what's the reasoning here?
I would assume it's just that they've been practicing it. I can't give you a good stat reason based on the games that we've seen as analysts. Listen, going back to when they did play at Auction, on a 3-game losing streak on Bank. They had a good start at SI against Na'Vi, but they ended up then dropping it to Team 1, MIBR, and FaZe Clan before dropping out of the tournament entirely. So there's a reason they took a big break from this map, but now that they've hopefully revamped some things, some new ops are out, maybe they've got some good strats for
They
it.
took a big break because 3 more maps entered the pool, and you're like, let's figure those ones out, and then if we need to find a time to revisit Bank, now's honestly a pretty good time to do it. This is a TSM team, though, that was lights out on it before. When they played Parabellum and SI Quals, when they took it back in the 6th Invitational, it felt like this was very much their playground. They were everywhere all at once, and maybe that same thing will manifest here. Obviously, it's been a little bit since we've seen those. I haven't VOD reviewed a TSM Bank game in quite some time, but let's see if Attacker Repick really shakes up how they play this.
Yeah, I mean, if anything else, it seems like TSM is a lot more comfortable with Attacker Repick, comfortable in the current meta now than they were before. So we'll see what happens. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns coming into this one, but that's always, that's always part of it. When you have 9 maps in the pool, you're going to go long stretches now without seeing a team play on a given map. So we'll have to wait and see. But before we wait and see, we'll have to make some predictions. So the first thing we'll send it over to is our desk once more with Blue and Stokes.
No, the desk is here. This
standing
is the desk.
by. They have a desk as well.
This is a desk as well.
The other desk.
That's true.
But this is like a round table thing.
It's more of like a rotunda over there or something.
That's
or
what
like
I thought.
A rotunda is a round empty space. This is not a. This is a full round space.
If you made all the lights dark, this would be like on the Death Star. Is what this looks like.
None of us are architects.
You should have a little mini desk.
That's
clearly not.
Wannabes.
Well. What do you think?
Good.
After all that.
Not a whole lot. Usually, there's not a lot going on up here. Really, I'm just going to throw it at the wall and hope that it sticks here. I think that this is going to be quite the affair in between these two. But it's stage 2. TSM has had some time to get some rest during stage 1. Take some time off during Charlotte. I think we're back to North America's best here. TSM over Oxygen here on Bank is just making a lot of sense. I'm seeing the stars align right now for me.
I paid very close attention to the team's cameras when we were looking in the arena a few minutes ago.
That was a good idea.
While that was going on, I vibe checked both of the teams, and TSM passed. So they're going to get my prediction.
Okay.
Pure vibe check, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm basing my predictions on.
Nah, game day vibes do matter. That's true. We don't bring it. You know what? That's part of our analysis we need to better. We don't talk about that nearly as much. How they look.
It worked for Sweater. That's all I'm saying.
It's true. He did pass some sort of check. I don't know if it was a vibe check or whatever, or like a
let's not go there.
Animal veterinary health inspection. It was one of those. It was one of those. He did it. Whatever happened.
He's got all of his shots, Noah. He's got all of his shots. He's okay.
That's right. Well, there you have it from our casters. 2 for TSM. We'll catch up with them in a minute when the game begins. Now it's time to find out what our analysts have to say. Is it just going to be TSM? I feel like it's not that easy of a choice, honestly.
It's not, and I think because this is a map that we haven't seen OXG play for a while, this is a very, very tight contest. I think, well, what is this? This is number 2 on the standings against number 4 at the current minute, which is dope. But it's going to be really close, and I don't think OXG would have opted to take this map over a Cafe, considering they allowed it to slip all the way to the very end of the ban phase, and they could have just said, you know what, we want TSM on TSM's best map. Instead, we're going to Bank. They've got to have something prepped for it. Bit of a gut feeling. I'll take OXG on this one.
All right.
You know what they say about history, Noah?
I do.
Doomed to repeat itself?
It repeats itself. And for the last 3 games that these two teams have played against each other, Auction have won all of them dominantly. 7-4 in stage 1, 7-3 in stage 3 last year, and 7-3 in stage 2 last year. I've got to go with Oxygen as well. I think they've got this in the bag against their longtime rivals of TSM.
You know, once again, we have the casters and the analysts picking opposite teams. Now, last time,
you know what?
That didn't work out spectacularly.
Last time this happened, they were right, so can I switch? No, I'm kidding. It's locked in.
No, you can't. It's too late. It's in there anyway. Let's find out what the coin has to say. It's going to be heads, TSM. It's going to be tails for Oxygen. Oh, the coin says heads again. Coin says TSM. All right, there you go. Ta-da. It's heads. So the coin says TSM. Let's find out what the viewers say as well. You had a chance to vote on Twitter. Keep in mind, you can jump on Twitter with the Rainbow Six NA account and vote for who you think is going to win.
It's
then it appears right there.
It's
I'm
TSM
shocked.
Twitter poll.
Shocked.
Why does the poll even exist?
I mean, you know, TSM got a lot of fans out there, so no surprise there. But maybe the analysts can prove everyone and even the force of chance wrong. Let's look at the community poll, though, before we jump into the map. It says, who will melt your heart faster? Geonitis or Laxing? Who is it?
Laxing's had my heart for a while.
What do you think?
Yeah, and then Dream's back and Laxing up as well. I feel like my heart is gone already.
There's actually a player called Melted in the league, though, so I mean, you know, why isn't he on? Well, anyway, we'll get to that a little bit later. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the map begins TSM versus Oxygen. Don't miss it. It'll be here in just a few.
energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that lemon squeeze. We're known for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we going way up. W's as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session.
I'm Bolo, and this is the NAL.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the NAL. It's time to get ready for our third matchup of the day now, and this one's bound to be quite the clash, as we've got TSM going up against Auctioneer, two teams that have been on the come up so far in Stage 2, both of them with 2 consecutive victories, but only one could keep that record flawless, as unfortunately they're going to have to drop a map here today. Who's going to be Stokes?
Honestly, it's looking to be Oxygen. I think that they're going to end up dropping the match here up against TSM. TSM's look really, really solid, but this one's pretty up in the air. The reasoning that I'm favoring TSM at the current moment is because I believe when they are in their pristine form, they are one of the most dominant forces inside of Rainbow Six Siege. Not only inside of North America, in Rainbow Six Siege overall. Now, that is not a slight towards Oxygen in the slightest. This team has done quite the bang-up job inside of recent history of making their presence known, not only inside of the first stage, but continually doing so. Falling a little short, if you really want to go that kind of way, at Charlotte, but I would say they still had some very solid results, and they're trying to convert that over into another major berth here inside of Stage 2, but TSM could be standing in their way. It's going to be Bank. It's TSM versus Oxygen. Let's get into this ban phase to see how this map will be affected.
Let's indeed jump into it, folks, and see who will top out from the ban phase. We'll be getting into things. Oxygen will have this first ban coming up in a moment, as well as the final ban. TSM will be getting the next two, as Maverick is going to be our first operator banned out by Oxygen.
So going to have the Maverick out first, and that's going to lock up a lot of these hatches. If we see the Thatcher here, that would be pretty unique, but we'll have to see. That makes a lot more sense. We'll get the Habana out of the way. Kaid is going to be a big priority here for the defenses. We'll see if somebody wants to remove that. Remember, we also have a Zombie still and Mira, as well as Valkyrie. So many different defenders that they can potentially look into. This makes a lot of sense. TSM are going to be on offense first, so they're going to remove the Azami. Not going to allow Oxygen to try and build anything upon her back, and it's going to be down to Echo as the last one removed. That's going to leave Valkyrie in, Maestro as well, which we've seen quite a few times when it comes to Bank, and Mira all in for play. This leaning quite a bit towards the defensive end. I think the biggest thing that we're going to have to notate is the back and forth dance of Thatcher as well as Kaid that we'll see amongst these defenders and offenders. It's just going to have to try and be the read as to what's going on in that situation. Yeah, we're going to be utilizing the attacker repick here quite early on already, as Bolo currently on a blitz, Geo currently on a Blackbeard, but I would be very surprised if these stay.
I mean, not only that, too, we've got a Galaz picked in from Achieve, so like you said, this will be very surprising if they stick with it. No sign of a repick just yet, but they still have quite a while to do so. Okay, Geos, that was the expected one. The Blackbeard would have been a real curveball if that was locked in, so expected that to switch away, but more so curious to see what happens with Bolo as well as Achieved operators. Bolo is going to still end up switching away, but he's going to be on a Zofia instead, and as well, yeah, that Glaz gets 6 picked out, or rather repicked out. The entire lineup actually is really going to get shuffled here in the final seconds now that they realize realize what the basement setup looks like. So the Osar comes out for Merc. We're also going to see a Ying come in for Achieved, and finally Geo locks in onto the line after everything is said and done. So actually a pretty big change up to the roster.
Yeah, once TSM got a read on what was going on, they immediately knew that they wanted to go for a server offense, and that's why we've seen Merc shift his way over to the Osa. Every single time that we've seen a server take in recent history that she has been available, she's always been played, and it's really nice to have her around like the server stack as well as just the off angle for the single breach you can make for the bottom of blue, just giving you some more cover rather than just like the carton, like the desk that sits in the middle of the room trying to protect yourself. And you can see TSM starting to build themselves up towards this in the first place. It's going to be Dream inside of server at the current moment, trying to play forward towards the dirt tunnel, but it's really only going to be the drone on the other end of the shotgun at the current moment.
Just waiting for this, trying to stay mobile, so if a drone does flood in, the intel is going to expire just as quickly as it is gained. Ultimately, a player is going to be forced away. This is Dream once again playing on the inside of security. He'll be forced away from that position just because things are a little bit too dicey, and as you see up on the top of blue, he's got a pretty secure lineup here. This is going to be a big booming execute from TSM, though. They'll pay no mind to the setup here on the inside of security and waltz right in. Merc obviously with an Osa shield to keep him relatively safe from this position, but he's not alone, as two other teammates pushing in from behind him here. So this will be a bit of a delicate hold for TSM as they do get server control. And how are they going to be able to keep it becomes the follow-up question.
Scary moment here for Achieved. Goyo canister has gone on Dream, awaiting his arrival. Stuns out, ADS won't catch. He's gonna end up blocking off the top of the stairwell, but as soon as he does that, one of the Candela's stuns will be able to catch him off guard. They emit at different levels, makes it super difficult to try and get away from them. And with that being said, TSM can now propel themselves forward. Nitro Cell prepped for Fox, he'll wait for that breach to go off and more than likely be tossing this Nitro sky high momentarily. EE1D out, won't mark anybody, but
nice
it'll be yours to take down Chala, a big pick, even though the exothermics have already been burned up. Nitro Cell out, it'll claim Achieved, and more than likely a shield as Bola will go down. Oxygen making mincemeat of this TSM take.
Massive shot from Nurz, more so in the fact that it saves a piece of utility for Oxygen. They're able to keep that Nitro in pocket, and you see the effectiveness it has now, shutting down potentially two different players there as one goes into a downside, the other one taking a hefty amount of damage from it. Achieved, in fact, still on the ground now. Geo is going to try to hop drop in, but it'll be read like a book, and OXG has absolutely no problem cleaning things up here to give them a confident first round here on the basement, despite the loss of security at the beginning of it.
I mean, what a straightforward affair from Oxygen. Really only having to deal with the server take. It eventually goes down to, obviously, the last member of TSM that just goes for a quick drop into red. So fairly easy for them, just utilizing a lot of their utility towards the actual plant attempt, as well as maintaining the crossfires that TSM seemingly couldn't deal with. Just running time and time again into some Oxygen bullets and losing way too many bodies. Really no way that they're going to be able to work it out from that situation. Also, the time delay from Oxygen there working out pretty handedly, forcing TSM towards more or less the halfway point of that round. They try to go for that plant, but still all of the utility prep for Oxygen when it comes to a situation like that. Still have the Nitro Cells especially, and that plays extremely well into what we saw go on for the rest of that round. So now TSM down one as Oxygen will head towards, I believe, staff room in the open area. Yes, indeed, with a hold on this top floor. They still have one reinforcement to set down. I don't know if it's going to be the single panel upstairs inside of supply or janitor, but we'll just have to see.
TSM switch up their lineup yet again here, but into a more expected chain of operators this time around here. Just a good split of soft and hard breach to Finka because she's kind of a requirement right now. Your optimal hard breach in this situation is going to be Chala. And then, of course, Geo still take care of the ranged soft breach. This needs more so, obviously, to take out utility rather than the walls here, but can still be useful in a pinch to knock out a square or two. He's just going to be rotating himself around, trying to make those rotate paths easier in the event that he ends up going back upstairs by knocking out this stairwell. And other than that, things are relatively quiet around the map right now. TSM taking their time with the initial clear, trying to build up a good plethora of intel for themselves before they start to commit to anywhere more risky across the map.
Yes, indeed. TSM taking their time, making sure that they know what this Oxygen setup looks like on the inside of the building. Has some pressure on this mid floor, but obviously, like we talked about previously, there is one player inside of this janitor closet. It's going to be Foxy, who's currently on kind of a heater, at least in that first round. Has a 2-0 score line, trying to propel himself even further through this round, as he is potentially a player starting to move in towards stock. Yes, he does. Geo, he should be in this area for the meanwhile. Has a drone to be able to assist, but it's really only him. Well, actually, at second glance, Bolo as well could be a part of this top take. They know that it's only down to one player here, but what's the move from TSM? They could have Bolo try and slip into conference and try and confirm from the rear, but actually no, that's all been reinforced up as well. And that last panel that we were talking about inside of the prep phase has been used to lock up the wall for Foxy. So he's in a pretty safe pasture at the current moment, especially with this deployable shield. They're going to be wasting quite a bit of time trying to dislodge him from this location. Not only did that actually get the deployable shield, but it also got the mute jammer on the wall, so a little bit easier even for Foxy in this situation, or rather TSM at the current moment. Speaking of Oxygen, though, they've been able to fire back as they'll take down Merc after his big pickup on Delaxing.
Even exchange so far between these teams. Nurzo, you can see, not going to feel secure in his spot down below, but Gio's still going to be able to grab Foxy just over by the janitor position, and Shala with one more as well to catch out Vertical, trying to move on the outside of Archives. A cleanup so far from TSM, leaving it all on to Dream and Yours. Without the security of the basement to fall back into, unlike the last round as well, things are going to get a little bit tough as these players will still be left relatively out in the open to be cleaned up by the 4 remaining members of TSM. Good catch with the Magnet here, though, is going to eat up one of those pivotal frag grenades, make things just a tad bit harder for TSM as they try to mop up shop with the 30 seconds remaining.
That's the beauty of Wamai. Having those discs in hard-to-reach places sometimes goes past the vision of the offense, and you can burn up some more utility, whereas you didn't really think you could before. Ill-advised swing from Newers to still get taken down, and so will Dream. TSM loses singular body and get gifted around because of it. The open area offense not working out in really any regard for the members of Oxygen. Constantly trying to spin around the map and catch TSM off guard on some of these rotations that they were attempting to pressure, but Oxygen is good for all of it, including Chala inside of top square. Way too many bodies going the way of TSM in that situation, so the round will be theirs as well. Instead of going back towards open area, Oxygen are feeling as though they need to change things up, and I would definitely agree. They're going to head towards the top floor here and attempt a take, or rather a defense on CEO.
Could see Oxygen pushed into a similar corner as they were on the previous round. We'll have to be careful advancing to this site, especially if TSM are going to be prominent on these repelled angles from the outside. They could very quickly limit the amount of aggressive defensive options that Oxygen has to stop TSM from taking control of the site. Similarly, though, TSM is going to need to get a few players in critical positions, such as the top of Spiral or Square side, with the walls being open, to properly utilize those repelled angles. So that'll be the big challenge for them and TSM coming into this round.
Absolutely the case. Honestly, TSM going to be mixing some things up when it comes to this lineup as well. Bring the Twitch in on Shala, and be having some fun with that. Achieved with Zero, as well as IQ working her way in for Bolo. So have a bunch of different options to try and break down this top floor take. I think the big part of this is going to obviously be the info game that they can get going on this mid floor to try and assist Bolo in clearing out a lot of this hard to reach utility. They can get through the soft flooring or potentially a window, but that's a little bit more risky. So now for TSM, they'll drone out lobby and start looking through to see where they can potentially work their way in. And oh, actually completely forgot about this as well, John, from today. Just got caught off guard with the whole morning thing. Actually, Mira not available to be played at the current moment. Completely forgot about that. And that's why we haven't seen her today. I was sitting here like, you know, with myself, I was like, why haven't we seen her really utilized? And I remembered why. There's a weird bug going on with Mira right now, so she's actually turned off. I do believe we'll get that confirmed. But yeah, more than likely the reason we haven't been seeing Mira here today. But past that, though, TSM, they've worked their way into lobby and are start building upon this and working their way towards the actual site.
Mark starting to creep forward over towards Tellers, where he'll begin to enter the defensive positions of Oxygen. Going to need to go a little bit further than Tellers specifically to reach that point, though. As you can see, we've got a couple stragglers hiding out near the main stairs area, more so than anything in terms of the actual Archives area. It's going to be a little light on presence at the moment from Oxygen, so Merc will have a very easy time clearing this out and opening up these bottom to top angles. Not that they're really going to be able to open up any... Oh, maybe. Hold on. Hold my words for a moment here. As Vertical waltzes right up, catches an over-eager Merc trying to line up a frag grenade, now pays the price for that over-eagerness. Bolo, though, is able to exchange it right back out as he catches Nurs elsewhere on the map to equalize things, and Achieved pushes it that one step further to put TSM in control.
Yes, indeed. What an awkward situation for Merc there. You're kind of just asking for somebody to step up to the hole and shoot you in the face, but it is what it is. They're still able to work it out at the end of the day, and Bolo most definitely, as he has came back with a vengeance this stage. Last stage not performing too well, but this stage especially lights out when it comes to these gunfights. And yet again, achieved with a nice pre-fire towards the top of the stairs. We'll get a double to match the double of Bolos, and that'll be the round, just giving over Merc for a nice little gift to the gods of Siege.
Really lights out for the entirety of Oxygen's defense there too, as every single type of move they try to make in the kind of dying throes of the round are immediately countered by the TSM setup. Beautifully done, and it's exactly the thing I was worried about with Oxygen going over to that site. Those repelled angles, just way too much to deal with. Even from trying to reposition themselves, Oxygen immediately was getting shut down as they tried to move across the site and the surrounding areas because, in part at least, of those repelled angles. So TSM with a confident throw over the last 2 rounds, they will take the lead away from Oxygen now at 2-1 here, trying to push it one step further, and Oxygen will actually play into the same site again. They'll make a return to the upstairs hold. This will be bold considering the way the round ended up playing down, with TSM having control over the large majority of angles at the end of that round here. So a lot of work needing to be done from Oxygen to make up the difference and find a victory here this time. It's also important to note, too, they still had basement now unlocked for play. They could return to that if they wanted to as of this round, but no longer going to be the case. They apparently feel that they have the winning strategy for this upstairs site.
All right, so just got it triple checked by production, and yes, indeed, John, Mira is actually banned at the current moment from competitive play due to the Mira bug, so very unfortunate, but obviously that does free up a ban slot as well. It just really, really sucks because there's a majority of the maps that we have played today that Mira plays really, really well on, so not having access to her is definitely something that a couple of these teams are going to wish that they had. But past that, though, Bolo working his way up towards Newers. Back and forth we go, slowly creeping up. Newers especially.
Oh, no way.
Been talking so much about how he was the new Bolo. Swings right into the crosshairs of said man. Jason Doty takes him down, but it's immediately traded out. But Laxing almost losing his own life as well. I swear to you, if Laxing was not a 3-armor in that situation, Bolo kills 2 people right there.
Oxygen counting their lucky stars. That does not turn into a 2-for-nothing trade, and at least mitigates it. Now do a 1-for-1. Obviously, the damage against Laxing, though, is palpable, and it's something they'll have to make up for throughout the rest of this round. Merc's damage, of course, is something of note, too, but he's on Finka, so he can fix that to some extent. It's not as much of a major concern for this team's end-of-round play. Speaking of which, we're starting to creep towards that point where TSM may have the aggression necessary to get their footing onto the ground inside of the building and begin to work up that spiral staircase position to start taking away site control. You can see, though, there's a little wrinkle in the corner of the lobby that Oxygen are going to be throwing in TSM here to try to trip them up, and so far that plan has worked out quite well. Foxy now on the top of the main stairs as well continues to watch for those positions being established so that they cannot get that far in their strategy.
All quiet across the map. Only the rolling out of an exothermic charge and a loud boom to come afterwards. Jalo will get the wall open. Now we're back to quietness as the drones roll around. These roly-polies will get taken down from Oxygen. Stream working his way up through Janitor at the current moment, but a frag grenade from underneath will force him back and actually almost be his demise as well. It's going to be a swing off of the windows from TSM, but nothing really giving at the current moment. Everyone else locked into battle, and Dream now down to Fox 8 trying to work his way towards Square, but that's ill-advised as Chalo actually went out that engagement. Oxygen, worse for wear at the current moment. Laxing still low on HP. Vertical actually the only one at maximum at the current moment, and with TSM bearing down on their location, there's a very, very long list of ways that this could go awry for the defensive end. Won't be able to secure Dream's location. It's going to be some nice shots here from Achieve, but won't be able to land any of them on the Checkers player. Chala's worked his way over towards the center desk and will begin the plant. Nitro cell out, and that'll be a kill for Laxing from underneath. No one preventing that. Now Achieved must hop too. The cross will be watched, and he's sprinting through the breach. Not something that you want. And also the Ash player over here still towards Elevator. TSM, they just don't pick up the pieces there at the tail end. Everyone is very late to the party and just assuming that there's not going to be too much going on that mid floor, and Laxing gets away with one of his hallmark plays yet again, ratting out on that mid floor, getting away from the TSM info game, and able to end the round with a nice nitro cell.
TSM just way too many variables playing into their assault of the site, and unfortunately left far too many of them unchecked as they got deeper into it there. So Oxygen able to bring things back under their own control. The retry, which I was second guessing to be fair to them, does end up playing well into their favor. So good on Oxygen for having the confidence to go back into that, and more importantly, having the corrections ready to immediately deploy to make sure that that site still fell under their control when everything was said and done. Now they're going to make a return to the basement finally, and they've already had success here earlier on in the half. In part, to be fair to TSM, this was due to a kind of strange attacking strategy they deployed where they sent 3 players in through Dirt Tunnel right off the bat. So going back to our more normal execute style, assuming we're going to get that from TSM, could allow things to be a little bit easier for them, but we'll have to wait and see.
5 seconds to insertion.
We will indeed, but we won't have to wait too long as the round starts now. And what will TSM attempt to do with their map control this time around? Well, they've brought Bolo on the Jackal. Now, the Inox is an amazing piece of utility for the offense that allows them to clear the map pretty damn quickly. He's one of the only ops in the entire game that will give you direct info towards an actual member. I mean, the EE1D can obviously do that, but you have to move. Dokubi's calls can, but it's not as direct. Jackal is by far and away the best roam clearer when it comes to this game because you do get that direct info where your teammates can enact themselves upon that player and try and stop them from getting to some of these safer parts of the map and rotating off from their original position. And speaking of original position, look at how Oxygen has set themselves up across this mid floor. We're going to have 2 players inside of the elevator hallway. Scratch that, one inside of Tellers that'll pop a shot at Merc and only catch him in the shoulder. But now the info game's starting to work out for TSM as they've taken the top floor.
Fox is still waiting patiently at the bottom of the elevator for any action to be thrown upon him. Laxing will be forced, however, to go back down just due to too much pressure coming in from TSM up on top. Bolo has kind of been the instructor of this as he's been able to successfully force away the pressure on the main stairs and open up a pathway for some of the other members of TSM to also use this to get down. Looks like the large majority of Oxygen has given up their extended positions. In fact, all of them have. Dream, of course, still maintaining that little bunker at the top of Blue Steer, so he will continue to play from that position. But in terms of anyone else trying to maintain open area or, say, janitor control upstairs, that is all done and dusted. TSM have cleaned that up and can now focus entirely on their descent into the basement.
Well, not too much happening past that. Yes, indeed, Merc, that is your own drone. Good job. We've been able to establish that and establish this info game that's now traveling downstairs. Shala's going to pack the secondary hard breach, and a nitro cell will be tossed up to try and prevent that from happening inside of small office, but it's going to land on deaf ears. Vertical now assuming the position inside of sight. He'll hold onto the door for small office and attempt to see there's any TSM member that wants to try and place their face inside of that hatch. Geo's going to end up opening up the other hatch now, though, as they've gotten rid of at least the Goyo canister, but not the shield. Dream will be playing around that with the laser gate and 2 ADS as TSM, they're at a lack of time at the current moment, and they really haven't made any headway towards a singular part of the site. As of right now, this is looking like a drop towards the back. Merc's going to be able to take down Newers because his feet block a lot of those bullets for his actual noggin, and now Foxy is going to actually trade things out here. So they're going to be able to potentially get Chala back up here as Merc's ability comes off of cooldown, but past that, it's going to have to be a strong-handed fist from TSM to take over this site, and it's already working out pretty well for them at the end of the day. Achieved with a very nice angle, but Chala's going to be able to take down Vertical in the site that could have shut down Achieved in this situation. Candela in, he's going to try and pre-fire this, but Geo's taking him out as well. TSM catch Oxygen completely off guard with the backdrop. They constantly are thinking that they're going to go for the server take at some moment in time, but I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Oxygen. Your blue hold, it was too strong. They didn't want to deal with it, so they go the other way, and it works extremely well for TSM. It's a 3-2 lead for them now.
Unfortunate, too, is the intel read in situations like this from Oxygen in the past has been strong, so you would have thought they would have been able to adjust, but just not able to get the appropriate players in position in time to counter out the hatch drop on the other side of the basement floor. So things go into the favor of of TSM. They don't have the edge going into the 6th round to the last round of the half. They can very potentially lock in the 4-2 on the attacking side of Bank as well. Be a massive boon for them as they switch over to their defense on the next one. And then from that point forward, would have the advantage to try and rocket themselves onward with only 3 more rounds needed to close out on this map. Oxygen, though, want to put a stop to that, and they'll attempt to do so with their open area hold, as clearly the basement round did not yield the best results, and they don't feel that they can lock in this one on a reattempt, unlike the upstairs hold that we saw play out a few rounds back.
Yeah, I think they definitely have an opportunity here just because of how long it's taken for TSM to clear out things on a moment-to-moment basis throughout these rounds. But when it comes to the actual site execute, TSM are about it. They were able to clear out most of that building, obviously, inside of the opening 2 minutes, but the last little time before that execute goes through, there's really not too much going on site, and then everything happens in a snap of a finger. You immediately have Achieve drop in towards the back. It starts punishing everything that's going on for Oxygen's defensive setup because they have nobody over towards the actual elevator or like cart space. He's got free reign over that. He can lock down your gold vault player. You have all that pressure coming through marble or white stairs, or whatever you guys call it at home, and they're all trying to take the fight with the player inside of the actual office. So it just makes things super, super difficult for any of the Oxygen members to try and battle back towards Achieve's position and try and assist their vault player in anything of the sort. So it just makes things quite hard at the end of the day. TSM able to take that round, and they'll begin taking this top floor.
TSM begins the clearance procedure here of knocking out any of the extensions from Oxygen. There's going to be a little bit of it, but more so deployed downstairs rather than what we have seen here from these guys. Foxy is going to be forced off of his janitor position, as we did see a small extension into that spot, but not going to be able to keep itself alive for very long when Bolo is able to waltz right in and knock out the wall behind that player's hard point. So once again, TSM making quick work of the kind of casual extensions from Oxygen. Going to take a little bit more, however, for them to push beyond this and be able to get access to the open area, excuse me.
Already have some solid camera placements here as well. Achieved moments away from death, although probably unbeknownst to him at that current moment as he was sledging up the floor. He's going to continue to do so as they're trying to weasel their way in towards the teller's office area. Again, breaking up these hatches along the area for open area, actually. See if they can potentially catch anybody off on the far side that is usually occupied if nobody is playing the copier window. So now, for Merc, gosh, they have found so much space here, John. Oxygen are just not playing these rooms very tight-knit. It's mostly all into sight, but where are these other players at? It's just a string of them across the site. We have 2 other players downstairs attempting for a flank. Now, we've seen this time and time again before. The biggest one obviously being Beastcoast double stack for the blue stairs to try and prevent the exothermic charge from going down on bottom square wall for Kitchen. But obviously, TSM are ready for this, and they're actually going to swing into it, but no, Achieved! He loses out! Vertical's taking him down, and that's a huge pick, but fortunately enough, they have a Chala, and he has a refrag.
This is the big problem right now for Oxygen, is they are able to get away with these little steals every now and again, but it's almost immediately getting mitigated out in a lot of these situations here. Need to try and stop the bleeding or cool the aggression off after that first kill has been claimed here. Once again, Vertical, though, going to be able to strike true for himself, but again, another member of TSM trades it right back. Geo keeping himself alive, or Merc rather, to be able to at least use the Finka charge for a moment, but hasn't bought enough time for Geo to make the play inside of this 1v2. Not looking like it, as Nuris is able to get himself out into the open to shut down the last member of the Assault, and at least lock in an even 3-3 scoreline as we switch sides.
The timing on that is just so very poor. And also, I just really didn't like the ego challenge there from Achieved. I think it was a little overdone. I honestly just hold on to blue stairs, nade it, do anything. If you want to go for a swing like that, you know how many bodies are standing around you at that current moment? Did you see the amount of TSM people inside of Square? Have somebody swing blue with you. Do something like that. Don't go for these hero plays. They're going to end up getting your team punished, because that's really what it was. They had to slow down because Achieved died, and they didn't know who was going to be watching blue. So it punished TSM severely in that situation. You have both of the stairwells shot out, held down, and you know, all the hatches are shot out, but they don't have an Oryx, so they can't even get back to site if they're stuck downstairs. You know, just not really the best way for TSM to play that out, especially with how far along the path they've gotten themselves. But I mean, beggars can't be choosers at the end of the day. TSM are going to split 3-3 up against Oxygen here on Bank, in which they don't really have a lot of VOD on for OXG, just given their recent history of maps.
So we'll see now if Either one of these teams is going to be able to play things out into their favor. Oxygen with a few change-ups coming in, most notably Vertical, of course, adding in the Capital. Not an operator we tend to see too often. We see it flirted with a bit on the initial picks, but more often than not, at least for the games that I have been watching, it ends up getting swamped away by the end of the drone phase. So Vertical going to actually give it to us outright this time. And we'll see how those microboats might be able to work out in flushing out some of the positions such as Red Hall or further back, such as towards the lockers, when Oxygen are ready to make their push happen. Got a lot to bleed through before they can get to that, though, as TSM has a very active deployment of their own roster. 4 players, I believe, if I'm looking at it correctly right now, roaming around the top floor, or first floor, in fact, at the moment. So definitely some things to be dealt with by the Oxygen camp before they can even get within range of the execute. Speaking of which, there is the chance to shut out Shala, but Shala reads it right back at Noors and takes him down instead, giving the opening kill over to TSM again.
I mean, Noors had everything practically minus Shala's, yeah, kill me. Just shoot me right in the face, please. Like, that was incredible from Shala. What a reaction time, but fortunately enough, they have a Vertical, and he's hitting his mark here today, at least at the current moment. 6 in 4, able to come back from the depths here of his stage 2 performances so far for Vertical. Achieved, will be holding on to server here for a moment's notice. Does have the drone inbound to his current location. Doesn't want to try and overdo it at the current moment, though, as this could be a death spell for TSM if they continue to leak bodies. And they've already gotten so much done. That pick on Noors is dastardly, especially with the fact that he is Finka. Also achieved. Oh my god, no.
Goodness.
Laxing just got Vertical outside. Oh my god, that is the worst thing that could have happened to them at the current moment. The only secondary hard breach that they have is obviously going to be Fox. I think Dream still has some Selma charges. He has 1. But that's going to be not only the nades and the health out of Noors, but also Capitau's smoke and firebolts gone. And Laxing missed his frag on the mid-floor. TSM gets back downstairs, Blue.
Horrible chain of events for Oxygen here, but they're going to have to fight within it regardless, as 3v4 now becomes the circumstance thrown at them. Bolo, of course, will have to back up a bit further into gold bars now that he's been spotted out in this cheeky position at the bottom of the drop hatch. Was hoping to maybe catch a member of Oxygen as they were going for it, but no longer will be the case. Instead, these remaining 3 going to have to try and brute force their way around, as they can use the can opener to at least open up this hatch, but that's really just a small side piece at this point to be able to watch out for flanks. It's not going to let them into the site. It's not going to get them any closer towards it. It's not going to reveal any information as far as what the setup looks like for TSM. Speaking of which, Achieved is actually still back here. I thought he had long gone from this server position, but no, was maintaining it. So finally get found out. That evens out the numbers, but does it leave enough room here for Oxygen to get the plant down?
0 room for error, 0 room to breathe, and a Foxay ready for the Nitro Cell. He's getting tagged up though. He'll get swung from Bolo. Nitro Cell out, he'll claim Dream, but no, it actually won't. He has to double back, and they're gonna be able to pick it up anyways. TSM, an explosive end to a round that they had already practically gifted towards themselves, but Oxygen, they at least have to make an attempt. And it was a pretty feisty one at that, dancing back and forth off of that utility game. Oxygen not able to get through the thick of it though. TSM to claim this round after quite a few interesting instances amongst these two teams.
Yeah, a bit scrappy to get things going, but they do indeed keep it going in their favor once they are able to retreat down to the basement. That initial flood of players. Great stuff from TSM as it allows them now to preserve the lead. Heading first into the second half here. Just 3 more rounds stand between them and the victory today against Oxygen, as well as still a flawless record here in stage 2 of the NAL. You can see it there at the top for both teams right now. They're both sitting at 2-0, but only one can keep that flawless and try to carry it forward. That would be even better, of course, if they can do it inside of regulation, as that serves them even more the better to give them that additional point for winning things out here, but should go to OT. Probably not going to surprise either of these teams too much. They'll be perfectly fine to take the 2 points that they would get from winning in there.
5 seconds remaining.
It's going to be the open area defense here for TSM and Oxygen with a lineup that's looking to take the top floor. They'll have the Jackal as well as the Amaru along for the ride, so the info game as well as the quickness of Amaru to try and capitalize on a situation like this. Achieve going to be giving some early feetsies towards the top of square, so we'll see if Noors can potentially suss any of those out. Speaking of Achieved, he's actually going to stick around, playing quite aggressively off this Prisma. I really like this, mostly because a lot of teams will accidentally pre-fire a Prisma or something like that just to make sure it's not a fake, and you can swing off of that info. So we'll have to see exactly what happens here. But speaking of Newers from earlier, he's starting to work his way up blue stairs, and Oxygen already starting to build up on this info matrix, with Zero adding some of those Argus cameras towards lobby.
Achieved, and the rest of TSM still constantly waiting for a chance to strike here in their exposed positions also. So as much as it's going to be an opportunity for TSM to make impact, the same can be said for Oxygen, with these members of the defense being so far out into the open. Neither team, though, able to put their right foot forward just yet. That is, of course, until Newers is able to get himself into the action, where he'll find Achieved and knock out the Oryx. Some chances to fire back at that apparently being drawn out as Bolo expends just a bit of ammunition, but unfortunately not leading to a whole lot. Every single member of Oxygen still stays at full HP and ready for the next challenge here.
I don't really know what went down with Achieved in this situation, but quite unfortunate at the end of the day. Vertical is going to be the one downstairs. Laxing will be back up towards the top of Square. Seemingly has some players in towards his side that he's going to have to deal with. And yes, he'll have Bolo here after he tags up the initial part of that Prisma. A stun in. Bolo trying to occupy the angle for as long as humanly possible and add some shots at the very end just in case Laxing wants to try and swing. Geo will take down Foxay in the meanwhile, though. This could be Zero off the board, and a lot of different pieces of utility they could have utilized. Oh, what a beautiful read here from Geo. The Beastcoast special will not work out this time, although the kill's going the way of Oxygen, and Dream planting in a completely different area. So actually, Oxygen is using it more as a fake. It's something to pull TSM towards open area and make them assume that something is going to happen inside of that space. But no, it's a kitchen take instead, and Oxygen are able to claim the round.
Works out excellently there for Oxygen, keeping themselves very close to the scoreline of TSM, and close as well in a competitive sense. TSM now shifting up their site yet again. They will not go back into that same site as we saw in the previous round. Instead, it's over to Tellers and Archive for the next hold here. Operators will adjust appropriately as they might need to be able to play into this site, but overall things are not going to see a tectonic shift inside of this round. TSM still keeping the same flavor about things. Usual bit of mitigation coming in there for Bolo to throw out the magnets across the map. Merc will be kind of your designated roamer, obviously, so he's going to be on the Oryx. And aside from that, a sprinkling of utility to allow these players greater capability to kind of take these early fights.
And that's what we're seeing Vertical work in pretty easily with the IQ as well. There's just so much utility for IQ to deal with, especially if you can get the verticality here. You can get rid of things like My Discs, the Prismas, Vout Cams, Mute Jammers, the whole 9 yard, even the proxy sensors of Merc. You can get rid of all of it with a singular character if she can find the angle. So we'll see if Vert can get that done. Newers is going to convert himself back over to the Church of the Jackal. This whole attempt to clear out this top floor yet again for Oxygen. We'll see if it bears any fruit.
Chief just kind of flirting with these little window peaks just to make sure Oxygen try to get themselves up on top of it super early on in this round to clear out the second floor hold. Merc will be doing very much the same exact thing as we continue to see what exactly Oxygen want to deploy towards the opening minute of play. Just a few Arguses being thrown out by Foxes. They kind of need to when you go onto a site where you have to execute through the lobby. It's obviously, as you can see already, just in front of you, how useful those Argus cams can be by throwing them onto the roof. And they're also pretty hard to detect on the roof, too, from the defensive side of things, just due to how much real estate is out there. So Merc's position has been spotted out. He probably is not aware of this yet, but is still going to have to play carefully considering that factor.
Well, down the first minute now, Oxygen's offense has been slowly ramping up. After that last successful round, they're going about things in a very similar fashion. Newers will start his way downstairs and work his way in from Dirt Tunnel. Vertical will check out the top of Square and immediately fall back towards greener pastures for Oxygen as they've built up quite a few bodies around this Square space. Laxing will attempt to dance with death, actually, as some shots come in towards him very crucially. Newers is actually in sight. So is Vertical, and so is Foxay, so is the rest of Oxygen. There's a plant going down with Dream on the far side of Archive. Achieve will be able to get a kill. Don't think TSM are going to be able to battle back from this, but as soon as I say that, I may be sorely mistaken. There is an Achieved, or rather an Oxygen player deep off of Achieve's right. It could potentially get that kill, but it's going to be on the Bolo instead as it was equalized here with these last 30 seconds. Vertical will be able to continually hold on to this. Merc working his way in from the office will take down Vertical. Foxay has to try and shift now and play plant prevent here. Able to take down at least Achieve, but has one more to deal with inside of the office. Some shots back and forth, not able to land them, and it's going to be the secondary pistol to take him down. It's actually the bailiff of Merc. A quick bag and a quick well, bag as they are able to take the round there. And it's going to be TSM overall here. Very dominant on this defensive end. Just a very awkward round there for Oxygen.
It's a bit too forward, I would say.
Yeah,
right?
and it's going to be a big timeout call here from them as well. I don't think that it was a fact that it was too forward. I think that they just had too much control inside of the site and not enough control outside of the site to where they could actually stop any of the defensemen from rotating into them, and that's really what caused a lot of problems.
Basically, they saw treasure in the Dragon's Cave, not to realize that the dragon was hiding in the back the whole time, pretty much. So they tried.
It was a hidden wall.
Tried to rush her for like an easy plant, and then didn't realize that there were still like all these roamers like sprinkled all over the place. And the intel game seemed a little weak too. I agree with your point. They definitely didn't have the control off site. No. They didn't really seem to even have the intel off site either, as we had players in open area just swinging left and right, getting multi-kills because members of Oxygen had no idea there was even anyone over there. Just intuition off of obviously previous plays and whatnot, but the actual intel game looked very weak from Oxygen after they got themselves into the site.
You know, I think Oxygen got a decent amount discovered when it came to their clear. The big thing is that, like we were talking about, they didn't set up outside of the direct access to the site to be able to actually slow down any of the TSM members and try and, you know, funnel them to where they have to come in through small office or maybe the elevator hallway and really only give them those two facets, right? They didn't do any of that. And that's how TSM is able to quickly come back into that round. It was really awkward. I was trying to do like calculus practically whilst also shoutcasting there because I legitimately, honest to God, I had no idea which way that round was going to go because, to be honest with you, we didn't really have the whole piece of the puzzle inside that last round as to how the hell things went down. We didn't see the positioning of most of the Oxygen members. We just saw them walking to site. We had no idea where half the TSM guys were. You could have called it right there at that moment when the plant goes down and be like, it's going to be Oxygen, or it's going to be TSM. And you're probably half right, because I have no idea. So it's just a very, very weird round there for round 10, either way you slice it. But now, luckily enough, we're away from round 9, icky, and we can get into round 10 and hopefully have a better round.
All right, folks, well, we're on the teeter-totter now as well. It's been 3 rounds back to either team on an alternating basis, obviously. So we need to find ourselves a real winner here. Doing this back and forth is not necessarily going to give TSM what they need to close out on the game. Merc, the dirty angle, hiding underneath of the desk. Going to see if he can maybe catch a few of the members of Oxygen as they try to clear things out upstairs here.
There's 2 rules of bank. Always check under checker's desk and always check under small desk. There is always bound to be some rat just laying here. I'm telling you. And 9 times out of 10, I'm not even joking, it works out. People get so used to people not playing these ratty positions, and it just takes one mistake, and all of a sudden 3 of your teammates are dead, and TSM just went off the back of that. So we'll have to see how it goes, as Newers will now enter the top floor, and there's a makeshift bear trap under a desk awaiting his arrival. Oh, dream.
Didn't see it, so
not yet.
Not going to be able to venture forward and check. There is another drone zooming its way around the interior of the site, but yeah, as you can see, both of them have now exited. It does look like that Merc's position went unknown. However, he's still going to move out from it here now, so we'll see what he's exactly going to try to line up for himself. Those players at top stairs appear to be his primary target, and they have no idea he's here. Such a simple one-tap against Vert that the other teammate from TSM may actually not have an idea of where that shot came from. Nurse is going to have to hunt for it here now because of the obscurity and try to figure out where Merc has gone. Merc, in the meanwhile, he's chilling. He's just going to sit in this corner, wait for someone else to make a mistake.
No, this is all a time waste right here. Huge time sink and the potential to get another frag. He should have the player moving in from behind him very quickly, but Merc knows that, so he's going to adjust towards the windows and try and play back in towards the site to try and get another kill. Going to tag up one, but they obviously know where he is now. Foxy trying to jump back out. Won't be able to find Merc either. Newers has to swing and pre-fire, but he's going to deal so much damage to him as well. And that's already 2 adrenal surges forced out by a singular player instead of the opening moments of this round. Incredible gameplay here from Merc, holding down that top floor, getting that initial pick, and leaving Oxygen dead in the water. They have to force their way through the entirety of this mid-floor, and there's still a TSM member here. They're going to fall off from small office now, and Oxygen are now the ones that must propel themselves forward to try and stave off TSM from map and match point.
Gio still trying to shift his way over towards top blue here and wait for the eventual flash dump against him. There's the first one, which he's able to avoid. Delay on the others, though, as they're trying to wait out the smart glass timer, but it's off kilter, so he'll be able to get away with a 1-for-1 here. OXG still trade him out, but they've left the case on the stairs. Someone else is going to have to retrieve that as they go back in for the clear here to flush out any defensive presence on the inside of the site. Chala fends off doors. No one has gone back to pick up the case. They've done so now, but the time is up. Foxy literally cannot get to the site in time, and unfortunately, he's now the only player left standing happening here too. Swipes away at least one more member of the squad, but TSM still win it on the timer and push themselves up onto map point now.
Got a drone. You just got a drone, man. That's Rainbow Six. Listen, I'll reconcile with you for a second. I'll level with you, okay? I understand that droning is so unbelievably boring and that you have to do it every single time that a round starts. But if you do it right, then you probably won't run into some of these problems. And that's the big thing, is like all it takes is one mistake, one missed drone, and that could be an entire round. And that's exactly what we just saw from TSM. You know, you give one of these moments where they can potentially get a free pick, or it could be the round, and it works out in your favor. Oxygen do not drone out the top floor properly, and they are manhandled because of it. Merc playing such a very strong role inside of that round, not only because of the first pick, but because of the amount of time wasted. He takes his sweet time under that desk and has to expend a singular bullet to make a game-changing move in that round. That was it. He didn't have to kill anybody else or anything. He kills that one person and adjusts back into the central office and awaits Oxygen's arrival because he knows how much time is worth in a game like Rainbow Six, and works out with flying colors for TSM. They're now on map in match point after they decimate the rest of the Oxygen offense, who's now out and about yet again with practically the exact same lineup we have been seeing from them, minus the Jackal of Newers. He's dropped off of that and instead is bringing the Finka.
Finka re-added back into the Oxygen lineup to give them that mid-fight boosting capability that I'm sure is sorely missed. Achieved in the meanwhile having to dance around some of these holes being opened up just to make sure he doesn't get himself revealed right at the beginning of the round. Newers would be the one hunting from the other side of it. He'll notice that one of those windows got punched. I believe that's the square one, so we'll be keeping a close eye on that in the event that someone from TSM tried to go for a hop. Not going to be happening anytime soon, though, as TSM has not played into that too heavily. We did see it once from Oxygen at the tail end of the previous half. And so far, TSM has been fairly conservative with the aggression. Man, I just jinxed it so hard. I spent like
the caster's curse
30 seconds talking about how they don't do these runouts, and then Bolo does it to get a kill. Not going to be able to take it further than that kill, though, as Dream does exchange it back out.
And it could have potentially have been onto one of the most, how do we put this? Probably the most expensive operator across the entire lineup.
If there was an economy in this game, Bolo just stole half the account, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's just, oh man, might want to check your Capital One. I don't know. It's all gone. It's all gone. We're gonna put this into some offshore accounts. Gonna move it over into FICO, and it's gone. Oh, it's all gone. It's all gone. But fortunately enough for Oxygen, it's not actually all gone as much as you and I do enjoy memeing. They still do have 4 bodies, but as we've talked about throughout the day, Finka's value cannot be underestimated. Anybody on defense minus smoke is practically worth trading out into Finka every single time. So we'll see if Oxygen can try and get through this. They have the skeleton key to be able to break up a lot of this flooring, but Merc, he has a willingness to shoot back. The M590 eats at laxing flags. So much damage dealt. Won't kill him just yet. Going down to the last minute, TSM is looking to take this 7-4.
TSM still an even fight needed to be able to win it, however, with Laxing, of course, being the player that pushes the needle just a little bit more so in the favor of TSM due to low HP. Thankfully, he's the top-down player, but bad news, he's also dead. Merc has finished him off now with another pump of the shotgun. Chief's gonna get spotted out inside of the elevator. That doesn't necessarily mean members of Oxygen can really do anything about it, mainly because they don't have any nades anymore. So they went down on yours. Away from that, members of TSM getting ready to fend off the small number of breaches that we can still see Oxygen properly weigh in towards. Merc will be able to catch Dream. Vertical with a nice insertion here, gonna be able to sneak through, but it's Foxay to make the initial impact against Merc. Bring the numbers back down into a more palatable position here for OXG at a 2 versus 3.
The case is on vertical, and he's moving in his way in from kitchen. He has Chala on site to deal with. Foxay inside of small, trying to push his way through archives, and he'll be able to do so. Plant now starting. Foxay has the cross here, but he's got to make the most grand of stands. Tries to swing through against the castle, but where's the other player at? Foxay's got the cover. It's a triple for Foxay. TSM, it's slipping away. Had the 2v2. Now down to the 1 versus 2 for Geo. It'd be a huge round for him. They're both so very low to the point where the ump can more than likely take them out with just the body shots now. Bounces back and forth. has to worry about the positioning of Foxay at the current moment as well. He'll sprint forward, but look at how he's paying attention to when he needs to keep this gun up. Foxay so very low. Oh, this timer. Continue to pay attention to this timer. He has to get there in 7 seconds. Vertical to run away. He's dipping out, and that's going to be it on time. Oxygen claim the round. Vertical with the kill, and Foxay with a massive stand in open area.
Beautifully done. A nice attempt coming in from Giannitis, of course, but just not able to push it far enough. OXG bring that down to a far enough point where they are able to win it out on timing and push us to the final round of regulation here. 6-5 is the scoreline. TSM with one more chance to shut it out. It is going to have to be in a new position here too, or rather a different position, or at least that's what we would expect, but not necessarily the case. They're still trying to pick that out, and we are going to see TSM go into a pause as well to figure out exactly how they want to play this.
Yeah, I think the big thing there is that although Oxygen did end up not faring the best inside of the man count, they fared extremely well inside of map presence. Foxay ending up inside of Archives is exactly what wins them that round, and the ability for Vertical to adapt to a situation. Did you see how quickly his decision-making was going through his mind? Archive, into Square, into getting the case, into making sure the wall, and to make sure he's not getting shot by Valkyrie, and whatever. All the way down to getting the plant down, while Foxay is trying to push himself into sight and deal with all of these different players. It was so well handled by those two, and TSM were not ready for it because they didn't have enough site presence. With Chala being the only one there, there's way too much for him to worry about. And, you know, with Foxay kind of having that ghost pressure around Archives, right, you really don't know if he's holding that angle there or not. He could be there, he couldn't be. If you swing into it, you give another body over. You don't want to do that. You're kind of hanging about, and that allows him to work his way in through Archive into small and get those kills that we did end up seeing. So incredible play from that 2vx situation for Oxygen as they will stave off their elimination here, or at least the ending of this map in a 7-5 fashion.
Yeah, big shout outs to Foxay for the way he managed the interior site play after the plan had gone down there. Beautifully done from what I believe was a 2v4 at the start of it there to negotiate so many of those kills and keep himself at fairly decent HP for the large majority of that fight as well. Beautiful stuff to keep Oxygen in the fight. Now they've got to do it one more time, and that only enables the 1 out of 2 points they can still get for themselves in this matchup here. Need to get this next round though, otherwise it'll be 0, and TSM will be taking a full 3 with a 7-5 scoreline. Let's see though, as TSM did change up their site choice. Initially was going to go back over, I believe, in towards Tellers for this one, but did end up switching it up to the second floor hold instead, where they'll attempt to fend off the advances of Oxygen here, starting off with Newers. Going for the quick insertion yet again through the basement. Won't be alone here either. Vertical supporting him with a drone and more than likely with his body relatively soon as he's positioned on the inside of dirt tunnels.
Slow and steady for Oxygen. Not make a mistake inside of this round, or it could end up coming back to bite them. And fortunately enough, they'll start off strong. They're going to take down Merc, and it's going to be Newers on the entry this time around. Time and time again, coming up through this basement, but fortunately enough, able to catch TSM a certain way to find that kill on the main stairs. And now for TSM, they're going to try and stick to their guns around some of these far-reaching moments of the map. Gio's going to actually end up getting a Selma charged here and forced back into the elevator. Oxygen doing a very, very strong job of breaking up this map at the current moment.
So Oxygen still looking to build themselves up into a position where they feel they have the confidence to swing upstairs, clear out the remnants of this defensive setup, being very cautious as well about making sure they maintain as much positioning as possible before they try to adventure towards that. TSM, though, have gone very quiet since the loss of Merc. Virtually 0 aggression coming out for them, although they are mainstaying into their current positions over towards like Elevator as well as Stocks. They have some extension, some map control to play for here, whereas Oxygen still gaining the large majority of it, at least as far as the second floor is concerned here. Able to negotiate first floor control without too much of an issue, but moving beyond this is where the problems potentially are going to start to surface. We'll begin to see them fight for that second floor control now as Vertical makes the ascension with Newers right behind him, ready to move in from the balcony door. Unfortunately, though, Vertical will lose about half of his HP from making that advance. With the Fink in play, however, they'll be able to boost that right back up.
Well, the biggest tale of the tape is what happens with Achieved. Look at his positioning currently on blue stairs. Foxeo will be worried about bottom square. Doesn't have any more cameras to dedicate to this, but as long as they have somebody in this space, the Chiefs should more than likely die on this entry. But Oxygen, speaking of entries, actually have to hightail it into sight here momentarily. Chala with a nice big swing. Some serious damage dealt to him, but it'll be confirmed from Vertical. Oh no, achieved. That was it. That was it right there. He could have just ended the round potentially, but now they know he's downstairs. Oh, back and forth they go. They know the square player's around, but they need to get this plant down. Geometrics moving his way across the actual area. Knows one swinging in, but it's a prone angle, and Newers will pick him up at the top of square as the entire bookshelf has been disintegrated. It'll give him an angle, an Oxygen the round.
And Gio again, good attempt to play it out from the 1vx, but unfortunately just read like a book there as he goes for the prone attempt to take down the repelling player. The one on the outside by square reads into him, shuts him down from that prone spot and stops the clutch from going any further. Now ties us up at 6-6, activates overtime, and the 3 additional rounds that'll come with it. Fortunately, he's going to remove some of the point totals these teams can now gain out of this matchup, but leaves the maximum at 2 for our winners here. Next team to pick up 2 rounds, and meanwhile, will be able to take it. TSM have the slight advantage by playing onto the defensive side and being able to go back, of course, now to the basement.
Well, at a minimum, at least the games that we're splitting with the desk are absolute bangers. Apparently, we need to do that more often because, I mean, these teams are fighting for our glory at the current moment, as well as TSM's fighting to keep me over 80% on my pick rate. So let's go TSM. You know, this overtime, we're really hoping they close it out. But to be honest with you, I think that this is going to favor TSM pretty handily when it comes to the defensive ends and the fact that they're going to have a majority of them when it comes to this overtime. I can definitely see Oxygen bouncing back and claiming this next round. If we see TSM take this, more than likely going to require all 15 in my eyes. But, you know, this is why we play out the game. Literally anything could happen, but it all starts now here as we've shifted a couple gears for Oxygen. We've dropped it down into third, and we're about to blast off as Vertical will end up picking up the Jackal for the top clear. Newers will stick to his guns, or a better way to put that would be gun, as he will be back onto the LMG.
Oxygen players working on getting themselves into solid positioning here, starting out with the square assault that they can then use as a springboard for the rest of their take. Need to clear out the presence from TSM upstairs, of course, here. There's not going to be much of it either. You only really have 1 to 2 players kind of roaming around here, and it's quite casual, just maintaining staircase position more than anything, which even that has already been given up. So easy advantage here for Oxygen to get the round started, but how do they clear out the Matrix on the first floor, going all the way into areas like Tellers and whatnot, as well as Merc still having this solid position to play from at the bottom of the stairs. If Oxygen want to test that, they can, but it probably will end up going pretty heftily into Merc's favor. He'll be spotted out by a drone, at least they'll know where to aim now, and Merc will also have to second guess the advances coming in from Oxygen, as he'll believe there's going to be pressure coming in from the lobby. He'd be right to assume so. There's a reconfirmation of Oryx's position being played out from behind the beepers still too. Eventually Merc will just have to fall back from it here and descend into the basement with his other support.
Yes, indeed, but the amount of time wasted for TSM at the current moment, it's at least solid. I always want to get just about half of their rounds. TSM will leave just a little bit earlier than usual, but obviously given the circumstances, it is definitely worth Bolo. Make me clench myself there for just a moment as at Nitro, so won't be thrown up into open area, but fortunately enough, Newer's good for it. Able to take that out before it ends up in a very unfortunate circumstance for him. But given that circumstance, TSM, they've delayed even more time, and Oxygen still have a couple of different areas that they need to try and gain access to. It'll start with the lobby hatch being open and potentially the square hatch here. Looks like they've already gotten the hatch open for small office though, and obviously, as we all know, the small, or rather open area hatch already opened as we had the TSM members vacate that moments ago. But as you can see, small hatch is actually already open, so Oxygen can try and wrap around this and start looking where potentially they can put this plant. It's going to be hard to find with the amount of TSM bodies in the area.
Yours and the rest of Oxygen ready to jump down here, but are they really? That now becomes the question. A little bit of confidence issue potentially for Nerds. He tries to swing out into it, but he's not going to be the only one from his team making the play. The others, in fact, try to drop back in through the hatches themselves. TSM does not seem to be ready for this challenge here as Gio walks right into Vertical, not expecting a player to be directly in his face. Vertical, with the control he now has deeper on the inside of security, is really going to try and use this here to just bully everyone from TSM, and it'll work perfectly. A triple up on the board now for Vert, the plant in the middle of going down for Dream, so that's been secured. However, Merc with a chance to stop it. Can he do so? No! Nura saves the day instead, and Oxygen gets the opening round of overtime.
Well, not exactly the way that I thought we were going to see TSM dismantled there, but vertical, hitting every single shot. A devious lick, one would say, throughout most of the end round there. Especially with the push into blue. I mean, the smoke working out extremely well for them to try and break up some of these lines of sight. He drops small area and then charges into server to take out Geo. He knows Geo's going to be doubling back down blue, and he catches him exactly how he wants him. Completely off guard. Full sprint animation right to the bottom door and able to take him down. And then he just doubles down on the aggression. When he comes back into server and then into CCTV, he doesn't slow down at all. He keeps pushing himself through and trying to kill as many of these TSM members as humanly possible, even down to swinging into the garage angle, taking out the red player because TSM were so taken aback. And now Oxygen with a very serious opportunity to take this map right here.
So TSM now going to be fighting from the back end of this disadvantage here. Oxygen with the opportunity to take it in this very round. It's do or die time for our attackers, but our defenders have a little bit of an easier round coming up here because they can also fall back on the general benefits of the basement defense too, since again, we are in a new half, so to speak. It will have reset things for Oxygen. They can go back to the sites they've already won, and we have seen them close this out on at least one occasion. Attackers as well, though, were able to work their way past it in quite convincing fashion by using a late round hatch drop into the other side of the site, closer into the vault here. However, problem going to be, Oxygen, though, more than likely not get tripped up by that same strategy twice, so TSM will have to bring something else to bear, whether it's just a stronger security push or something new entirely, to be able to get themselves into this site for yet another time and keep their hopes alive of being able to stay in this fight.
Quiet across bank at the current moment. No entry point for TSM up until Bolo swings in for the top floor. They've got the drones up, as well as Bolo obviously has the Inox to be able to search through this and see if they can try and find any extra info. He'll pick up his drone, start working his way towards the mid-floor, but obviously we don't have that many Oxygen members that are actually close to an engagement. They're all playing around the hatch and trying to drop off, and that's exactly what they're going to do. This is exactly what we saw from TSM inside of the last round, and we saw just how well that went for them. So we'll see if TSM can try and fit inside of the same shoes as Oxygen from their last offensive half. Laxing actually going to bring the curveball here, the Electro Claws coming in finally, and they have indeed caught TSM completely off guard. Obviously no access to Maverick, but they haven't brought the Thatcher.
So that's going to cause some serious issues for TSM as they try to open up some pathway forward. They get themselves into the site. Now, for instance, the security wall from server might be a bit more workable, but not if they end up losing most of their utility before they get there. Foxe with a nice nitro sends it up singing against Bolo, knocking out the roam clear up here. The good news is we have passed the point in the round where that Inox is going to be super useful. It's more so just the player being lost more than anything else is going to be the problem here for TSM.
Yes, indeed, and a bigger problem, we're down to the last minute now. Oxygen have shut down practically every entry point you could possibly want. It's going to take a gunfight in order to get into this building now, or rather the actual site. Drone in, so they'll know at least somebody is playing deep towards cart, and that's going to allow this barbed wire to get broken up and potentially some more space to be taken. But concussion's now in. Foxe is going to continue to pre-fire, but nobody's made any good off this promise. Oxygen, this is going to be an OXG round. No one's doing anything with the utility game of TSM. You have to push off of that, and now they're being punished outright here. Achieve to work his way in. I'm surprised he didn't get pre-fired through the soft panel there on a moment's notice, but luckily he's still alive. Viewers will take down Shala. It's all left up to Achieved, who's now dead as well, and Oxygen will win it out in overtime, taking both OT rounds for themselves and showing up TSM on one of their strongest maps at SI.
So OXG bring things back under their control at the tail end of our map here on Bank. They'll take it, as Stokes said, in overtime, claiming him 2 points in the division for today. TSM's not going to walk away empty-handed, of course, because they pressed it to overtime. They're still going to get a single point from this game, but it's a far cry for the potential 3 points they could have grabbed if they were able to close this down when they had the chance to. 2 opportunities, in fact, to do so back in regulation. They were leading at one point in this game 6-4, but dropped that advantage and allowed for OXG to come back inside of OT, stretching the TSM strategy just a bit too thinly there and running them out in the final rounds of overtime.
Well, really happy Jesse didn't listen to me on that one. As he'd said earlier, he was going to follow all of my picks.
1 for 1.
He's 1 for 1, yeah. And honestly, like we were talking about before, I think a lot of these close matchups are going to continue to be really, really solid games. Had a lot of fun sitting here and commentating this one with you, as well as the other series that we had today. We actually had a really, really strong start to the morning, which is not exactly gamer hours, so got to be pretty happy about that.
Well, we've got 2 more games still to come, ladies and gentlemen. For the 2 of us, we are done for the day. So we're going to throw to a quick commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have your analysts ready to break this game down. Get you ready for the 4th one.
Like how black my skin is, scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Boring on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping, I could I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make bitches, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Two in the cut, hey, you want us front run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. I got yours. Love is love. Love is love. I got yours. Love is love. Love is
We are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa Jesse Jacob here with you at the desk, and over in Las Vegas is none other than Laxing from Team Oxygen, getting the win here in overtime, 8-7 victory. Laxing, obviously Oxygen had a deep run at the major. Here you are back in stage 2. Do you feel like, though, between stage 1 and stage 2, the level of difficulty in the league is kind of ramped up a bit?
I think just the league overall, regardless of stage 1, I think it's stayed pretty consistent. I think a lot of teams, you know, with the roster, some of the newer teams that made roster changes, and then the teams that have stuck it out with their old rosters, like this is the most competitive I think the NAL has been, regardless of stages.
Laxing, I want to ask you about the end of that game, because you guys were kind of pushed up against the ropes. Round 9, you guys called attack timeout as well. I know you've talked in the past about how important the coaches are on Oxygen. Was there anything that Redeemer said to you guys that allowed you to make that comeback to win those final 4 rounds in a row, or was it some other adaptation that you guys made?
So actually recently with a lot of the timeouts, whether it was with Parabellum, Beastcoast, or even TSM now, we tend to go out, like once we lose the round in that little split second before it actually dives into the next round, we're all talking about like, you know, what could have happened, what went wrong, and how can we fix it for the future. So Redeem calls the timeout to kind of just give us a little breather, get a little better understanding. But overall, like we all had it down pretty situated of like what needed to be fixed going into those rounds going into the future rounds.
When it comes to keeping things consistent overall for your team, I know I talked a little bit earlier on the pregame desk about how it feels like sometimes you guys operate at like at most like 80% efficiency. Sometimes there's one player that it feels like there's a lot of expectations on their shoulders and then doesn't quite perform in some way. I was curious if that was something that you felt as well, whether from stage 1 to the major to now. Where would you guys say you're operating at, and are you satisfied with having 3 wins at this point, or were they a little bit closer than you would have liked?
I think you can be happy with a win, no matter what. It is important. You know, that is what the ultimate goal is to win. But, you know, I don't think any of us are happy that we aren't winning in relegation. You know, 3 points is very huge than just getting 2 points. But again, a win is a win. So, like, you know, there is, you know, things to be happy about, things to be proud about. But overall, like, we do hold ourselves to higher expectations and, you know, want to win in relegation and not have to, you know, duke it out in these overtimes.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I want to ask one more quick question before we let you go. What are the comms like in those clutch situations when it comes down to that win or die OT round? Who's doing the most talking? Who's kind of the one keeping the team going at that point?
I would just say, just for like an overview with this new roster, this is probably the most vocal everyone has been throughout each round, whether it's at the start, whether it's in the middle, or whether it's the end of the round. Like, everyone is talking and making sure everyone is understanding, you know, what they're watching, what's being held, or who's on what cam. So I would say overall, like, just the comms are on top, like the top tier in my opinion. And another thing that I will say with this roster is the composure of this roster versus previous rosters of OXG is amazing. Just for a player such as myself, having Newers and Ethan and, you know, adding them to our roster and having the composure, because that's, you know, that's what builds a championship team, in my opinion, is, you know, when you're down in the slumps, you know, rounds are looking awful, like it was even with Beastcoast 0-4 lead, you know, everyone was still had their mental, everyone was still very composed, and we brought it back. And today, you know, we went down, rounds were looking grim, it looks like we were going to lose, but everyone still kept their composure no matter what the scoreline was, no matter what their KD was. Like, everyone stayed composed, and the result today just also shows it yet again that we were down, but we brought it back 8-6.
Yeah, keeping the mental solid, definitely something that Oxygen doesn't seem to struggle with.
That's important. Sure. I mean, that's, you know, that's what builds a championship roster. You aren't just going to, you know, breeze through. It's important to have that mindset, you know, regardless of the rounds, that you can come back, that you can bounce back, that you aren't looking at, you know, the negatives. You're just focusing on the next round and trying to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely makes a champion and made a win for you guys today. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us a little bit. I always love the insight. Good luck on your matches tomorrow, and we'll catch you next time.
Thank you, guys. You guys look great, by the way.
Oh, you too.
Right back at
you. You too, man.
I appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
You too.
See you, brother.
All right, well, there you go, everybody. Laxing from OXG helping his team get the win here today. It was a tight one, but they got it done 8-6 over TSM. And, man, that mental fortitude, you really can't say enough about it. They got it in spades, don't they?
Wasn't the community poll question, who steals your heart? Laxing is putting in a bid for stealing our heart, too. That's not fair.
Melted mine, for sure.
Overall, his team putting up some great numbers today. Newers, a huge game for him. 2.0 overall KD ratio, 16 and 8, 3 opening kills as well. We talked about how Oxygen are a very role-based team. Everybody has what, you know, their objective, and they do that very well. Newers on the entry, I think, was doing a great job today.
Dude, the only thing I'm really looking at is that 4-round skid. Look in the middle right there. Yeah. TSM they're up at this point 6-4, and then 4 straight unanswered rounds from OXG to bring things back. That was after we had complimented guys like Merc and Chief for already having good games statistically, and then who gets shut down in those last 4 rounds? Those 2 guys in particular. We looked at this to be the way TSM can just smoothly clean their way through these defenses, because that's what they were doing. They had only lost 1 defense until they got to match point, which felt like it was one that it wasn't that big of a deal, because they opted to then run that side back not too long after. So the fact that we're even in this position for TSM is concerning. They get 1 point, sure, but they still didn't finish the job today.
We saw a really back and forth game for the majority of this match, and I think a lot of that has to do with just how many gunfights we were seeing throughout the game. Valkyrie being left up in this match. We kind of theorized that maybe like we would see more Valk bans because Mira is perma-banned through every game because of the bug in the game. So I was wondering if we might see like less of Valk today. It's actually the second time in 3 games that we've seen her, and it felt like it enabled the defenders to take a lot of those kind of aggressive fights and make these things a little bit scrappier and allowed them to win a lot of the rounds that sometimes on bank it can be hard to accomplish.
That's right. Let's take a look at a couple rounds in particular there. We're going to look at round 11 and 12, kind of simultaneously, not simultaneously, in sequence rather, since it was 2 good examples of Oxygen really having those solid attacks that at the end, TSM just didn't seem to be able to handle.
This was the start of Oxygen's streak, and I love the way that they played this retake. Fox in particular played so well to be able to cover Vert in this 3v2. Now, of course, it's only a one-man disadvantage, but while Vert has to plant, Fox is alone in a 1v3. TSM know this, and they're going to try to capitalize on that fact by pushing while Vertical is planting. But the way that Fox covers is so good. There's just Fox covering for his planter as Chala goes down. That's the first pick, and then he knows exactly where to swing from. Here's the first one, knows one behind him as well, kicks that one down, and then manages to hold off Geo so that he doesn't come back and kill the planter. Now it's a 2v1, and it gets down to the 1v1 as well. But I thought that was a beautiful round that they were able to play back. Here it is again in top-down POV. Just so well executed by Fox. This was his best round of the day for me.
If you look at where Chala's positioned, by the way, look at where Vertical is off over on the right-hand side. Vert's about to make this sprint in order to be able to plant back behind the B-bomb. He's going to do that. Chala is going to look in the opposite direction towards the sprinting player. That's the exact moment Foxay pushes. Vert baits himself a little bit in order to give Foxay that exact angle, and then the rest of the play, like Jesse mentioned, plays out exactly like it needs to. The only problem in this case is that somehow TSM are unable to coordinate exactly where Foxay is and pushes a 2-man onto the same player, because as soon as Foxay wins his 1, he goes right back outside and can't see him again.
This is round 12 then. I thought this was another great round where they're able to go for a good execute from the square side. Look at the trades. Chala gets aggressive for a pick, but immediately Vertical is there to get the flash back. And then Lax is able to pick up a couple of kills as well. The defuse kit goes down outside, which is a bit of a problem, but Vert's going to go back for it. 2-man advantage at this point. The big trades were the things I wanted to focus. They're cleaning up the flanks that come through here. Geo in the 1v4 got no chance. That forces it to overtime. That gets Oxygen 1 point, and then next 2 rounds to get a second.
There's exactly what Stokes was mentioning on the cast. Achieved is already playing that staircase, and he fires like 2 shots, which is that telegraphs exactly where Newers needs to fire. So if he doesn't shoot, if he says nothing and just stays there waiting for the right moment to flank, maybe TSM close it out. But honestly, because of how close this entire game was, one small mistake like that genuinely could have been the reason TSM couldn't win.
We got to shout out Vertical a little bit too. We talked about his stats coming into this one.
It's true.
He delivered today, second on stats in his team, and so Vertical appears to be back in action as well for at least week 2. We'll see if they can continue it tomorrow. But like like Laxing was saying, they got to turn some of these OT wins into regulation wins if they want to get enough points to make it through to the top 4. So. Great game, but we still have 2 more remaining. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, we've got DarkZero taking on Soniqs. Soniqs still looking to gain a little bit of momentum. Is DarkZero going to let them have it? I think they're out for blood after that Spacestation game. We'll find out. Don't go anywhere. Rainbow Six North American League returns in just a few.
where the people came to play. Don't let them transform you. Come and see what you've been missing on a little slice of heaven. It's the only place we're living. It's that West Coast point of view. Easy when it's always summertime fun for you and I. Every attitude. Who cares what the people think? It's been turning kinda gray in Southern California, but I'm allergic to the rain. What happened to euphoria? Don't worry about it, don't worry about it, thing. I'm too excited. Dark liquor with the palm trees. It's all or nothing, ooh, it's all or nothing. Ignore the signs and socialize. Come and see what you've been missing on a little slice of heaven. It's the only place we're living. It's that West Coast point of view. Easy when it's
Welcome back, everybody, to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doe, your host here, along with Jesse Chick and Caliber Jacob, our two epic analysts. As we look ahead to game number 4, it's going to be DarkZero versus Soniqs. But before we start talking about that, let's talk about the day so far. Let's give you an update on not just that, but the standings in general. Let's see what the results have been. Because again, there's only 5 weeks of play, so the results matter. Every game is so important, and man, we had some close ones today. Parabellum getting the win over XSET, 8-7 in overtime. Then Beastcoast getting the surprise win over Spacestation Gaming, 7-4, and then another overtime game. We've had so many of those these last 2 weeks already. 3 days of playing, I think we've had like, what, 3 or 4? Already go the distance. This time it was Oxygen edging it out over TSM, right? It's great, right? So now going into DarkZero versus Soniqs. Soniqs hunting for a win. They haven't gotten one yet. They are not really looking that much better than we saw in stage 1. Maybe a little bit of progress, but still not enough to get the win on the board. DarkZero coming off of that major loss to Spacestation Gaming, so you know they want to be back with a vengeance for this one. So there's a lot of need for the W, I think, in this next series.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some teams already today. Beastcoast especially is the main one, jumping up and kind of proving our expectations wrong. I think Soniqs could do a similar thing here today with DarkZero kind of on the ropes after the SSG loss. And I generally think Soniqs have been looking like better than last stage for sure. Not enough for a win yet, but certainly better. So I'm excited for this match.
Here's the problem. If the Soniqs aren't able to get a win here, regardless of what form factor it happens in, there's going to be enough competition in the ranks just above them that I don't think they're going to be able to qualify for Berlin. And I'm saying that on week 3. I know it's ludicrous, but think about how close the field's already been. XSET, OXG, TSM, Parabellum's making a run, DarkZero's right there in 5th place, and SSG couldn't get any points today, which means they're back in 6th. And all of them have had good competitive series over all the games they've played thus far. But if we're talking about the Soniqs, for their own sake, you're probably going to be completely out of major contention if you can't do something, at least scrape by 1 point in this game, because so far you don't have any.
You know, I agree. It is early to say something like that, but I don't think it's unreasonable. We might be proven wrong, for sure, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. With
that never happens. I'm never incorrect.
We'll see that.
Don't bring up my prediction.
I'm not used to I'm not used to that feeling either. Let's talk about DarkZero, though. DarkZero, obviously the big winners in Charlotte. This stage, though, they are 1-1. And I think going into that Space Station game, we were saying it was really difficult to pick. We didn't know which way it was going to go. So Space Station winning that wasn't necessarily a surprise per se, but the way they won it was shocking. 7-2. DarkZero just looked totally outplayed in that map.
It was difficult to predict. We all ended up picking DarkZero anyways, and we were all wrong.
Coin, yep.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what happens, right? When the major champions come to play, you typically expect them to do well. I thought in that game against Space Station, SSG really read them well. DarkZero were playing a lot of the same strats and a lot of the same takes that they were playing in the major grand finals against Astralis, so there was a lot to look back on. It definitely seemed like SSG had done their homework and they read DZ very, very well. I'm hoping today we see a map that DarkZero can flex onto and maybe bring out some new stuff. Obviously, they haven't had a super long break since the major to now, but I hope there's at least 1 or 2 maps in the pool that they've got some new ideas on. They can rock some Azami, they can do some cool stuff maybe with Sens, and we can see some new ideas that DZ can bring to the table.
They still prioritize super quick roam clears. Like, they usually thrive as soon as they get these massive man advantages, which just feels like if you're unable to capitalize on those, then you're doing something wrong. But it feels like they open up those opportunities for themselves a lot before making these side pushes. A lot of these kills in very rapid succession. We did see in that win against Beastcoast, Pambazoo had like a Maru for every site that wasn't thrown. So I feel like in moments there, it's not just relying on an LMG clutch. He's got a very clear-cut reason for why he wants to pick things like that. Sometimes they also are very okay with things like Hyper switching over to an Osa if he's playing more of a flex position, and sometimes they're even okay not bringing a hard breach. I'm specifically talking about how that theme park game went. Those defenses were crisp, their roams were great, they all looked to take advantage of, for some reason, their opponents failing to clear them appropriately because it felt like Beastcoast were doing a really terrible job at doing that. It did not manifest in the same way on that game against Spacestation, so it felt like in both those games we got very polar opposites about what DZ's defenses can look like.
Our major MVP, Pamba, also didn't really have the game that we're used to seeing from him in their last Playday against SSG. On attack, it didn't feel like he was able to get many of those opening picks. He wasn't the guy that was storming through the building and finding all those early frags. That we know him to do so well. He was getting shut down quite a bit on the roam game from Spacestation, so I'm hoping he has a bit of a better game today. Obviously, he will be the one rocking that LMG as he loves to do so I hope today that can sing and he can get some more frags on the roamers of SQ.
You know, they're one of the teams right now, too, that has the most tape out there for people to study. And that's 100%. Something we don't talk about as much, where it's like DarkZero's style, how they approach the game is already fairly well known, but you add on top of that you have all the Charlotte Major footage to look at. Like, a lot of teams, I think, are going to be more prepared against DarkZero if they've got a good, back office to study that than other teams, right?
100%. I mean, when you're the major champions, everybody looks to you.
Exactly. Well, let's talk about Soniqs, a team that no doubt is well-researched and well-read on DarkZero, but they have not been able to quite get wins themselves yet this stage. A team that's sort of, again, they looked better at the end of stage 1. You said, Jesse, that they look better this stage as well. I think that's true, but it feels like there's a long way to go yet.
Sure. I mean, I don't think it's a high bar, right? I think the end of beginning of last stage, they were really, really atrociously bad. Like, they were struggling on a lot of different fronts. I think the games that we've seen so far from Soniqs have been significantly better than that. I don't anticipate we're going to see Soniqs as far down on the leaderboard as we saw them in stage 1. Whether they're a top 4 potential team is very much still a question.
They keep up that consistency with the way they attack. We called it the super protection detail. That's still very much the way that they play. It's objective oriented. It's about keeping as many people alive as possible when you execute. And that feels like a very, very common trend for these guys overall.
Generally, I don't think things are as bad as they look for Soniqs, given the fact that they've taken 2 losses so far. You talked about the protection squad, and I think they've been doing pretty well so far. Rex and Kansan and Grixter, the 3 core players of this team, are all at least even, 2 of them positive overall. I think Kansan had some really big moments in the first Playday that we saw from him. He had some fantastic times. Grixter, I thought his nades were really solid, and it got them a lot of advantages when they were pushing against TSM. Rexon, I think, has been fine as well. Maybe you want to see a little bit more from him, but he is a very flexible player that fills a lot of different roles for the Soniqs, so I think he can definitely depend map to map kind of what he's playing. And then Yeti and Super, they are kind of your classic support players. Yeti is definitely a lot more flexible, but still, I don't think these are the players that you're expecting to pop off from the Soniqs. So overall, I think it's been okay. Probably the biggest stat that worries me is Yeti going 0-7 on entry so far.
Right.
That is the worst in the league heading into this Playday, so I'm hoping that can stop.
There is one rule change for Soniqs. If for some reason this wasn't something you could figure out, Super's not playing smoke anymore. He's off of the anchor position. The man is now playing in some roam spots or some death spots, not necessarily with the expectation of being able to win the fights that he's in, but you're playing in an area that you're supposed to hold down and just waste time for as long as possible, even if it means you're not winning the fight. What that's doing is freeing Kansan up to be the one who always plays anchor. We've talked about his clutch potential so many times before, and he showcased that on several maps to a point where now, if he's playing a mute, if sometimes he rocks a smoke, or most commonly a maestro, Kansan will be the one on site instead of Super trying trying to wait for the execute to come through, because if you give him enough time to stay alive, he's going to find a way to make the most of it. So that man on your screen right there, if he's still up, there's no way the Soniqs are out of the round just yet.
Do you think Super shaving his beard, he's freed his face in a way? Do you feel like that's freedom to explore other, operator picks that he might not have thought of?
Sam said the exact same thing last week, and I still think you're both crazy.
No, I think that's a good analogy. I mean, Super has opened up his playstyle a little bit more. Yeah. He's opening it up, maybe the pores on his face to new ideas. I like it, though. I think it's great.
Yeah. He's feeling fresh. I'm sure he's got he puts on the toner and the lotion in the morning. He wants to feel great,
No, fresh as an EUL.
If you aren't following a good skincare regimen, you're doing life wrong.
You're not wrong.
I'm just telling you. It feels great.
That's how it works.
That's right. Well, on that note, let's see what map we're playing on going into this this series here. No cafe, no skyscraper to start things off.
Yeah, again, DarkZero and Skyscraper never feel like they're ever going to get along. That's one that they've not tried since the 3 new maps got put into the pool. And then Cafe again for the Soniqs is something we'll never see them play. So both of these two to begin are very standard fare. Next couple of bans will tell a bit of a different story. Honestly, it feels like DZ has a little bit of not new map syndrome, but they'd rather improve on what they already know from existing maps in the pool as opposed to worrying about adapting to the other ones. Soniqs theme park, something that they've literally never tried as well since that got reintroduced. So let's just take all of the new ones off the board and move into more familiar territory. Clubhouse for DarkZero. I remember back when they tried playing this against XSET, and that was almost the catalyst of them getting to the major in the first place. Lost that game, but it feels like they've been able to shore it up a little bit more, but they don't want to play it against the Soniqs. And then we move into Bank, which is again something that we've seen Soniqs play only very sparingly. They started out this stage on it and gave that a good old college try, and look at where that landed them. Nothing.
Villa, Oregon, and Chalet. You've got to imagine Chalet will be the pick, but it's actually not. Soniqs are going to ban out the Chalet in favor of an Oregon. That is a curveball. Chalet, I have written down as Soniqs' favorite map. They played it lots last year. They played it the most in Stage 1. So they do tend to go here a lot, but I guess changing the script today, they're going to go Oregon instead. This is a map they're on a 3-game losing streak on. They played it pretty often in an SI where they didn't find great success, and then they came back home, lost it back-to-back both to XSET and Beastcoast. 7-0, 7-2 last stage. That is not a super strong record, but I'm sure they've been practicing in the back line.
To be fair, we've known the Soniqs have had struggles there. They ran right into a very promising upcoming XSET team on this map back when they got 7-0 on it before. The fact that they're not going to Chalet doesn't shock me too much, because this is also a map that DZ have shown proficiency on 3 out of 4 over the past 3 months. Is a nice stat line to hold on to, but is that something that the Soniqs are actually going to reverse engineer the tape, so to speak, and get into it?
Yeah.
Indeed. Well, it's time to put all of that preparation into practice for not just the players in the arena, but also for us here in terms of predictions. So it's time first to send it over to our casters to see what they have to say. It's going to be Intero. And who's that? We got Lynx filling in for Pengu today. How you doing?
Honestly, I'm pretty good, not gonna lie. Not really much more than that. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm happy to be here.
All right, are you ready to predict, though? Because I believe we're going to apply your predictions to Pengu's. That's what I would prefer to do.
You kind of put a lot of pressure on me with that one. I'm not going to lie.
Yep, that's
Parker,
the idea.
I kind of don't want to predict for, one of the greatest players in the world. But if I'm being honest, I predicted DZ initially with the map of Oregon. I'm feeling SQ. I'm feeling Soniqs.
Really? Wow. Changing it to Soniqs. The thing is Pengu might have been a great player, obviously, but he hasn't always been the best predictor, so you don't need to feel too much pressure there.
Parker looks like such a proud stepdad right now. It's not even funny.
Pengu is beating all of us there.
Yeah.
Lynx is my son. Brimstone and I have adopted Lynx as our child. Brimstone, of course, the NACL host. He and I have adopted Lynx as our child. And
Wonderful.
I did want to point out, because nobody else has, I'd be remiss to ignore it, that you have a 69% win rate.
There you go.
So don't screw it up.
What does that mean?
So don't screw it up. It's a funny number. What can I say?
It is a funny number.
Nice in chat, please. Thank you.
It's a funny number. I want to see those nices flooding in.
I'm sure they are.
I honestly think it's going to be DarkZero myself. I think it could honestly cut both ways, especially now that we're going to Oregon. But the Soniqs, there's some deficiencies there. Super shaved off his beard. He gets a charm in the game. He shaves off his beard. What's happening here? So I'm going to go with DarkZero. I think they're going to have a bounce back after a disappointing second Playday last week.
All right, so the casting desk split, 1 DarkZero,
House divided,
1 Soniqs. Casters divided, friction within the family, as it were. But we'll catch back up with our 2 casters in a little bit. Now it's time to find out what the analysts have to say about their predictions.
It wouldn't be a true father-son relationship if the son wasn't rebelling against the father.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
You're
not the boss of me.
True.
Well, what's the prediction going to be? What do you got, Jacob?
As far as I'm concerned, I'll still give it to DZ. I think the benefits that we saw to the Soniqs gameplay from the past 2 Playdays is still something that they can't contain because they've not activated the roam nearly as much. It feels like that makes or breaks too many rounds for them, and Yeti has yet to get going. That stat that you mentioned is primarily concerning, especially given that's most of Yeti's bread and butter, and if he can't get activated, and if somehow DarkZero play how they did in Playday 1, not in Playday 2, then it should go to the current major champs.
My worry is that in Playday 2, DarkZero played a map they played a lot before. SSG bot reviewed them and beat them badly. Now we're going to a map that, once again, DarkZero played a lot of Oregon in the past. I don't know if DZ were expecting to go to this map either. I think Soniqs threw a curveball at the end of that map ban phase, which means they might not have a whole lot of new stuff prepped. I know Soniqs are a team that can do that preparation work, so I'm going to pick SQ here. I'm going to go for the curveball pick. Go with my boy Lynx.
All right.
Do it.
All
Shove
right.
him off the stage.
I like it. So we had the analysts and the casters divided earlier. Now we've got division within the ranks of the analysts and the casters as well. Let's find out what the force of chance has to say. It's going to be heads, DarkZero, and tails will be Soniqs. Coin says heads again. It's like it's been like only heads today. I think DarkZero
only you
is the pick for the coin. It's been up and down.
And now can the super stance bring
random.
us to dead even 3-3 for the predictions?
Yeah, who knows? Did you know the coin picked tails every single time on day 1 last week?
Did it really?
I was going back and looking at stats. Yeah, it's eerie.
You really look at coin
That's not
stats?
supposed to be possible. That's not supposed to be possible. Oh, well, somebody's got to record them. Anyway, the community. Let's see what you have to say as far as your prediction goes. Now, they're going to go DarkZero. All right, we know there's some Sonic.
The people know what's up.
DZ,
You two are insane.
Twitter poll goes to DZ. And we've got a community poll question as well to consider before we get into the series. It's going to be, who's older, Canadian or Super?
That's a good question.
That's just a trivia question. That's not even an opinion
No, because Super's age is, well, he's 14 officially. No, actually, it's not really posted anymore. It's not public. So that is
true.
That's a question
his
mark.
birthday
I know
like
what the
a
answer
leap year
is.
or something? I don't even
Production's
know.
telling me it is public. So
It's not.
they're telling me
it's
it's not public. I told you. Yeah,
They're
yeah.
lying
wow.
to you.
Yeah.
Who knows?
He's 14 though.
All right, there you go. I mean, he certainly looks it after shaving the beard. So, something to keep in mind as we go to a quick break. And when we return, things get underway between DarkZero and Soniqs. Who grabs the win? Find out in just a few here on Rainbow Six North American League.
Super, and this is the NAL.
Well, we're just over the halfway point here in the North American League, and we've got an exciting matchup between the defending major champions of DarkZero versus the former NAL champions. These two teams, and former is correct, they are both technically former.
That's true.
Because the major is not ongoing, neither is that year of NAL. The Soniqs famously defeated DarkZero in the NAL finals in this exact room, well, for us casting, last year, and guess what? Didn't matter. Now DarkZero looks to be the better team, but the Soniqs have had a pretty bad start so far.
Yeah, I mean, bad start. Better than they started last stage, though.
True.
I mean, so comparatively speaking, it is much better, but DZ especially coming off that very dramatic loss to SSG, and I don't think, sure, major champs, but losing to SSG in the NAL, a lot of teams have done that. DZ especially has done that, but a 7-2 loss to SSG was definitely something that I don't think anybody who predicted SSG was going to expect to be that dramatic. So it's fitting going into this stage that two teams who have not had the best time so far, especially last Playday, they get to duke it out and see who takes the lead.
I mean, Mirage obviously were playing under very odd circumstances back in Playday #1, but I don't know. Or rather, sorry, wrong team.
That's fine.
That's fine. I have the wrong information in front of me. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. We'll talk about it when we get into this matchup. We're on Oregon. It was talked about by the desk that this is a map that maybe DZ were surprised that Soniqs took them to. You might recall last year Soniqs went through that weird rotation where they only played Oregon and then they only played Clubhouse and they only played Console and they were only playing Chalet and they didn't really have a huge map pool. And Soniqs were mighty fine on this map. Maybe not as strong as they used to be. Is that something that DarkZero might be excited by? As we get underway with the operator ban phase, by the way.
I think it is something they might be excited by, maybe taking advantage of SQ, adjusting their map pool, letting certain maps drop out. They think, okay, we're going to catch them off guard here. But at the same time, to go back to Playday 2, Border was a map that I know I saw Fresh tweet about it on Twitter, and I talked about it with some of my friends who watched the game. Border was a map that we were surprised to see DZ go to, so I would not be shocked following that previous loss that this might be a map that maybe SQ got over them, of course, at least for the ban so far. Definitely something that DZ on Oregon as well aren't going to be too surprised by. I mean, Flores coming out from SQ, just a very common ban on Oregon, a linear map, then following up with Thatcher Valkyrie. The map ban might be a surprise for DZ, who knows, but certainly the outbans have not been.
Both teams that are playing right now are quite well versed in their opponents. They're both going to be counter-stratting and doing all their homework.
Of course.
In the background. Soniqs obviously have that coaching staff that involves Joe Bro as their analyst. Goddess, the former competitor, she used to play for Soniqs. She's joined them as their head coach. DarkZero, of course, has Mint behind the bench, and I can't recall if Grant is still doing analyst work or if he's been moved off of that, but he still does some analysis on Twitter, including compilations of the all of Canadians 1vx's that were put out the other day.
Yeah, Grant, I know Grant got moved to content a little while back, but he still got some of those, wonky statistics of very specific niche things that, to be fair, every time I see, I am always intrigued, and I do always click on them, so he does have a pretty good formula going. But DZ do have a very extensive support staff, and of course Soniqs also have their own support staff as well. How will this influence going into today? First site we have up, going to basement on Oregon. And for SQ right now, of course, we saw that Azami ban coming out as well. Given the lineup they're running, we have the Smoke, Jaeger, Wamai, Malusi, Warden. It looks like they're going to be sticking pretty close to the site. Doubt they're going to be moving too far off of this with the lineup we have running, except maybe, Super playing on backstairs for a little bit. I was going to say, you're probably going to have the Jaeger playing over by Pillar, which will be the main entry point from Blue if you can't open up the walls. No Flores, which is an unsurprising ban for Soniqs, because there was that hilarious clip where Super was defending Elbow, and it was just Rotero drone after Rotero drone were thrown his way from stage #1. And, well, he didn't hit a single one of them, I don't think. And I remember Nick just roasting him alive for that small deficiency. As I said, there's some deficiencies here in Soniqs' game. You were talking about roaming, by the way, and it was Rexon a little bit off site as we get underway with round #1. No Azami means that, well, the play around the actual bomb site is going to be a lot easier for the attackers. Of course, Azami has seen her ban rate continue to increase. We had one good play day where she had some prominence in terms of pick rate, but now teams are just opting to remove her. Sens is also available, but they haven't been played all that much. You saw Sens a couple times in the Challenger League this past weekend, but very limited numbers in terms of the NAL, EUL, and APAC. Yeah, Sens has not had nearly as much prolific play as we have seen Azami in Pro League, and one of the things that you always have to consider is, okay, if we take an Azami off the board, that means we could leave a Valkyrie up. That's a very powerful operator. Of course, she's up right now, and Soniqs are opting not to play her, but that's mainly because of the type of hold they're going for, trying to stick very close to home. See a couple players playing aggressively on freezer stairs at the moment. Another common position, go for the little totem pole. 2 people peeking at the bottom of the stairs, and somebody pushes in without a drone, you can get an easy pick. But DZ right now, very focused on opening up main and meeting. No freezer focus at the moment.
No freezer focus and no eyes towards blue just yet. Most of DZ's forces on that main floor getting the job done, opening up with all of their hard destruction. They've got a Maverick and a Hibana to carry those duties halfway through the round, and there's been no real action at all. Rexon saw some bullets fly through the window first 20 seconds of play, but other than that, it's been all quiet for Soniqs as they bunker down on the bomb site.
Yeah, but this is where DZ really need to focus where they want to go with this take. I was about to say if they go for freezer, they're going to have to focus on that Warden, but we see 3 players all of a sudden just hop over to bunker right now. Eclipse and Panba and NJR, all 3 of them sitting outside that double door right now. So it seems to be pretty clear that DZ, with a minute left, have a pretty good idea where they want to push this from, but still clearing out pillar and bunker. They need to do that, and they're running out of time.
There's the smoke to go in, and Adrenal Surge as there's extra damage taken from Pambazoo. Back tower stairs. Super starts things off. 1 kill is all he's going to get before he's traded out by the Pamba party. But the kill feed turning a very nice shade of orange. Soniqs dominating all across the way. A kill from Eclipse after the down early on in the midst of smoke. Narrowly avoiding more damage, but he's pinned down just by this pillar. He can head back to blue. 30 seconds left to find the 3 players from Soniqs. Things don't look great for DarkZero after they decide to waltz on in with about a minute on the clock, and they get met toe-to-toe with Soniqs, and Soniqs coming out ahead most of the time. Now it's Eclipse with a shotgun in the corner of Kansan, and Kansan wins that for round number 1, breaking in favor of Soniqs.
Yeah, so right there, DZ spent, a good minute and a half, 2 minutes just deciding where they want to push, and that's totally fine for Oregon, especially if the defense isn't putting any obstacles in your way on the middle floor. Take that time, drone some things out, open up all your options, open up those hatches, take as long as you want, of course, within reason. But then all of a sudden we see a very quick rotation down to the bunker doorway outside, and then, as you said, it just seemed they kind of rushed in. They didn't destroy, or it took a while. They did destroy the shield inside of Elbow, but I don't even think they did either. And pillar control was still in the control of the defense, and they seemed to try to have somebody move down back tower stairs to deal with that. But by the time everyone ran in, I don't know if it was a miscommunication or if it just was poor planning, but SQ was more than ready for it.
I mean, there was extensive droning from DarkZero as well. They would have known that there was nobody off site. It was a pretty typical play by the defense of Soniqs. You had somebody over towards pillar, you had 2 in the actual bomb site, you had 1 watching freezer, the Warden was floating inside of
normal
laundry.
Angles.
Very normal angles, exactly. And I wonder if they were, maybe the Soniqs were expecting Ying or expecting another operator with flash and heavy utility to come in and clear. Ying is not banned, by the way, which is not exactly always notable, but on a map like Oregon, with teams like DarkZero and SSG in particular, both of them really like to bring Ying. Soniqs do as well. Super will either sit on Buck or Ying. The fact that there's no Ying ban means that for the 2nd round in a row, DZ are not taking advantage of an operator who is exceedingly strong in this meta. Soniqs were prepared for it, by the way. They're not so much this time around, no Warden being brought. So if there was that explosiveness, if there was that flashbang, I guess, cocktail on the board, Soniqs would be ill prepared for it. The late pick, by the way, with Canadian was onto that Nook, another critical operator here, and that's where DZ stands.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We're not saying the Ying, but we are saying the Nook, another operator who, more so than Ying, has started creeping into the meta over the past year and has definitely even received quite a bit of bans in the NAL as well. So I'm interested to see where Canadian opts to just lurk around. He's over by that bunker double door right now. Wouldn't be surprised if in the mid-round he goes to solo clear any defenders down below or just to acquire that map control. There is someone on freezer stairs at the moment that he will have to worry about. That's Yeti on the Goyo, but more than likely Yeti is fully anticipating that someone, probably Canadian, because he loves to go on this solo clear down in the basement, or might be coming after him.
And Nook is an operator that's played by multiple people on DarkZero as well. Canadian will be on flex, at least for this round, but don't be too surprised to see potentially NJR or Pambazoo on it as well. That flank from Yeti will need to get back to the bomb site at some point. We're about halfway through round number 2, and it's a double dorms defense. So not uncommon to see a Nitro cell played operator lurking below, especially knowing that default plant is going to be by the bottom of white stairs. If you can hang on to that as the defense, you're in great position to thwart a push from big window, a push towards bunks, even a rotate into the main dorms area. And Canadian, just a missed opportunity, but he ends up out-dueling Super. It doesn't matter who's younger or who's older in that particular engagement. Canadian is better. Now it's Yeti on the flank, a bit belated with a grenade in hand, and the second for Canadian. He'll secure the down on Kansan, but he's going to look the wrong way. Yeti fires a bit too early, and now we'll see what they can do in this firefight. Head of Canadian spotted, yet he can't control the Vector, and he has to get out of there as he's basically out of munition. A nice shot onto Hyper. The backup for Canadian does not arrive. Nitrocell on in. Damage done to NJR. This action is happening very, very quickly, Carter. And we've seen Kansan get picked back up in the meantime.
Yeah, Soniqs have been able to take this time and start consolidating on the top floor and awaiting DZ's execute. So despite the fact that Canadian took really both Super and Yeti off guard, though he only got away with one of those kills, Yeti has done a great job stalling out the entirety of DZ's attack, even though their focus is on that top floor. It is a Dorm's defense. Rexen playing close on the breach right now, waiting for the push up right. Excellent shot by Yeti. Cuts down NJR at the bottom of White Stairs, but there's one player there to still keep that facet of the push alive. It's Canadian to get the next kill. Finally, Eclipse goes on in. Rexen's here. He's been undroned. They're not even aware of his position. A second form potentially, though Panbazoo plays a great job dodging behind that shield. But only 3 seconds. Grixer has to land one singular shot to deny this defense or to get down Panba on the cover. 1 HP. No, he can't even land it. Single fire DMR getting the best of Grixer in this situation as DZ get their first round on the board.
Really sloppy end there. Rexen was in such a good spot, and DZ had spent, again for the second round, an extensive amount of time droning out, but they were so focused on the parts of the map where they wanted to get that diffuser down that they didn't think what could be waiting for them inside of Closet. It's a bit of an unorthodox spot for Rexen to play off of. We don't usually see teams open up one wall in Closet and then play off of it. Most teams like that hard anchor style of defense where they seal up the wall, leave down a Kaid Electroclaw, maybe Bandit Batteries, maybe a Mute Jammer, what have you, maybe put some Surya Gates on it, and then play farther back inside of Attic. But because DZ did not favor a Closet push, it allowed Soniqs to play very freely off of that, and Rexen was in a very bad spot if DZ had have tried to go for the Closet, but he didn't. And because of that, and because there was only 30 seconds left, and DarkZero had not effectively droned it out, in part maybe because of the Mute Jammer that had been put down by Soniqs, it created this huge blind spot in DZ's execute. And were it not for the fact that Panba is just an extremely skilled player who can instinctively win gunfights even at a disadvantage, that is a lost round for DarkZero, but they turn it around. Grixer misses his shots onto the coverage. Maybe could have outdueled Canadian after the post plant, but either way, it doesn't matter because he isn't able to get a single kill.
But even going into this round, I think Soniqs have a very good lesson to learn, which is if you're able to make a flank like that work, even if Yeti doesn't get a kill, if you're still able to cause that indecision, you can get close to a very winnable position against DZ, because Panbazoo, he was sitting inside a trophy. He could have watched that bedroom angle, but because they were concerned about Yeti coming up on the flank, he was watching Armory Stairs, and that's what caused that lapse in a position that allowed Rexen to get there. But we see Yeti pushing very aggressively in small tower right now, whereas before, he was starting all the way down in the basement. So one of their key X factors on the flank, I was about to say, if he keeps aggressing this, he might fall, but right now, he might be able to make it back if he can get past White Window.
I mean, Yeti is definitely feeling far more confident in this matchup than what we've seen from him through those first 2 play days. It was highlighted on the desk before we got into the match that Yeti's entry stats are the worst in the North American League. He is just cannon fodder round after round. Not great on defense, even worse on attack. And now Yeti's engagements in that second round were huge. And he was in a position again where in round number 1, where he likely would have been, along with Rexen, one of the 2 points of contact for Soniqs. Here in round number 3, it's another double Dorm's defense, and Yeti is still playing aggressively off the bomb site. So whether it's just the Soniqs realizing that he might be in a bit of a slump, or Yeti feeling particularly good, they're still using him in a way that could be to the detriment of Soniqs, but so far has worked out.
DZ just have to be careful not to get too tunnel vision, though Canadian now switching to the Buck could provide a very powerful operator that will cause Soniqs to be cautious where they step inside of the site. You can see him on that skeleton key, remodeling so many areas of the floor, but he takes a hell of a lot of damage on that attic rotate. Yeti now coming in for the flank, but sniped by NJR down below. Rexen is also there with a duo roam, but Panba is more than aware of that, albeit a little too late. Still gives the man advantage to DZ.
And it's immediately traded out, but again, Yeti, that statistic is not great. He dies early on, just as we were talking about it. So unfortunately for Yeti, you waste time, and again, roamers are not always tasked with getting kills. This is a big misconception in the game that when you play your aggressive roamer roles, you know, you'll think of a Vigil, you'll think of an Alibi, an Ella, a Jaeger, which are your prototypical roamers, including ranked, and most importantly in ranked. The average person thinks that your goal is to trade out. It's not necessarily. It's kill utility, kill time, kill drones, set up the rest of your team to succeed.
And so far, Soniqs have been doing a good job at killing that time. Only 30 seconds left now, doing a little bit more damage to the drones, but really it has been that time wasting that has been the big big plus for Soniqs in this round so far, and DZ right now seem just relegated to pushing through angles with still plenty of Soniqs members alive.
Eclipse taking a lot of damage, but there's a bit more staying power from the Adrenal Surge of Panbazoo. Hyper at the top of White Stairs, sees Super but can't do anything about it, finally gets it, but he's lost his whole team in the process and loses his life to boot. Again, DZ having problems getting into the bomb site at the last possible second on these executes. The clock was very different back in round number 1, but DZ stormed the gates and they got gunned down. Round number 2, they stormed the gates and they came out 50-50 again because of Panbazoo. Round number 3, they stormed the gates, Soniqs again, like in round number 1, eat them alive. And there's only a single kill that comes out for DZ. And again, is this poor droning, even though they're spending all of this time? Is this bad intel work for DarkZero? Because Soniqs are capitalizing on every single engagement, on every single push that we've seen from DarkZero. Even if DZ did come out in round number 2, it's still not a great statistic for them.
No, it really isn't. And even there for DZ, we had 2 players just hopping through big window, and they had somebody on White Stairs to try to take down either, I believe it was Kansan or Super. It was a Smoke and a Jaeger, I believe, but try and deny those players who were looking at the big window, and they weren't able to get the kill until it was already a 3v1.
Oh, hold on a second here. 48% of you think that Canadian is older than Super. I know the answer to this question. It's not up for debate. Super is older. He is objectively older. How do 48% of you... Oh my goodness, how do you get it wrong? How young do you think Super is?
Honestly, I think him shaving the beard, it's fooled a lot of people. I think it has.
I don't get it. People are saying he's...
Give him credit.
Whatever. He's not.
He's the pinnacle of youth right now.
Super is at least twice that age. At minimum.
But he looks half of it.
Okay. He looks 14. No, he doesn't. Anyway.
I'm like 17.
I digress. Soniqs coming out ahead on their second attempt on the Dorm's bomb site. Because they went to Laundry back in round number 1, they have another opportunity to hang on to this bomb site a second time. Will be a nice feather in their cap. First interaction happens with Soniqs coming out ahead, and then again they're eating DZ alive. Both Kansan and Yeti with these first 2 kills. Yeti padding those stats again, trying to trade off of that previous round where he was the first casualty. He's involved in the first bit of action, but he comes out on top. We're only 50 seconds into this round, and already it's a 5v3 for the Soniqs.
And also, important thing to note, well, of course, DZ are bringing 6 nades. They were bringing 4 operators that could have brought nades each, but Panbazoo is currently running flashes on Finka. But because we lost that Sledge and that Yana, that is 2/3 of DZ's nade supply gone. And what do you have on the defense? You have a deployable shield, you have some bulletproof cameras, and specifically those Banshees, one of which was the death of NJR as he went in to peek those freezer stairs. So a lot of the utility you had to deal with some of these gadgets that SQ are bringing out, not as much, because Grixer is actually running a C4 instead of a shield on Warden, but still, a lot of that utility you could have used to destroy these bulletproof gadgets, they're no longer on the board.
We've been seeing a couple flashes be brought by some of these grenade-heavy operator lineups just so you can burn through the utility. I mean, if you bring 8 grenades, let's say, and then you bring breaches or a hard breach gadget, or even 3 flashes on the 5th operator, and if you have a Wamai up, if you have an Aruni up, if you have a Jaeger up, or even you see 2 of them being ran, then you're going to be in trouble. Those nades are not going to hit their mark. There's more blood for the Blood God right now. Panbazoo inside a freezer attempts a pick onto Grixer. Grixer doesn't lose a single point of HP. In fact, everybody on Soniqs quite healthy. There's another from Grixer, a beautiful shot. Again, I always am perplexed as to how little play we see out of this Warden. Why? Because he's got a gun with virtually 0 recoil, and he's got an he's got not an ACOG, but a 1.5. He's not the one credited with the kill, by the way. It's a twitchy shot that comes in from the Wamai on Soniqs. But either way, they pick up their 3rd round. Right now, this is a very defender-heavy Oregon, and similar things from DarkZero there. Again, not really knowing where SQ is, poor drone work, or just a tip of the hat to Soniqs for the way that they're using those mute jammers.
Well, definitely also a tip of the hat to Grixer right there, just able to play that position very well. It can be, even in a 5v3 that they were in, if you have attackers coming in from Laundry and coming in from Freezer, it can be very difficult to reconcile both of those sides and say, okay, where do I want to allocate my time? Where do I want to allocate my focus? But because 4 nades out of 6 were off the board so early, he can play that position with a lot more freedom. He can feel a lot more emboldened to take fights like that, and Canadian also came in late. The last guy with the nades was the last one alive, and he didn't come down through Laundry until the rest of his teammates were dead, so the utility to clear out that position was dealt with far earlier on in the round by Soniqs. Of course, now going to this tertiary site, hopefully the utility can stay alive for DarkZero here, but if they can't get a win on not just the tertiary site, but specifically Kitchen and Dining, one of the least played sites on any map, but specifically Oregon as well, it's looking rough for round number 6 later.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Oregon is that when you look at that tertiary site, the 3rd site the teams are going to go to, because both dorms and Laundry are locked. So the top floor bomb site, the bottom floor bomb site not available. But you've got that kitchen being the main component between the two. A lot of teams like that meeting defense. So the fact that you're gambling on kitchen shows to me that Soniqs have a lot of confidence in their defense, and more so, a lack of confidence in DZ's executes.
And one thing we always see, or usually almost always see, with a kitchen dining defense is where Super's position is playing right now. We see some players upstairs, you know, we have Kansan, we have Rexen, but Super playing in small tower, this is a very common position that seems very simple to clear. I mean, there's 2 windows in front of him, you can take small tower control, you should just be able to nade this out. But a lot of the times, we'll see not only players survive that position with the ADSs and, of course, magnets if they're on the board. Here it's just ADSs. We see players able to survive there, and if DZ can't clear that out, depending on what they do, that could be problematic if they want to go small tower side later.
I mean, there might be some theory here as to why this bomb site is showing up. Now, just looking at the North American League, Oregon's 3 times that it's been played. This is now the 4th time that we're seeing it get brought up. Laundry's supply room has been won 88% of the time by the defense. Soniqs won both times. That's perfectly in line with those numbers. Meeting Hall and Kitchen has been played 6 times, so that's the other bomb site. This is the one that Soniqs are not playing on. It's 0 for 6 for the defenders. So that is not exactly a stat line that you want to hang on to. This bomb site in particular has only been played 1 other time in the NAL so far through this stage, and it wasn't won by the defenders. But only 1 time, that's not exactly a big enough sample size. And I mean, it might change right now, because we just hit the halfway point in the round, and Soniqs opened things up with a kill on both Hyper and Canadian.
Yeah, and Soniqs haven't really been seeking out these engagements actively. I mean, we saw like Yeti aggressive in small tower 1 round, but beyond that, they've been sticking to these extensions, and when DZ go to clear them out, like that right there, even a 50-50 engagement on the bunk bed, Rexen still wins it. Soniqs are simply just winning these fights, even when DZ is the one initiating them. Eclipse, of course, the ultimate initiator right now, the 1v5, gets only 1 kill, takes down Super down inside of security, but he knows there might be another on white stairs with a lengthy pre-fire, does not find Grixer. Soniqs find their 4th round.
And that's the first half in the win column of Soniqs, which is what we come to see on Oregon. Heading into this matchup, it was a 57% success rate for the defenders. So a very lopsided map in terms of the defense. It doesn't quite sniff the results of both Bank or Theme Park, which are both in the 60%, as is Border, it's 67%. Somebody actually talked to me once about how in North America, Border is surprisingly defender-sided. I can't remember exactly who that was and put out some content on his own, but I think he might be sitting next to me. Either way, DZ are right now within the margins of what we expect from an attacking team on Oregon, and yet they are obviously still having some struggles. There's been some big struggles both from NJR and Hyper as well. I think they have 2 kills combined. They're not great, and I like that you pointed out that Soniqs are not looking for these engagements. DarkZero is. DarkZero is trying to take map control. They're trying to press the attack, and they're getting cut down in every single engagement. And those opening kills for Soniqs look great right now. I mean, there's only been 1 round where Soniqs have technically surrendered an unanswered opening pick all the way back in round number 2, the one that DZ ended up winning. And that was just an outward brawl. Other than that, Soniqs have either got the first pick or immediately traded back every single round. DarkZero popped their timeout. They're going to have 1 more round on attack, but I think that the greater issue that they're going to be looking at is what happens when they switch sides. They're going to be moving to the favorable side of Oregon.
I would definitely agree, but at least here for round number 6, the final attack, the first attack after DarkZero take that tactical timeout, they get to go to dorms, which is the one site they have won so far, and it was definitely one that could have gone Soniqs' way had just a couple factors gone differently. I mean, in round number 3, it did go Soniqs' way fairly soon after, but it's still the one little ray of hope that DarkZero have had on their side so far. Maybe here, maybe if they focus a little bit more on pushing bedroom instead of just kind of, you know, lazily controlling that trophy side, maybe actively push there, because this white stairs big window play, it was middling in its success in round number 2, and it was a complete failure in round number 3.
Yeah. I mean, we focus a lot, obviously, on kills and the way that these things break, but the utility work from DarkZero has not been really anything worth pointing out either. So
fine,
it's very easy for us to look at, okay, they get the wall open, okay, they've taken white stairs, okay, they've got top of, you know, the top floor, and then they're looking to try and see what they can do down below. But the utility work has not really been that remarkable. DarkZero have not been able to really get started in this matchup, and it honestly looks very similar to what we saw out of them against Spacestation. I thought there'd be a bounce-back game here. So far, it looks like I'm wrong. But again, is this just a defender-sided Oregon? That's a question that will be answered when we switch sides.
Well, at least for right now. DZ will start pushing on and hope we see them a little bit less lethargic going into this round, as you were talking about. A little bit more energy, hopefully, right now.
Lots of energy, lots of focus.
Yeah, right now, of course, we do see Super down below. He is alone at the moment. This is a ripe opportunity for Hyper to start moving on. I would assume he's dead. I would assume he gets naded here or peeked, but yeah, there we go. He actually dodges it for the time. Nope, he's not dead. Never mind. He's on 1 HP, though. He should be dead here momentarily.
Actually kind of surprised. He must not have a ton of faith in the shotgun. I don't know if they are aware that he's still in this position, because after the Yana nade goes in from Hyper, he's completely peeled off. Either they think that he might have got it down, or they think that he might have gotten away. That Nitro Cell will give his position away right now. And Super will head out, look the wrong direction. DarkZero opening up the round. They do it in an all-right style, but there's Grixer to answer back immediately on the Canadian.
I mean, you talked about those opening picks, how at worst, save for one round, Soniqs have been trading it out when they lose that opening duel. That's what you want to see. They're keeping it close and taking down that Buck, which seemed to be the little difference that DZ were hoping would make the best out of their previous Storm's attack, and now that he's gone, that's a player who could watch the vertical from below, who could watch big window plays, who can't do that anymore.
They're getting a mark onto that Goyo canister from down below. DarkZero will need to do more than this, as they've equalized. They got that opening pick and then immediately lost Canadian. No Buck from down below, but they got nades aplenty. NJR taking a ton of damage. Nade from Hyper goes off, does not connect. Kansan follows up on a Panbazoo. Suddenly DarkZero now trail yet again. And Panbazoo was the difference maker when DarkZero succeeded on this bomb site. So who will step up? Because you need somebody to do that. Grab the reins with 30 seconds remaining. Because anybody, honestly, on DarkZero needs to do it. Not a lot of kills for the remaining 3 players on DZ. That might not inspire confidence, and things will get worse. As NJR immediately sledges through the door, he's met with the aggression of SQ, and it's Hyper in a 1v3 tussle with 3 players from Soniqs on the top of White Stairs. Not a lot of time, and not a lot of hope right now.
10 seconds remaining.
SQ just dominating DarkZero in this first half, and it looks like Hyper's not even getting engagement. He walks away to try and preserve some modesty in those stats. Do it for Siege GG, as they say. First half in the books, Soniqs coming out with a very lopsided 5-1 scoreline.
And of course, the play from them has been solid. It's not like, you know, DZ are 100% throwing the game. Soniqs definitely look like they have their fundamentals on point. They're playing off of each other. Kansan, especially inside of the site, has usually, once the execute comes through, he's usually one of the first people to get a kill and to make DZ's execute even more problematic. But to use a term that Cookies uses a lot in Challenger League, the athleticism on DZ right now, it's just not there.
What the hell does he mean by that? The athleticism. They're sitting at a desk. What is the athleticism?
So, what he means by that...
Cookies, you answer me, right? You can answer me.
I'll answer for Cookies, and we'll see if I do it justice. When CJ says the athleticism is not there, DZ aren't getting mobile. They're not getting active. When they're taking these fights, they look like they're going in there half-heartedly. They're not going in there with the confidence that they're going to win it. They just go in, and it seems like they're already worrying that what happens if I lose this, and they're just not going in like they're thinking they're going to win this fight. And that's how a lot of these gunfights have been. And going on to the defense, sure, on Oregon you might have a better time, but take Hyper playing that position inside of Freezer. Remember the confidence that Grixer had when he was swinging that position? If Hyper is playing the same spot, and we see him struggle to even get 1 kill or go 1 for 1, that's alarm bells in my head that this might be over.
Well, the first half is in the books. We're underway now with the Soniqs taking their timeouts and it not doing that much for them. In terms of statistics, Soniqs obviously up 5-1. DarkZero got a diffuser down 1 time, and it was on the round that they triumphed on. That was back in round number 2. In terms of opening duels, Soniqs won or immediately refragged in 5 of the 6 rounds. There was only 1 time where DarkZero had that leg up in terms of man count. That was in round number 2, the one that they won. Soniqs went for a tertiary bomb site, the Dining Kitchen bomb site, and succeeded. So it's now been played twice here in the North American League. 1 win for the attackers, 1 win for the defenders. Very first defense for DarkZero, they're going to opt to go down to the bottom floor in laundry and supply. Soniqs in the first 45 seconds of action, still very deep into the discovery phase, and will drone out. Maybe see if they have the same degree of difficulty that DarkZero had at determining the positions of the Soniqs players.
I mean, DarkZero right now, they aren't playing in any, off positions at the moment. Maybe one is like Hyper is playing over by the laundry double right now, but it's still a minute in. He's got plenty of time to rotate back and maybe take a more default position if they want to. But what can certainly be said is, similar to what SQ did on their defenses on basement, not playing too far out, just playing close to the site right now, not trying to get too aggressive. But even then, we saw Yeti try to go up Freezer stairs for a little bit, see if anybody was not droning. DZ, they are full turtling at the moment, not giving up even an inch of ground. But Soniqs are probably going to have a pretty good idea where a lot of these players are, and Rexen is already looking for an opening.
And Soniqs' time management has been impeccable so far. DZ, when they attacked Laundry on the very first round, wanted into the bomb site with about 50 seconds or so left. DarkZero now watch Soniqs do something very similar to them. Freezer control already taken by Soniqs. Hatches fully opened up. Utility starting to be worn down now by DarkZero. And it's a very similar Warden in a similar spot for DarkZero. It's Hyper to see all the way towards Freezer, but forced out of his position. There you go for DarkZero. Opening things up. Yeti and Kansan removed from the equation. It's 5 versus 3. And DZ can hang on with Rexen still inside of Freezer. Soniqs not looking as formidable on that opening play as we've seen from them on defense. But again, Oregon defense seems to be a very different beast.
Indeed it does. They still have some useful utility. Final flashbang goes out, but Rexen has a couple smokes that might be able to block off some useful lines of sight, either to push further into Freezer or to push somewhere else. Super's also now rotated to bottom Laundry, but with NJR still in long, if he can take down Super, he can turn his full attention to Freezer, and that's game over for DarkZero.
Eclipse has the shotgun pointed in that direction, and he's going to look up, and down goes one. Another lined up two, but it's Hyper to capitalize, and a flawless denied by Super. So at least one kill for Soniqs, but it's impactless at the moment. 15 seconds left means that it's likely to be impactless for the remainder of the round. Super breaking even in terms of stats. You saw his statistics before we got into the matchup. Not particularly strong, but he'll try to bait out a final kill. Does he die, or does he just let the clock hit 0? It's the latter. DarkZero put together a win on the very first defense of theirs, and again, it looks eerily similar to what we saw when DZ was on attack. Attackers push in, they get beaten in gunfights. They have limited utility, they have limited vision. Defense capitalizes and keeps and maintains that lead.
Yeah. My fears aren't completely settled, of course, but that definitely, especially with DZ able to get both opening kills as SQ went in for the execute, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable as we go in for the remaining of these defensive rounds. Just able to play those positions, and even all the utility that was dumped into long that NJR had to deal with, took a lot of damage, but still managed to remain alive, and then even get the second kill after Canadian opened things up. So I'm not completely, over the moon, still cautious about DZ, but that was definitely a round that we needed to see, and hopefully we can see them even have a little bit more energy going into dorms.
Well, the athleticism of DarkZero in that round, significantly better.
Yeah, they were on the treadmill for a little bit, but they're not doing pull-ups yet.
Even if they weren't really moving. It was the defense from DZ was stalwart, and I would say it's reminiscent of that scene from WALL-E. When all of the travelers are in their chairs, very comfortable, very immobile.
Yes,
very similar to that. It's just that was the DarkZero defense. They played full turtle, and it worked out very well for them. Again, I am a little surprised. No Ying, even though she remains unbanned. These teams do like to bring a Ying, and we're not seeing it right now. Super plays Buck or Ying with that can opener hard breach quite frequently on this map. Maybe not after things have changed. I don't know, maybe they think the meta obviously works a different way. You now see Super on the Lion instead. The hard breach that's being brought doesn't exist, by the way.
Yeah,
there is not a
real.
single hard breacher here. So Soniqs instead just wanting to go for this pugilistic lineup instead of more sophistication. It's a for DarkZero, by the way. Dorm's defense.
Just to get that out there. Of course, the no hard breach play is on Oregon, not gonna lie, it's a little risky. Not even a secondary hard breach gadget on the board.
Pretty surprising.
Yeah, pretty surprising. Even if you want to go for this, obviously, Soniqs are the pinnacle of the lurking play style on attack in North America, especially, bringing that Nook on the board. They're one of the first teams really to start using it a lot more. But no hard breach, definitely a bold move, but if they're able to pick off some of these roamers like Eclipse down below in security with that Nook who's already starting to creep up, Z could go big, but Super down below finds Canadian.
You said picking off one of the roamers down below. It wasn't the player you mentioned, but it was still a member of DarkZero. So Soniqs looking to move to match point, and a first kill is a good position to be in. Eclipse down below inside of security, watching with those mute jammers in play. No hard breach. That means for Soniqs, they need to get one of those nades from below.
Yes.
Get pressure off of one of your main avenues in. If you want to take Attic and jump in through the window, you need to dislodge the player that's going to be sitting over there. And there's one of those nades. It might not be from down below, but Yeti tosses it in. Dorms is now wide open as NJR falls to that explosive. Eclipse is still down in security with a Nitro Cell in hand, but if his team's numbers continue to dwindle, he won't be anywhere near as effective. And all of a sudden, Bambazoo's looking in the wrong way, but it becomes a much closer matchup. Eclipse and Hyper bounce back. Rexon and Kansan maybe breaking into the bomb site without the correct information. Eclipse has been down trying to get back to assist with his teammates, and it puts Hyper, who has suddenly become a more potent force in a 1v3, sustaining a lot of damage, scampering off into Attic and now repositioning through that Dorm's rotate. Diffuser going down, and at the top of White Stairs, it's Grixer to move his team to map point. It's 6-2 in favor of Soniqs.
I gotta say, even though they lost the round, I like what DZ did there in the mid-round. I like seeing Hyper run out of that door, getting aggressive, and just going for some more off-the-wall plays to try to bring that man advantage back. I was worried when we were seeing DZ on attack, they'd be in a 3v5 and they'd just be like, oh, crap, what are we going to do now? But nope, once they're in that 3v5, they start pushing, they actually start getting those kills. Problem is, that was about the only thing, were those two plays individually. I mean, Canadian on attack and defense on Oregon, you can go and look back as far as you can. He is always in the basement at some point in the round. He's either the one solo clearing down below, or he is the one playing there in basement the entirety of the round. So Super goes down as Lion. He knows this without even needing the drone. That Canadian is probably going to be the one in the basement. They get that kill, and then Soniqs just do what they do best. Play Nook, play Grixer, get some nades from positions, and if the nades don't work, you let the guns do the talking. Soniqs just played their game, and DZ fought back a little bit, but really not that much.
If you concede control of Kitchen, there are so few spots that are not going to end up with you doing damage from a nade from below. Time and time again, if you don't put a buck in that position, which obviously Soniqs not running the buck in the previous round, not doing it again as it's another Dorm's defense. Instead, you use what we affectionately refer to as those depth charges, those grenades from down below, and suddenly you effectively step on a landmine without knowing it, and you get blown sky high. Now, usually, there's a nade from below that does damage to the player inside of Dorms, but because Eclipse was holding that position for DarkZero, it was Soniqs having to go through the main window, which is where you saw Yeti go with his nade. Another thing, too, just for that downstairs defense, as we are now on Dorms, but one thing that I did want to focus on, no Flores. That means that trying to take blue becomes extremely challenging. If there's an Aruni on the board, Jaeger, and Wamai, all three of those operators are available, so you can bring all three of them together. It means that blue is going to be held in the favor of the defense far more because you lose one of the best assets for the attackers. And that's why that Flores ban is so crucial, and why we saw the teams when they attacked that basement bomb site forego blue control.
Yeah, and both teams have used a different flavor of it. Soniqs prioritized the Jaeger and Wamai more. DZ have focused more on the Wamai and the Aruni, but both of those combinations are probably a result of the Flores ban, though. They're also good individually.
Now, we got some subterranean homesick blues going on down here, as you don't need a weatherman to know the way the wind blows, but Canadian is in the basement yet again.
Oh!
And Hyper picking off Super is a good starting point for DarkZero. It's match point for Soniqs. Canadian still down below on that lurk, on that roam. Soniqs will need to figure out his position, and if they can do something to punish him. They will come across these mute jammers now towards the top floor where the bomb site lays, at the halfway point of this round. Similar setup inside of security from DarkZero 2, and here's one of these depth charges, as we referred to it as.
Ooh.
It does a little bit of damage to NJR, but he was just out of reach. Adrenal Surge comes in from Rexon, tops everybody back up. Eclipse in the same spot that we saw before, again down in security. Holding onto a Nitro Cell, very strong position. And if he gets pushed from multiple angles, he is ripe for the picking, and he just can't control the recoil to take out the Nook of Grixer. Maybe a shotgun can do just that. All the while, explosives raining in around him, leaving us in the final minute for Soniqs to find their footing and try to put this match away.
Soniqs have really not found ground so far. I mean, when you lose super early on, you can go clear Canadian in a 5v5, but when you're in a 4v5, do you want to dedicate time, especially with 45 seconds left, to clear out Canadian? We saw Grixer moving down there earlier, but Canadian has now moved up the stairs, probably going to go back to the site, and they still haven't cleared out Eclipse either. If DZ or if Soniqs want to go for a white push or a big window play, everything that could go wrong, the security position or Canadian on the roam, they have to push through it.
And DZ is lined up so well. They've got sights at the top of White, they've got Canadian at the top of Armory, and he finds two for the price of one. There it is. A jump in from the big window will be dealt with by Eclipse. Pistol out and sidearm for Canadian, not good enough, but a flawless round as Panbazoo picks up the final kill. That's the coverage that you need to see from DarkZero. Sonic struggled to clear out security. They struggled on the roam. They surrendered that first opening pick, and then they didn't seem to know what to do with that mid-round. And how do you transition to the bomb site? Well, Dorms is a bomb site in this game where if you hang on to it, the final 20 seconds, even if you're at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, there are a lot of hard walls that you cannot shoot through. And if you don't bring the appropriate amount of hard breach, even the soft walls become way too much for you to deal with. You've got 3 main entry points. You're going to try to go up the top of White, you're going to try to go up the top of Armory, or even just through Trophy, through that master doorway, or you're going to go hop through Big Window. DZ had sights on all of those areas except for Trophy, and they picked right because Soniqs decided to go through the main stairs, which is where Canadian was playing, and he had Pamba for backup.
And also in that initial Dorms attack, especially when you saw Yeti get that nade kill on NGR from Big Window, they were relying, not entirely, but definitely a lot on having that nade be the deciding factor to start moving in. They had 8 nades that time, and Parker, none of them really hit. None of them really did all that much, unfortunately.
No. We saw some damage being done to NJR a couple times, and I think one of those nades might have been used on Eclipse, but it didn't really do much damage.
No real openings created.
Exactly. Now, one of the operators that I fixated on has finally shown up, and it is the only real authentic hard breacher for Soniqs. Ying
Ironic.
is here, and it's Super playing this role that he's played time and time again with that secondary hard breach gadget. We call it the can opener. It works as kind of like a half, 1/3 of an exothermic charge.
You get a hatch.
You can get a hatch with it, and it's great for hatches. And honestly, with this being a downstairs defense, DZ can go back here. They won it on their very first defense. They're going to hope to try to do the same thing. With this lineup that we see from Soniqs, they're going to want to get the hatches. They need freezer control. Ying's focus is going to be on Pill, on that electrical box near where Panbazoo is playing, but you got to clear out Pillar. I would be very surprised looking at this lineup if Soniqs try to take blue, so it will be yet again another attempt on the bottom floor for the attackers before going blue. That makes it much tougher because you don't have as many avenues into the bomb site. You need freezer control, and you have to flush out the defender playing in that area. No attacker has been able to do that yet.
Yeah.
None of these attacking teams have done it successfully.
I'm also intrigued to see, we see Rexon just quickly moving down Freezer right now, maybe trying to find something over here, but nope, he backs up fairly quickly. I think Hyper was already prepped. No, not with a C4. I just saw him holding something. I was like, what's he holding? It was an electric lock, so he was waiting for somebody to start moving towards that hatch. He's now electrified it, and they have to call Yeti on over to open that one up. So because you have that Cade, Soniqs have to deal with it, but unfortunately they have to spend a little bit of time on these electrified hatches to use that Maverick to open it up. And for the attacks so far, which on both DarkZero and in some cases XQ have struggled to get executes, you know, before the 30-second mark at times, this is one thing you wish you probably didn't have to deal with.
Absolutely. The Kaid here, the pick that we see from Hyper, is obviously very smart. Not that there's ever really a bad time for him as an operator. He's suitable on pretty much every single bomb site, but it just took about 30 to 40 seconds for Soniqs to get those hatches opened up. The can openers have both been used as well from Super, so there you have utility coming out. I was actually wrong about this. It is a blue take, so for the first time, I didn't think it would be. I thought, okay, you look towards the freezer, you look towards that E-box hatch, pillbox, whatever teams call it, and you go from there. Not the case.
Well, I thought that, okay, now I'm reconsidering, because initially I saw, okay, if they're going to go for a bunker or a blue take, maybe they have Rexon smoke elbow, then they push in off the Candelas, but no, now they're moving over towards Freezer and Laundry. This is completely different. First Candela missed Parker, but they're just rotating with very little time left.
Completely botched. Rexon is covering fire. Nade goes off. No damage is done to him. Checking his corners. First kill for Soniqs. Methodical as they continue to walk in, marching their way towards a victory, and the bodies for DZ hitting the floor. Canadian on a stead by that bomb chassis. Rexon dropped, firing back, but only one kill remains. That's it. Soniqs searching for their very first victory, and they get it. Over DarkZero, 7-3. An impressive showing on a map and on bomb sites that maybe DarkZero wasn't fully prepared for. And the NAL champs, who've had a bit of a slump in Stage 1 and at the start of Stage 2, they get on the board with a big 3 points.
And it's also 2 weeks in a row now, or at least 2 play days in a row. DarkZero having a 7-2 loss to SSG, but then a 7-3 loss to a recovering Soniqs roster, who admittedly is playing a lot better than they were in Stage 1, so I don't want to take that away from them. But again, some worries for DZ in the first couple play days. But for that round in particular, by the way, I just have to give credit to Soniqs. I don't know if it was a call or if they just made the decision to rotate, but moving very quickly over to Freezer and Laundry really maximized the surprise factor that Ying can have. When all of a sudden you hear them marching around bunker, marching around blue, and then you have Candelas flying in from Laundry and flying in from Freezer, it can be very disorienting for the defense to deal with, and that's kind of what happened to DZ.
Even if one of those Candelas was a complete and utter botch. The championship hangover seems to be very real. Soniqs knew a thing or two about it. TSM obviously after SI, Nip had to deal with it as well. SSG wasn't as strong after they won SI a couple years back, and now it's DarkZero's turn. You win a major, but you don't do the best in the NAL. They find themselves with only 1 victory through 3 play days. That's it for match number 4. We've got some analysts to break it down, but before we get there, a short break. Sit tight, don't touch that browser. We'll be right back. Good job.
Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
We have returned here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Doe and Jesse Jacob here with you at the desk, and over in Las Vegas is none other than Grixer from Soniqs, fresh off of their first win of the stage. Grixer, it's got to feel good, obviously, to get to this point, to get the win. Do you feel like the progress for the team is coming along? Obviously, the win certainly helps a lot with that, but take me sort of through the timeline of how things went last stage, what was done during the offseason, what did you do as a team to get yourself to the point to get the win today?
Coordination and vibes was probably the biggest thing that we struggled with. I mean, during the offseason, it wasn't, who's like washed now, who's bad now. It wasn't like all of a sudden we're just horrible, because I mean, it wasn't so long after stage 1 started. So I think we just try to like knock down in, just playing together more than anything. I think our teamwork lacked. I think our teamwork has been lacking, and I think we've slowly started to show it to be like a lot more prominent. This last week we just came off a 7-5 and an 8-7, which I think could have gone either way if we just capitalized on little mistakes. But I think it was just our team play more than anything. I think something that we're really strong suit in is how well we play off of each other, and I think obviously when that's lacking in some aspects, it just kind of follows through to the whole team.
Okay, well, came together today, that's for sure.
Grixer, I wanted to ask you about the map ban phase, because you guys had the final decision. You had to choose between Chalet and Oregon. You decided to go Oregon instead of Chalet, which is a map that you guys have historically liked quite a bit. Was there something about DarkZero that made you want to pick Oregon against this team? Had you guys been prepping this pretty hard in the backlines?
Yeah, I mean, we knew how they played Oregon. You know, we definitely studied it. It wasn't a surprise that we were going to play Oregon or any of the maps as far as like the bans went. I mean, we had a specific map pool that we were going to play them on, and all those maps we felt equally confident on. You know, I think they almost expected for us to go to Chalet. I think that's why they left it up. I think whether that is that some counter strats against us or whatever it may be, I think even us picking Oregon against them was a little bit of a bluff.
Okay.
I don't think they were expecting that. So, yeah, I mean, Oregon was no surprise to us. You know, I think we were equally confident on Oregon as we were on Chalet. So. And I mean, we showed up, so I'm glad that it went the way that it did.
We've seen the defensive role swap for Super playing more of a roam-centric role as opposed to playing on-site and Kansan being the one to usually anchor a lot. How is that working for you guys behind the scenes, and what is it freeing up the rest of you to do on defense?
Yeah, so it's interesting you touch up on that, because on defense, every now and then there's like what people call like suicide spots, you know, where it's like, no matter what, that player's going to eventually die, you know, whether it's in 30 seconds, a minute and a half, he's just there to burn time. And allowing Seth or Super to play those positions for us allows the other four of us to make plays around him and to basically, like, it's pretty much like he's stuck and our objective is to make plays around him and play together and, like, lay rounds, you know. It's like always always us last alive, and I think it allows the team to excel because, I mean, I think we all work really well against each other, and when Seth is playing those spots and we can just make any play we want around him, it really helps us just play defense the way we want to.
All right. So one more question before I let you go here. Tomorrow the team is playing Oxygen. I'm curious what your thoughts are going into that one, because they're certainly a strong team, but they've looked a little bit more vulnerable of late. So what are you thinking?
I mean, it's just like any other team for us, really. Just because, I mean, they're Oxygen and have the players that they are doesn't mean it's any different from any other team you want to compare it to. We've historically had really good matches against Oxygen, so it should be a good game regardless, but I mean, I'm confident that we'll be able to pull through with the win.
All right. Well, you got the win today. Best of luck in your match tomorrow, and thanks for taking the time to sit down with us.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
See you. All right, well, there you go. Grixer from Soniqs getting the big win over DarkZero, and this is 2 maps in a row now where DarkZero has kind of gotten slammed. 5 rounds in the last 2 matches. It's looking a little bit rough for our Charlotte champs.
Well, I mean, I'm glad Grixer said what he did during that, the question I asked him about the maps, because again, I feel like DarkZero really got red. It felt like Soniqs had done their homework just like SSG did, and DZ were definitely outstratted on this map here of Oregon. So really well done to Soniqs, to Super and their support staff for getting all that intel. And then, as we can see on the stat board as well, playing with that intel fantastically. Every single member on Soniqs, at least even. From SQ, that is a very rare sight.
This feels like a bit of a trend that happens after somebody wins a major or even an SI in some cases. When you become the best, everyone guns for you. Everyone looks at what you did to succeed. And when you're playing in a best of 1 scenario that doesn't allow you to be nearly as flexible as you can in a best of 3 series, that's already kind of put, by default, DZ on the back burner. They're looking for a way to get out of the situation, and they haven't yet, but we're still in best of 1s. This is something that can be corrected or course corrected, so to speak. It just might come a little bit later in the stage, and I'm curious if this is a DZ team play issue behind the scenes, if they're not confident in their own coordination, or if it's literally a case of them getting red. Remember back when OXG was like the #1 team in stage 1 or 2 or something from last year, and then try to jump to international competition and flounder for a bit? In stage 2, they get red the exact same way DarkZero seems to be, and it takes them a whole stage to kind of get back out of the gutter again, so to speak. That was where it was a little bit different. Last year was a very different scenario for the Rainbow Six scene, but we could see a very near perfect copy of this situation for DarkZero if they're not careful.
It is interesting. We talked about, too, a little bit earlier where DarkZero has the most tape out there as far as people to study. So it makes a lot of sense when you run into those situations. Let's take a look now at a couple rounds in particular. I believe we got 3, 4, and 5 lined up. And this was kind of a lot of similar things where we're going to zero in on, I believe it was a roam that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, this is what Jacob was talking about in the interview, how I want to focus on the way that we're seeing Super and Yeti play the roam. This play in particular, Super is going for some wild swings on the big window, but I actually love it. He's swinging out. Hyper's on white stairs, and JR's on the kid's window. This is such an aggressive position for Super to be playing, but he's got the confidence to make it happen. Downs kit outside a big window. Initially, Soniqs were in a man disadvantage in that situation, but because of that bold play that Super made, they actually pulled it back and won that round. Then we're again highlighting just the roam presence of Yeti and Super. Yeti going huge on this one. Kansan's kind of with him as well on this round. We've got Super down in the basement that time. And then round number 5, again, this is just the impact that they can have, delaying the time. As players on the main floor, you want to be focused on Yeti and Super. Once again, playing around, able to push over towards that east side of the map. There's the opener from Super. And they've talked about how he's able to play those kind of suicide spots, the Grixer called them, right? In this round, he was initially playing up in small tower, which for a kitchen dining defense, that is exactly what you expect to happen. You expect to die there. But because DarkZero only pushed from the east side of the map, they were pushing from tower, they were pushing to try to clear that top floor. Super recognized that. He got out of that small tower and had an impact elsewhere on the map.
If you wanted any more proof that this is just Super's team, on attack, he's their IGL, he's their support player. It's a protection detail around Super getting the case down. On defense, he's now the one playing these suicide spots, which means every single thing the Soniqs do revolves around one man, and that is Super Seth Hoffman. Yep. How has he done this?
And Reddit wants to cut him.
You know, the thing is that when we talked to him before the year began, I was in Vegas, I got to talk to a lot of players, and I had a conversation with him that we got a lot of interview footage from. And, you know, he was saying, you know, I was thinking about retiring at the end of last year. That's no secret. He was like, maybe it's time to move into that coaching role, to take that big brain and put it behind the players instead of in the map. But with how well NAL went last year, you know, he thought, well, and rightly so, I'll just keep playing. And, you know, it hasn't looked fantastic this year yet, but they're starting to pick it up a little bit now, especially. And today's very encouraging. So, yeah, I definitely think if you're Super, you're not too ready to rush into retirement just yet.
Right, and again, the personal stake involved, they're only saying that they're going to make roster changes if for some reason they don't make this next major. So that's something that they've set for themselves. If this play keeps working and they make the major, they're probably fine for stage 3. If they keep doing this and somehow they fall flat, there will be change coming in the future.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens. For now, though, we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we come back, the final map of the day, it's going to be the winless Mirage trying to take on Astralis. It's going to be rough. We'll see if Mirage can pull it off. Don't go anywhere. The NAL returns in just a few.
For 2 years straight to the face. Champagne belly bubble still won't go away. Last year my best man hit a stain with bad face. Now he's got a LB on the water's cold case. I wake up with pain sometime and never go away. Wonder why I balance to my knees when I pray. In my city gritty, gotta keep it on your waist. Or you might be a victim, they'll find you DOA. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, he's my mind. All the time, he's my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League Doe Jesse Jacob with you at the desk once again. And guess what? It's time for a final map of the day. It's going to be Mirage versus Astralis. And yes, things have been rough for Mirage, but they are playing with their full roster, right? They haven't been able to really do that yet. They've had a bit of a COVID thing going on, as many teams do these days. And so everyone's playing from home still, but at least they're getting to field their full roster. Garrett doesn't have to sub in again. But their opponent is Astralis. And Astralis, has had a little bit of a hard time in week one, but they're still an extremely good team. And Mirage kind of has their work cut out for them. But I'm curious to see what they can do with a full squad.
I'm curious about whether their handicaps are going to be an issue here, because again, they played and won their first game with a handicap. That was call out, but they played it on LAN, so they ended up making things work. Then went and played with DP Fire, but whether it's a case of DP Fire still being under the weather, they played at home, which meant they weren't playing on the LAN build. So now we find ourselves at like a weird moment where maybe he's feeling good enough again, even if they're still not able to get to the arena, but they're still playing online, and if that's going to be a big problem. On the other hand, Mirage haven't played a single game this stage from the LAN center, so we're still trying to figure out where both teams sit at the minute.
Yeah.
Both of these teams coming off of, I think, Playdays that they weren't super happy with, right? Both coming in off situations where they didn't have their full team in the first week. So I'm hopeful that they can both kind of show us a bounce back and give us a close game.
Yeah, again, the big thing is just both teams getting to play with their full rosters, which is just what we want at the end of the day. We just want to have the full squads competing here. But let's talk about Mirage a little bit more. Again, I feel like the data we have so far on Mirage is there. It exists. Those games have been played. You can't take that back in the standings. But again, there are the asterisks there with the health issues, with having to sub your coach in for Melted that one game. So now I feel like we kind of start over in a sense to see where this team is really at this stage.
Yeah, but you're doing that after 2 games have already passed, and it's the law of first impressions, right? You are going to forever be remembering what this team has done through only their first 2 weeks, even if it's not an accurate representation of what they are capable of doing as a squad. That's the problem that these guys face, and even if they're able to finally get to the LAN center to play on the proper build of the game with their full team, everyone feels healthy. At what point are they finally going to get to a point where they're actually playing like themselves, and will it be too late for them to get any points from it to even worry about major qualification? It may be too late for them.
I want to highlight Melted here because currently he is not having a great time. He's the lowest rated player in the league after week 1, 0.44 rating, 4.4 rating even, 27 cost, 9 survival rate. He actually performed worse in week 1 than the coach that substituted for him in every single tracked stats.
Yikes.
But they need him. And now with him coming back into the lineup, with him being full strength, I really think that this can make the difference for Mirage. Melted towards the end of last stage when he was actually playing fragging operators, got kills. This has been a big thing for Mirage. They haven't had the biggest gunners on their team so far. I mean, you look at who's on this roster. You have Marmalade, who's a very traditional hard support player. You've got Benji, who last stage had fewer kills than any non-support player in the entire league, as long as they played the full season. You have Nyx, who played 11 rounds on attack before getting his first kill. And then you've got Kento, who's good, but let's be honest, if he's too good, Spacestation's probably just going to buy his contract and turn him into league MVP. So I'm really expecting Melted to have a big game here. I think there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to be that gunner that Mirage need to get more of those kills actually on the board for Mirage. And if he shows up and has a poor performance like he did when he was sick last week, then it's going to be very, very tough for Mirage to battle back.
I mean, I think the end of last stage proved that he was criminally misused last stage, which is a really big deal for them to recognize that mistake and then come into this stage realizing that what they needed to do was put him on entry and put somebody else on flank, which is exactly what they've done, because that still seems like Benji's best path forward is playing flank watch for this team as opposed to what he did last stage. But it's still not going to be enough if Melted isn't there still doing that job. Yes, his performance in Playday number 1 was abysmal, but we're saying that because he was also sick as a dog and wasn't able to play up to standard to a point where he couldn't even play the second Playday. So I don't want to harp too much on those stats, but I am saying this right now for Mirage. If you don't win this game, it will be too late for you to qualify for Berlin, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and moving on to talk about Astralis, there might not be a better time for them to try to get this win than against the Astralis that we've seen in week 1 so far. They have 1 win, but it was in overtime, and then they have that loss as well. And things have just seemed slightly off for Astralis. And part of it is having your coach play for 1 game, but that was the one they did win. When a DP Fire came back, it still looked a little bit rough, a little bit off, like we talked about. So I'm looking for this team to bounce back and show us what they showed us at the major, which was a stellar org where anyone can pop off at any time. If they aren't going to be that team, then I think Mirage has a shot.
I feel like maybe they were giving up a little bit too much ground to Parabellum when they lost that game to them without contesting them on defense. I think they fixed it a little bit later in that match, but it was maybe a bit too late. Too often it was just kind of them sitting in the bomb site 5v5 without actually enough room to to stop Mirage or to stop PB on their initial aggression. So I want to see that get fixed a little bit here today, but I do expect Astralis to sharpen up a little bit more. I think that this has been a team that has proven themselves as one of the best, not just in North America, but the entire world, placing top 2 at the major. They're coming back now. They play kind of a unique style. They don't have super strongly defined roles like we've talked about with teams such as Oxygen. So they can be a little bit unpredictable at times, but it really does work for them.
I think they just had a really whack first week overall, and I think they've already understood that week has passed. They still escaped with a couple points. It's not the end of the world. They got 2. They're down at the bottom of the standings, but that's only a temporary measure given the way that the rest of the league has been super hyper competitive. They can get out of this with another 3 points. They can get up to 5, which would put them right in contention with DarkZero and Spacestation for that number 4 spot, right below PB. There's ample opportunity for them to get this, but they have to take advantage of a very bruised and battered Mirage lineup that hasn't been able to perform against anything. And I feel like this Astralis team absolutely can do it, assuming everyone feels up to speed.
Yeah. I think that like one player I'm looking at especially too is Forrest. He's 7-2 on entry right now, and if he can
he's their support player, by the way.
Yeah, of course. I mean, again, roles are wild on Astralis, but if he can keep that up, I think they've got a good chance here of just rolling over Mirage.
All right, well, we'll find out a little bit more about if that's going to be possible when we find out what map we're going to, and that time is right now. The bans are in, so let's check out where we're going to be playing here.
Look at this, man. No Clubhouse, no Villa. If we ever find Astralis playing Clubhouse, that's a little interesting. Mirage have tried Villa several times over the past number of months and have never been able to translate that to anything meaningful. They played it against XSET just last week and got bodied on it, so they don't want to try that one again. No Border for Astralis, which that's a little surprising considering they always felt like new map pioneers, but maybe against Mirage there's something about playing more loose that Mirage will actually be able to take advantage of. That's the one time Mirage even won a game last stage was one of the times they did was against that Beastcoast team that kept Beastcoast out of the major in the first place. No Cafe for Astralis, no Bank for Mirage, given the way that we saw Mirage play Bank last stage, even if they have 2 new players, still makes it seem like that's something that they would prefer to keep out of their pocket for right now, which means we're left down with these last 3.
Chalet, Theme Park, Skyscraper. Theme Park of those 3 is the only one that Mirage have managed to win on in their history. That includes all forms of their previous rosters. Chalet has been a tough one for them historically. Despite that, Astralis choose to ban it. They're not going to be so lucky as to get to play Skyscraper. AST are so good on that map, so of course Mirage will take the easy pick and go Theme Park instead. As I mentioned, 1 play so far and it was a win, 7-5 over TSM Playday 3 last stage. Astralis though, also undefeated on Theme Park. They've got a 3-game winning streak, being Parabellum, Beastcoast, and then the Wolves down in Charlotte.
It definitely feels like because Mirage had the call between these last 2 maps, they got one that Astralis themselves have already said were willing to play a couple of times, but it's the one where they had plenty of control themselves when they played it back in stage 1 to a point where they can reuse some of those strats again with Nyx and Kento to really make it flourish. The only question is, have like Astralis' strats on this map gotten to a point where Mirage simply won't be able to break through? That's what I think is going to happen here.
It's a good question. Both teams, though, of course, over the weekend, a chance to kind of digest a little bit of stage 1, looking to see a little bit better stuff from both squads. But now it's time to predict who we think is going to win the final map of the day here at the NAL. Let's send it over to our casters first to get their opinions. Once again, it's Antero and Lynx. How you guys doing?
Hello there.
Hello.
I actually get to make my prediction known first. We had Lynx go first because obviously
I was right.
He needed an introduction.
And I was right.
That he was.
You were right. I was wrong. That would be a bounce back
start.
game. My gut says Astralis still, but with the way today has gone,
no.
The Beastcoast match, with the Parabellum match, with the Soniqs match, I'm still going to go with Astralis.
Okay.
I don't
Thank God.
Okay.
I mean, it was real close, wasn't it? But I honestly think Astralis is still that team that showed up at the major, but I mean, there's worrying signs from DarkZero not performing up to snuff. If Astralis isn't still as good of a team because they're in best of 1s now instead of best of 3s and then best of 5, who honestly knows? But I don't have confidence in Mirage to be able to pull it out today. And I think that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those matches where, sure, is there a potential Mirage could win? Of course there is. Is there potential that I'm gonna like bet my prediction on it? No, we just haven't seen it yet. First game back with their full roster, or well, full roster where Melted isn't, suffering full on from COVID. Astralis is just the safer bet, and probably the team who's going to win, and that's really the beginning and the end for me.
Fair enough. 2 for Astralis from our casters. We'll check back with you in a moment when the map is about to begin. Thank you very much. and it's time to talk to our analysts now. It feels like you kind of have to pick Astralis because so much is unproven about Mirage, not only in their health for their squad, but also their 2 new members in Kento and Nyx. Well, new and also returning members anyway, and that just doesn't seem to have gelled yet either. But is there anything there that convinces you to not pick Astralis?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm gonna go.
There you go.
I'm gonna go with Astralis.
I'm going Astralis.
That's what I expected.
That's all.
But, all right, to Astralis. We'll see what the coin has to say. It's going to be Mirage for heads. It's going to be Astralis for tails. We're going to give you a good flip.
Please go heads.
It's heads. the coin just loves heads today. I don't know. I don't know. The substitute coin, the Kennedy $half from 1999, just prefers heads. Yeah. Never got
Has it
over
literally
Y2K,
never gone
yes.
tails all day today?
It has not been tails all day. It's weird.
Are we not sure that that coin isn't just heads on both sides?
Did they give?
No, there is a legitimate tails side to this, see?
Is it weighted? I mean, it's not your coin. You can't certify it's not.
That's true.
Was I given
we got that from a crew member.
An outrageous coin? No, I think it's fine. All right, well, let's check out what the fans have to say, who they're predicting to win this one. It's going to be Astralis again. And so that means that everyone was really kind of picking logically, except for the thing that has no logic. So no surprise there. Let's look at the community poll. And the question for our last match of the day is going to be, can Mirage bounce back, or will Astralis shoot to the top again?
To the stars!
Well, I don't know if either of those things are happening for this particular map, but Astralis may get a win, which will help boost them up in the standings anyway. Although, you know, upsets are fun.
It's true.
You never know. You never know. We're going to take a momentary respite, and when we return, the final match of the day begins. Don't go anywhere, because Rainbow Six NAL comes back in just a few.
I'm Forrest, and this is the NAL.
Well, it's time for our very final matchup of the day. Some great music to accompany us into that matchup. Love the saxophone.
I actually played the saxophone for like 2 years in middle school, but you know.
When?
Two years in.
When did I ask? I'm Intero. I'm with Lynx. He's making his second casting voyage. Here, you were brought in during stage 1 when there were a rash of absences.
Like 3 people gone.
Yeah.
It was wild.
You just couldn't make it. There was a lot of prior commitments. Let's put it that way. I had COVID, I think, when you were here. I can't remember. But anyway, he's back.
I'm here.
Working as
actually I'm Lynx, but
color commentator. Nick is off for the week. You'll be here tomorrow as well. Pengu is on a sabbatical. I mean, he's doing something.
Somewhere in the greater Niagara Falls region.
A journey to the center of the earth. We have both Astralis and Mirage going toe-to-toe. Now, they are not playing from our wonderful facility at the Esports Arena in Las Vegas. No, they're playing from home.
Yeah, they are.
Because DP Fire, as far as I'm aware, still is not a free man. Instead, you have the team that COVID swept through, which is Mirage, playing from home. I think they're good to go. I think it's just Astralis. Either way.
Yeah, it is.
Either way, as you can see, the 4 players on your screen. Astralis finished second at the Charlotte Major. If you weren't paying attention at all during that LAN event that occurred about a month ago or so, well, they haven't exactly had the most impressive season just yet. They sit towards the bottom of the NAL standings. Mirage also at the bottom of the NAL standings. So this is what is on paper a battle of the have-nots right now, even though we know that in terms of pedigree, Astralis are capable of achieving more than they've had so far. Let's get underway with Theme Park. Mirage are literally in last.
Yes.
Or no, 9th. They're tied in last. And then Astralis are sitting in 7th. We don't have 9 teams anymore. 10 teams?
Yep.
Yes. First ban is going to be Thatcher. Theme Park right now, in terms of play rate, has been played 3 times in the NAL so far this stage. It is tied with Oregon now for being the most played map. Theme Park was added back to the map pool for people who are unaware when the map pool expanded to 9 maps. Added in Border, added in Skyscraper, and added in Theme Park. Theme Park's defender win rate is 61%. That means that you're expecting a 4-2 scoreline for the defenders unless something major changes. In terms of the bomb sites, we'll get into them when we actually get into the action. Operator bans are now all done. Nook was an operator in our matchup that just concluded that you singled out as having a growing pick rate, but also a growing ban rate. Removed from action, as is Azami. They are no more.
Yeah, I asked Jesse before the game started. I said, Jesse, it's Theme Park. Do you think Azami's going to get banned? He said, yes. And she's banned. So that's actually pretty crazy.
Wow, what analysis.
If you thought that was good analysis, you'd be the only one. No, but seriously, Theme Park, out of really all the maps in the pool right now, has probably had some of the most impactful Azami play, or at least one of the positions that I think of the most. And again, this was also something Jesse and I briefly talked about. On the upstairs floor, inside of Cash, or next to Dragon, they just play that long hallway. They'll keep barriers, create deployable shields, block off windows. Big position for her to play. Can't do that anymore because she's off the board. Also taking off the Nook, this is a map where, if you remember last week, Gunnar had a pretty cool ace where he, I'm not joking, if you didn't watch it, he crouch walked from Gong to Lab and took site. So, needless to say, this is a pretty...
It's quite the journey.
It is quite the journey. Not to the center of the earth, but across the entire
I
map.
wonder if he'll find Pengu on the way.
10 seconds left.
Maybe he will discover where Nick has gone.
Pengu's actually hidden inside of Throne Room right now. If you look closer, you might be able to find him.
Wow, that is really incredible.
Attackers must
Either way, very first bomb site is going to be Throne Room downstairs. I promised you that we would get into the win rates for both the attackers and the defenders. And by Jove, would you not look at it? Armory Throne Room, the bomb site that Astralis are starting out on, has an 83% win rate for the defenders. It's been played 12 times. That is quite the statistic. Some abnormalities that we see right now from Astralis. Number one, Capkin is not an operator who has a steady pick rate, and yet Iconic is bringing him out. Those 5 EDDs can go just about anywhere that they want, and multiple can go on a single door frame or window. Additionally, we have an Ella with a shotgun. This is not an operator that we see all the time on this bomb site, and Astralis are spread out all over the map right now.
And to be fair, if any player on Astralis were to run Ella shotgun, I would think it would be Forrest. If you just approached me and told me to take a guess, I would have said Forrest, and what do you know? He's the one playing her. And you talked about Astralis being spread all over the map right now. One position that we're looking at right now that might face a lot of tension is Iconics on top of Arcade stairs right now. 3 players currently stationed outside of Arcade window, but they've not taken a step inside of yet. Shuttle might be close by. Given Iconics' position the last time we saw him, he's in a prime spot to take a fight with either Kento on this window or anybody pushing into Cafe. Oh my, you know, I just realized, Parker? Mirage have 1 drone left.
That's it. Only 1 remaining, and Melted capitalizing off of it either way. And that drone, by the way, in the back pocket could have been for Twitch too. Look at this killing Astralis, just eating Mirage alive. 3 players from Mirage wiped off of the map at this very early junction. Yes, Iconic did technically die first, but I think Astralis came out ahead of that exchange. It's just Benji and Kento now. That's it for Mirage. Just a little bit over a minute to go. So still time for Mirage to get on in, but they don't have any hard destruction. Still tons of utility. 1 air jab, both nades, 3 flashes, and 2 adrenal surges. Means that there's potential for Mirage, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, especially with, again, as I said, that one drone on the board. Though, coincidentally, Benji is the one who has that final drone on the board, so if he wants to get some intel, he still has 50 seconds and that one drone, so he can drive it around. But just goes to show how very quickly Mirage were handicapped at the beginning of the round by losing so many drones. They might not be aware of J9O's position, currently playing in maintenance, though he is on 1 HP, which could be an easy kill to make it a 3v2 if Mirage play their cards right, or if they're careful. But Kento and Benji both focusing on yellow and split right now, which is exactly where Forrest has stacked up with that Ella shotgun. Kento checking all of these angles, operating again with no intel because of that one drone on the board. He'll cook a nade and send it forward, and Forrest takes that exact time to push. It's actually the Captain trap that finishes him off. Fortuitous timing. Forrest, unfortunately, does not get the kill, but Astralis do get round number 1.
Iconic's not even alive. He's the only dead player for Astralis, yet he's credited with one of the final 2 kills. Call out no longer playing. He had to play all the way back.
Ball out.
In Playday number 1. What did you say?
I said ball out.
Oh, ball out. I think you said Bolo. And I was
No,
like, what?
he's not playing.
He's not. When does Bolo play?
You
Tomorrow.
missed it.
Yeah, you
you
missed it. He plays tomorrow. But
he also lost.
Yes. Unfortunately, TSM falling at the hands of OXG in the matchup earlier. Apologies for the spoilers. One of the things that we need to focus on is Astralis and their must-win situation against Mirage. Not to slander the good team from the Great White North, but if Astralis do not prevail here, their shot at going to the major is effectively gone. It's still very possible statistically, because there's still 6 more matches. It's possible that Astralis then goes 6-0 to finish the stage and qualify for the major. But at this point, starting 1-2 with a loss to Mirage is not the position that you want to find yourself in when Mirage have shown the most struggles of any NAL team thus far.
And even then, even if Mirage, you know, if this is the only match they win, if you're Astralis, that still could be a key deciding factor in just deciding out round differential or deciding out head-to-head. Whatever ends up happening, there still could be a loss that if Astralis do lose it, could come back to bite them, even if it is maybe one of the only ones they suffer through this stage. But of course, going off that first round where Mirage didn't even really enter the building, say from Melted just kind of face-checking inside a daycare, there wasn't really much to round number 1, so that's the pace we keep going with. Astralis are looking very good on these defenses, going to Initiation Room and Office. Maybe Mirage keeping some of those drones alive and also getting in better positions to use the utility. Maybe we'll see some improvements, but they are starting on this cafe side again, and that makes me a little worried given round number 1.
It was very quick for Astralis. They love these offsite plays, and Theme Park has been dominated in the NAL by teams that like to roam very hard. W7M seemed to set this meta in motion in Latin America, being so proficient and so free-flowing on their defenses. Just continuing to maneuver and use their skills to their advantage. Astralis want to do the same. We saw the same from Beastcoast when they were on Theme Park. And I mean, it stands to reason. If you can try and stifle the advantage that comes with that attacker repick by getting an early pick onto a Finka or a Hard Breacher, you can effectively win the round in the first 40, 50 seconds. We've already gotten past that point though, by the way. Everybody's still alive, even though Kento continues to lose HP. DP fire on this hold over by Cafe. He's got 1 toxic canister left. A lot of angles for him to look towards on this Office and Initiation defense. A critical part of this map, in terms of map control, comes over towards Bunk. DB Fire finally dusted off, but Iconic trades it back right away. Again, Mirage get the opening pick, but it's not for that long, and Astralis can keep things even.
Look at how much utility that DP Fire wasted just by existing right there. Wasted some flashbangs, wasted all of Kento's utility, and went 1-for-1 with him as well, just baiting out his own life once he ran out of toxic canisters. And Mirage got some good control. Nyx can now start moving up arcade stairs without being as worried as he might be if DP Fire was still alive. But 2 minutes gone, a lot of utility gone as well. Well, I was about to say Astralis might need to start bunkering down, but Iconic rotates right in front of Nyx, and Melted is watching this exact flank that Forrest is going on, and that's 2 big kills for Mirage.
Melted's stats were highlighted while we were waiting to get into the matchup, and while they might not be the strongest, he's definitely making a name for himself right now, leaving just Shuttle as the last player for Astralis in this rat angle. Down goes the Capitao of Nyx, and Shuttle watches as some of that hard breach around him goes off, and it's Marm to get the final kill for Mirage and put their team on the board.
And of course, DP Fire did do some good work, just delaying the entry, going 1-for-1, allowing Iconic to get that kill. But Mirage, once they started moving up arcade stairs, Iconic unfortunately just walks out the doorway and walks right in front of Nyx. I think just a little bit of an in-the-moment oversight right there, maybe taking that angle for granted, just assuming it was getting covered. Whatever happens, he walks in front of it, unlucky, but that gives Mirage the opening to then get a little bit of a stronghold on that part of the map. And then you have Melted. just hanging out in security outside the site. Nobody's really focusing on him that much because everyone from Mirage, or at least it seems like everyone on Mirage, is pushing Arcade and Cafe. So he just sits there waiting for someone to rotate back to the site, and Forrest only realizes he's there right as he enters the engagement. So honestly, even though there was a lot of action going on that Arcade side, I really got to give it to Melted. Just playing the patient game, not playing his hand too early, and able to really swing things in Mirage's favor.
One of the changes that Mirage made as well was putting Melted on more of those aggressive roles to work alongside Kento. And honestly, even though Mirage have not found a ton of success through this stage, they sit at 0-2, the basement of the NAL. I honestly think there's far more promise with this roster here than what we saw from them in the previous stage. And I know that we've dunked on Nyx a couple times and memed on him for not exactly having the best re-entry to the NAL. But there's no doubt that he brings a lot of structure to this team, and most of his former teammates will tell you that Nyx can be a focal point and that lightning rod for a team to just kind of put all their energy into, and then he can move the team in whichever direction he wants. He might not have the best stats, but the rest of the team will likely flourish from it. And Mirage with that round looked much more clinical on their entry.
And that's one thing Mirage, of course, one of their problems last stage you talked about, leadership and structure. Marmalade would go in for plants and just nobody would be covering her when they would need to be. On a site like Lab, let's say you want to hop in through that window, you need to make sure you establish vertical, which of course will be Nyx's key opportunity, have someone watching the window as well. This is a site that if you want to go for an execute and get the bomb down, you need to have all of your angles on lock through that vertical and of course through that horizontal as well. So definitely a site in particular where that leadership will come in handy. Of course, if they also just want to focus on the roam right now, take down Shuttle and I believe Forrest upstairs, they will certainly have their work cut out for them as they're playing these same positions and are probably not as eager to give them up as they were last time.
Forrest underneath the hatch, drones going in. You talked about Mirage in that very first round, only having one drone left. Well, now they're down to 2, and there's still over half of the round to go. There's a mute on the board, so that'll likely be suffocating Mirage's entry with that intel, but still not exactly where you want to be with the information game being as crucial as it is these days. Flash goes in, and EE1D comes out. Not a lot gained from it from Mirage as they continue to work on that Cafe presence. Down goes Nyx, his entry thwarted by DP Fire, and now Melted's the one under fire, and he gets swung on by Iconic. That's the King back in action. As over towards Lab, Iconic will go, the bomb site. The target for Mirage, but they've lost 2 players in the process.
And again, now only one active drone in the hands of Marmalade, who, to be fair, if your hard support has another drone, that's exactly who you want to have it, especially with Kento and Benji on the board, especially Kento on that Finka. But you lose players like Melted just walking in a Dragon, trying to find an opening, gets caught completely off guard by Iconic, probably because he's not only working off of late intel, he's working off of no intel. All you have now are these EE1Ds, and it gets Benji 1 kill and gives his team some more info at that. But now you're in the 2v4, you're struggling to find an opening inside of the site, and there's still some players off, and unfortunately, Benji gets a little bit ahead of himself. No leadership means he walks right into Kento's LMG, and walks right into another victory for Astralis.
Right as I'm praising Astralis looking more composed and more centered with Nyx, they get slaughtered yet again by Astralis. And this is the second round where they have, in Mirage's instance, had some serious problems droning and some serious problems getting information down. If you're going to be throwing drones at the problem, you should have somebody there to back them up. And right now, when we look at Mirage through these 3 rounds, we're noticing that they're very low on information. They lose their drones early on, but there's nobody capitalizing off of it. It's fine if you lose a drone, but then you either flush out a defender, or you open up a wall, or you get rid of some utility, or even get a kill. But that's not what we've been seeing. We see Mirage droning, losing a drone, somebody goes back on drone, they lose that drone, and now you've gained nothing for it, and you're still outside the cafe door, wondering where around bunk is the defender sitting.
And I think round 2 is actually a really good example of that, because even then, when they were able to seemingly get a solid, or sorry, round number 1, when they were able to get a solid entry, Melta just walks right on in, and he just ends up dying anyway. And even in initiation as well, round number 2, you just have Kento sitting outside a window for a good portion of the time and waiting for the opportunity to be given to him. Going back to Throne, this was the first round where we really saw the information woes for Mirage start creeping in. Here, they're at least changing the lineup a little bit. We don't see Twitch coming through, so they'll have, the full 2 drones on the board. At least the 2 normal drones, no Twitch drones to worry about. But specifically, Melted is on Amaru and Benji is on Dokkaebi. They might be trying to clear this roam and get some control without even having to worry about gathering intel too much.
Well, We are only 15 seconds in, and during the prep phase at least, Mirage didn't lose any of that information. This is a good point for us to fixate on, and I have no doubt the analysts will talk about it too, because they get that top-down view to see exactly where these drones are going. Mirage are scouting in, and again, nobody is following it. There's nobody who's entered. You've got a drone over towards Bunk, you've got a drone over towards Yellow Stairs, you've got logic bombs coming out, but nobody's made their way from Mirage into Cafe. Nobody's made their way towards the arcade stairs. Nobody's made their way towards arcade window. And it allows Astralis to hold this critical avenue while you've now lost those 2 drones from Mirage.
Melted has gotten some good control, but at the same time, Astralis accounted for it. They thought maybe somebody would try to repel into break, get a very nice spot that would, well, make Shuttle's position right there extremely difficult to play, and they barricaded it. Said, okay, well, if you're going to push that, we will know that you're there. The Iconic will now go back to retreat, but Melted has initiated, and a C4 on the opposite side of the unreinforced wall takes down the very player you were hoping would make the roam clear a lot easier.
Melted on that Amaru, knew exactly that there was someone nearby because the logic bomb's going off. I don't know if Iconic had that same information. Maybe that was just a rotate Nitro Cell. We don't actually know the intentions behind it, but a good read by Iconic either way. Astralis, after forfeiting the opening kill in the first 2 rounds, get first blood in 3 and now 4. They're back on this throne bomb site again. The stats for the bomb site, very dire for the attackers. It's one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the entire game that has more than just a small sample size on it. Mirage have had to burn 2 adrenal surges now, and an exothermic charge is going to come off. And Nyx waits for a rotate down Dragon, as it seems like Mirage being a bit more patient and a bit more thorough this time.
They are, and to be fair, well, I was going to say it is a little bit more manageable, but Kento will start marching up the Yellow Stairs. Brings at least 1 kill under their belt, but I was going to say there was only 1 Astralis defender on the site. They started to move over towards Yellow. That's a spot where you don't need to have the man advantage nearly as much, say, if you're trying to move in to Throne from maintenance. Now that it's even, now that they have this wall open, and now that Marmalade is getting into the fray, things have suddenly shifted for Mirage, and now they have a good opportunity to move in and get this bomb down, but they need to watch Yellow.
The whole site is wide open, and the retake from Astralis needs to be very thorough, and it seems to be working out. So Mirage was baited into the bomb site with waiting arms from Astralis, and now seeking shelter by Split. The diffuser looks to be planted by Kento. He aborts the first time, the drop will go in, sticking it. Pros don't fake at all. Astralis need to reposition over towards Throne, which is exactly where it is. Kento has so many bullets to deal with this problem. A nade goes out just to try to do some area denial. 88 bullets remaining for Kento, but J9, a beautiful shot from downtown effectively. That's not a duel you want to be losing, no matter who you are. Astralis allow Mirage to take map control, and it seems like a victory, but it's a Pyrrhic one at that. And immediately, Astralis on the retake crushes the final 3 players, and they're now up 3-1 on their theme park defense.
Yeah, and it seemed like, I mean, obviously Mirage thought so as well, that site was wide open. I mean, there's only 1 player on there. There's only so many avenues that the defense can rotate back down. You just have Nyx watching Dragon, have someone watching Yellow as Marmalade goes to open the wall. This should be good. And what do you know? You also get someone who's rotating back. You also get the person inside of the site. That should be all well and good. But once we get down to that 2v3, the 2 players that Mirage lost earlier really starts coming back to bite them, because you can only watch so much. You have to decide, okay, do we want to watch Dragon and Yellow, or do we want to watch maybe the Hatch inside of Split and give up one of those rotations? But at the same time, if you're watching, you know, the Hatch and a Staircase, you're not watching inside of the site where somebody might already be, and that's where that lack of intel, where the drone count wasn't as bad, but it's still starting to get late. You're starting to get into this execute stage, and you can't sacrifice anybody droning. Mirage losing those 2 players really hampered their ability to even make decisive actions later on.
Right, I mean, they had what? I think they had 6 drones remaining in total. It was about that, but again, you don't know the exact count of who is still alive and where those drones are situated, right? The defense from Astralis allowed map control to go to Mirage, and they spend so much time focusing on that bomb site, right? That you don't have the time, as you pointed out. If you've got a Thermite who needs to get the wall open and then get the diffuser down, it's likely that Thermite might still have 1 drone remaining. You can't do anything with it because you have the focus on the execute. So again, as we talked about in rounds 1 and 3, Mirage lost a lot of drones. Round number 4, they might have had a lot remaining, but you can't exactly get the most use out of them and utilize that information that comes with them. Either way, Astralis picking up at least 3 rounds in this first half. For Theme Park, that's about what it needs to be at very minimum, exactly. Again, we'll remind you, this is 61% in favor of the defense so far through the stage of the NAL. So if you are not racking up the numbers on your Theme Park defense, you are in trouble unless there's some seriously funky bans going on.
And really, given the meta right now, not too many funky bans going on either side for both these teams. But we do see, we talked about the Ying quite a bit during SQ and DZ. we have right here, we have Marmalade coming in with that Ying to try to mix things up for Mirage on the attack. Maybe find a way to take down DP Fire without going 1-for-1 and take something a lot more solid in the early round. Kento is, of course, playing his normal position on Arcade Window that we've seen him do time and time again so far, so unsurprising there. But how they deal with DP Fire behind the shield and whether or not they let him waste a whole 30 extra seconds for those toxic canisters on top of him just normally playing there, that's the area we need to see improvement on.
Drones have gone in, but not the usual suspects. These are Rotero drones, and finally one will meet the shield that it was intended to blow up, and that gives DP Fire less coverage over towards Cafe. This is a bunk defense. This is the first time that we're seeing Astralis go here. In terms of success, well, it's about even, honestly. It's 58-42, which is pretty close, depending on the operator bans, so you've got an equal opportunity for both of these teams, but I gotta look at what's been used just to flush out this one player from Astralis. A lot of utility from Mirage has gone in, and there's not a ton to show for it, but we've got J90 down. The first set of Candelas look to rain on in as Marm can drop, but instead, maybe just buying time because she falls off of her position. Candelas continue to go. J90's not been retrieved. Now Marm is back over towards Cafe. There's the remainder of J90, finished off by Nyx. Now it's DP Fire at the Cafe door. Another toxic canister is going to go. That's all expended. A nice shot onto Marm, but totally blind, and he'll have to seek safe harbor elsewhere. Benji with Diffuser, walking it through Cafe. For now, just spam firing into a position in case DP Fire is there. That AR-33 gonna run out of ammunition pretty quickly. DP Fire could capitalize off of that, but instead does not. He backs away to these arcade cabinets and awaits the push from Mirage. As down goes Nyx and a hop in from Kento.
Oh!
He takes out Iconic. Very nice. Benji swings, but Forrest has the small angle. Down he goes, melted a refrag. It's just bloody between these teams. It's been non-stop action for about a minute. Prolonged conquest for Mirage, but it looks like they might come up empty-handed unless Melted can go for this 1v2 clutch. Not a ton of time left. Dwindling down, needs to pick his targets, but has no idea where they are. DMR goes, and it's a miss from Shuttle, but DP Fire very wisely plays Keep Away. That was about a minute and 20 seconds of non-stop action between these teams. It comes down to a 1v1, but the clock gives the victory into the column of Astralis, and they win the first half with at least 4 rounds, still 1 more to go.
And then what do you have? You have Marmalade toss those Candelas down, and we think, okay, this is where the push happens. This is where, oh, no, never mind. We're going to wait another 7 to 10 seconds. And okay, now we're going to push. Oh, but DP Fire has now killed one of them, and the entry is now stopped even more. That was seemingly the big problem right there. You have that non-stop action, you have all the utility, but it still results in DP Fire's position a lot more uncomfortable. But again, there was nothing decisive from Mirage in that round. Nothing that solidly said, okay, they're in control right now. They're the ones pressing Astralis. They were putting up a fight, but they never really seemed like they were able to get ahead. And right now, sure, you know, Theme Park maybe a little bit defender-sided. 3-3 is the bare minimum, but still a 5-1 half for any team. We saw what kind of lead Soniqs had previously and how easy it was to retain it later.
Absolutely correct. And a 5-1 scoreline for Soniqs. In our previous matchup, if you didn't watch it, spoilers inbound, so maybe plug your ears for about a second. That 5-1 lead that Soniqs racked up is just so daunting, because if you don't do the same thing and go to overtime, you lose. That's it, right? You have a very small window of opportunity, whereas a 4-2, you can still go 5-1 on your half. It's more winnable just based on the way that site rotations go, and depending on operator bans could make a huge difference. But for now, Mirage find themselves in quite a large hole, and it's nowhere near where they want to be. Either way, this is the second attempt at Lab that we've seen. Astralis came out on top. They got the first pick. It was their second round victory. It was all the way back in round number 3. And they've played all 4 bomb sites so far. The only bomb site they've lost was that Office Initiation, which does actually have the lowest win rate for the defenders. It's currently sitting at 29% for the defenders. So 71% for the attackers is about as lopsided as you're going to get through the 7 times that it's been played. Add another to the tally for the attackers on play number 8, as it was Mirage who came out successful in that round.
Yeah, and the difference between Initiation and Lab as opposed to like favorability is Initiation, it can be very easy to just shut down the very little offsite angles there are, and then also, you know, section off any defenders inside of the site. For Lab, there's a whole other dimension you have to deal with. You have to worry about defenders upstairs, which we can see Astralis are, surprisingly, playing right now. The DP Fire has taken up the mantle of the Ela away from Forrest. He's also running that Scorpion instead of the SMG, though Forrest is close by on the roam as well. With that MP5, both the duo of the Ela and the Melusi not getting any kills just yet, but half the round is now gone, and what do you know? Mirage are having troubles on the entry, but Marmalade gets one.
And there's no trade back from Astralis, so second round in a row where a first blood from Mirage will buy them an opening. Now down goes Forest, isolated inside of Cash. Benji have been toying with entrying on this part of the map, and he succeeds to at least pick off one of the defenders. An answer back coming from the Frost of Shuttle. Down goes Nyx. Nightmare Nyx not showing up for this matchup just yet, sitting on 3 and 6. He needs to help his team in terms of IGLing, maybe not necessarily on the scoreboard.
And also with Nyx gone, I mean, that's your key player is going to do vertical, also off the board as well. And Kento just walking in through the doorway. Jane, I know, silently takes him down. And, well, I guess that's your Finka gone, but again, no intel.
I mean, to be fair, you've got 4 drones remaining from Mirage. They haven't exactly had the most success droning that we've seen through this matchup. And you got a rat angle being held with 2 rotates over towards pipes and then leading out of there as well. Well played by Astralis. And again, Jane, I know, is this phantom illusion. And Marm looked like she was looking in a different direction, but picks her targets correctly. That leaves Benji in a 1v2. Gishmat mine goes off, and they know that he's in the middle of the bomb site. 30 seconds to go for Benji to retrieve this diffuser. As you said, no case whatsoever. Right now, Astralis is holding from above. Benji firing towards the stairs. He'll have to grab hold of that diffuser, but it looks like it's a 5-1-1/2 for Astralis. Excellent spot for them to be in. Even if there are 2 weak bomb sites, that might be enough for Astralis to push themselves to the edge. But Benji's been going for kills. He retrieves the case, and now this diffuser going down. Again, Astralis have conceded this bomb site, and by ceding it, they'll retake. And it's DP fire. Oh no, gun down, but Shuttle's there as the insurance policy. That was a close one. You can exhale now.
Yeah, that was...
You can exhale. It was a tight play, but Shuttle comes in so clutch, and that's the first half. Astralis 5-1, mirroring the matchup that we just saw. And again, in a match that Astralis absolutely need to win if they want a shot at going to the newly announced Berlin Major in August. They got to topple Mirage, and they are 2 rounds away from doing that.
And I will say, I'm not going to lie to you. When I saw both the remaining 2 Astralis players line up with Shuttle already on 1 HP, and Benji's able to get off the plant, I was like, oh no. This is not going to end well. Thankfully, Shuttle is able to trade that one out, but that was way too close for comfort, especially with Shuttle being on 1 HP. But also, there's really not much to say there. I mean, Mirage had a solid entry. Astralis were playing very aggressively. They didn't even really need to drone all that much. If they just wanted to take those fights, it can be difficult, but if you're just able to win those 50-50s, you come away with a man advantage early on. Then at that point, where's the mid-round intel? Where is it? I don't know. I don't know where it was.
I mean, Astralis actually played that perfectly. We see teams where they line up, right? And the vector variant that Lion uses can easily chew through 2 players, and especially, as you pointed out, with Shuttle being on such low HP, a single bullet from either that or his sidearm, unless he had the Gon 6, would have felled him. I mean, the Gon 6 could have potentially killed him as well, but either way, they played it smart. Astralis went in, and one went to the left, one went to the right. The Lion picked the target to the left, which was actually the correct target to play because you had more HP on DP fire, but you couldn't turn around at the same time. And it's why we like to highlight when teams hold those crossfires, those pixel-perfect crossfires where one's on the left side of the doorway and one's on the right. There's no way in any world you're hitting both of those targets. First half in the books, by the way, we'll do the tail of the tapes. Mirage getting first blood 4 of those rounds, but 2 of them, Astralis answered back immediately. So really only 2 uncontested opening picks. Same with Astralis, 2 uncontested opening picks. Mirage got 2 diffusers down, and that was it. I mean, they won neither of those rounds. Nice shot from Kento as we finish up this summary from the first half, and Mirage now doing their best Astralis impression, gutting down the members of Astralis as they try to walk on in. Mirage capitalizing off of that, and just not enough for Forest to tag the Mozzie of Kento, who is continually at half HP. Every time I look up, Carter, he's at half HP.
Kento likes to get in his fights. He likes to get in his engagements. He likes to take gunfights. Unsurprising. I'm also glad you didn't let me talk, because I was about to say, and let's look at Astralis' early round. I bet it's going to be so much more clinical. So Iconic...
I saved you from yourself.
You did, yeah. So Iconic, Amaru's in a break room, I assume, and dies, which, to be fair, is like, that's kind of how that position goes half the time, so unlucky. But then Kento, despite the fact that there's no Azami on the board, making that position he was playing way more difficult, just pre-fires across a doorway and catches DP fire rotating off. Those were 2 picks that required minimal effort for Mirage on the roam, and if they want to, which clearly they're doing, they could just start retreating back. They shouldn't completely turtle, of course. They should still have some offside pressure, but they barely have to do much work. You can just have, as we can see right here, Benji lurking inside a lab to cut off an entire useful entry point for the attack, which Astralis now don't have 2 extra bodies to deal with.
And only 3 movable drones by Astralis at the moment. J90 has 2 of them. Down goes Benji, swings onto the window. I suppose those are the hero plays you can put out. Astralis still trail in numbers. 1 minute remaining. Nyx has not been droned and might be able to ping off of this yellow ping that we see. But no, the Ace of Forest looks to be getting away for now. Has to deal with the bandit batteries on the wall. A bit of a rarity to see a bandit these days, but there it goes.
Well, fortunately, right as Forrest goes to throw the Soma charge, Nyx gets him dead. So unlucky for Astralis right there, because your slim hopes for winning this just went from bad to worse. Now J9O has to go on in. He gets killed from the furnace angle. Kento holding one of the most common positions in the book right there. So what is Shuttle to do? Not many active drones on the board, only 27 seconds. He's just flicking back and forth, trying to find something, Parker, anything, any hope whatsoever. And he has yet to find even a little bit.
Someone's been playing Aim Lab. Shuttle could break double digits here with 2 kills. They might be impactless, sitting on 8 right now, leading his team tied up with J9O. Mirage have made their way safely back in the bomb site. Still 4 players for the team from the Great White North. And, well, Shuttle doesn't even need to give a death to any of these players. Instead, over to maintenance he goes, and that is it. Mirage wins off of the clock. They only surrendered a single player in that fracas. And a pretty clinical defense on, again, one of the most defender-sided bomb sites in the entire Pro League map pool, in the entire pro scene that we have across the board. And right now, Armory is just Armory and Throne, continuing to go in that direction. All 3 times that bomb site's been played, been won by the defense.
And for Mirage, it was really just an effortless roam that they just had to put up. You just have Kento pre-fire across a window, normal thing to do. If you're just hoping to get a kill, you get one. Marmalade just sitting inside a break room as well. Just probably gets Iconic Marrowing in. You're all good. At that point, they just start lurking, and we were talking about drones for Mirage. One interesting thing to note about Astralis, they only had 1 active drone on the field, whether that be, in an actual flank watch position or if it's just, sitting in a room somewhere. They only had 1 drone actively watching in case there was a flank. So Nyx can play Gong pretty safely, and then Forrest gets caught completely off guard just because, well, in the 3v5, some players died with drones in their pockets and there weren't many set up. So overall, Mirage got a very easy 2-man advantage, and then they kind of just waited.
I mean, it's also worth noting that it's Nyx's utility that allowed him to get that kill as well, because the bandit batteries burned time, but they also got the attention of Astralis. From above, they had to shoot out the nades, or they had to nade, I believe, from above to get rid of those bandit batteries, and then the Thermite, when he was over in that position, or the Ace was over in that position, got killed by Nyx. So, all in all, doing some good work.
Yeah.
Jokingly refer to him as Nightmare Nyx, but there are times when he absolutely does provide you a nightmare. Now, with the most defender-sided bomb site on this map in the books, what can Astralis accomplish? They're over towards Bunk, which again is that almost 50-50 bomb site. It does break in favor of the defense, but not by a huge amount.
Now, not by a huge amount at all, and typically when we see teams go for the attack, at least generally on Theme Park, they tend to prioritize that cache side, and it usually has a lot more success. Because as you saw from Mirage, if you try to attack from Arcade and Cafe, it's a lot of sitting outside and hoping your utility or your guns can do the talking, whereas if you go from cache, it's a little bit more, there's at least more of kind of a step-by-step process you can look at and move forward well.
Well, I mean, I was going to say that is a lesson as to how you use your Rotero drone, because you saw J9O adeptly repositioning the drone to avoid Melted's spot by that Cafe door, but it was not successful in taking out the shield. That shield by Cafe is still there. This was the spot that, if you recall, Astralis were so successful on their hold. And it was actually J9O in that exact position who was able to stay alive to the very bitter end on that smoke roll. Either way, Mirage have not really had to give up Cafe, and now can also reposition towards yellow, but they'll lose one of the walls inside of Office, and that means Benji has to head for the hills. There's the Rotero drone to finally claim that deployable shield as Benji hits the deck, and Melted scampers over towards Cafe, but he has a way out if he wants. There's an impact in his pocket, and there's that soft wall as well on the back of Cafe that he can use to rotate towards the top of yellow stairs. Down goes Nyx, very first pick. Iconic instinctively hitting the Adrenal Surge after that. J9O could have capitalized and will do so as he downs Kento, but does not get the confirm. Marm out of nowhere with 2 huge kills on the Forest and Iconic. She's got Kento down for the count. It's a glorified 2v2. Mirage still have the numbers, but they'll have to retrieve Kento. Shuttle holding this angle by the shield, and he sees one on the rotate and actually gets Marm. She's presently leading the team at 7-5. That means Melted's in a 1v2. Unable to retrieve either of these teammates just yet. He's inside a Cafe. Astralis know this, but whether they've been able to get the read on it is anybody's guess. There goes Kento, no more information towards the top of Arcade stairs. Melted Still holding this position, not moving. There's no way out for him. Other than that rotate through the soft wall, but the moment you hit that, they know you're in there, and they can very easily push in that direction. Both players from Astralis in the same spot. Can Marm give any useful calls? There's a swing, and amazingly, what a play by Astralis to win it. Melted had no chance whatsoever. Mirage burned their time out now as they sit staring down match point for Astralis.
I think it's a good time to take tactical timeout because what takes 7 rounds to win the game, and we're almost to that amount. So good time for Mirage to just take a step back, contemplate what they are doing wrong, because that round seemed like it was going to go their way. We saw a lot of waiting for Astralis, but waiting for the moment to strike, because while we saw Iconic and 1 or 2 other players, I believe 1 other player just sitting on the arcade and cafe side, we had the rest of the team coming in from cash and starting to slowly but surely put pressure onto the players playing on top of yellow, outside the waiting double door, and inside of the site as well. And once that happened, and once Iconic was able to get that first pick, Astralis say, okay, arcade cafe players and anybody who wants to or is in a good position, who thinks they can make a play, let's start moving on in. And Mirage are able to answer back pretty well, especially Marm just able to make what really should not have been a 2K with how many players are pushing her, somehow escapes alive. Excellent work overall, but it was just one of those things where I don't honestly think they did anything wrong necessarily. Sometimes the round gets away from you, and I think that was one of those cases with, not a lot of intel for either side.
I would have loved to have seen that very first pick from Astralis, too, that we saw from, I believe it was Iconic on the Finka, got the pick and then immediately hit the Adrenal Surge. I would have liked to have seen what that did for opening it up, because then Astralis immediately repositions. They go for the backup bunk, and they come in the kitchen. They get gunned down right away. That's where Marm gets the 2K, and in her position, she was able to hold off for quite a while. But then Astralis just played it well, and we see this time and time again. I mean, this is what we'd like to see out of DarkZero, by the way, after what they did in Charlotte. But time and time again, even though there's some underperformances right here, the 2 players on Astralis right now who usually top the boards, both Forest and Iconic, are not having great games. They're both underwater at the moment. They're being carried by J90 and Shuttle, who are more of your utility players, who are not necessarily the 2 who are going to be in positions to get those opening picks. And there's been a bit of jostling for roles from Astralis, and they go back to a little bit more of the norm, but ultimately, the depth of this team is what helped carry them to second in Charlotte. And now they are once again showing against Mirage, a different opponent than against DarkZero, and Astralis obviously didn't beat DZ in Charlotte, but Astralis still showing that they've got some flexibility and depth. They can play the mid-round so well.
And one thing to worry about here, we talked about the statistics for the sites earlier. Mirage, on what could be their final attempt at a defense, have decided to go Initiation Room and Office. As you said earlier, one of the lowest rated site for the defense on Theme Park. And I mean, they're holding it in the normal way you would, place a couple players over by Arcade and Cafe, but Astralis in particular have quite a few operators to deal with this. And a utility, they still are running J90 on that Flores, but if they want to go clear out that roam via kills, they have the Jackal and the Dokkaebi to aid very well on a full clear of the map if they want to do it. Though, the one thing I will say that might be going against them, only 1 set of nades for Shuttle. Those don't find somebody on the roam and they can't get in the building to take gunfights. That could certainly work against them.
Absolutely. Both logic bombs have gone off very quickly. We're only a minute into action, and one of the best assets that the attackers have at figuring out the location of the defenders, both expended. There's no Lion for backup. It's just going to go off of Jackal's Inox track to see where the feet are, and there it is. Iconic hitting that visor and knows somebody's very, very close. Right on the trail, and there's information for the attackers. So you know where the Jackal's coming from? There's a platoon of drones now going through bunk to assess, is there a defender playing over in this position, or do Astralis have clear passage on the west side of the map? The answer, they have clear passage, and we'll now open up some of the walls from inside of this kitchen component and look into Initiation. If there's a tight angle to be played here, they will try to find it. Rotero drone goes out, just misses Melted, and we hit the 1 minute mark. Do or die for Mirage as Astralis do sit on this match point, and there's no timeouts, no grace period for Mirage to get back into this game.
They've taken some time to destroy those mute jammers on the reinforcements, specifically inside of Initiation, which I was worried might cost them a lot of time just because they aren't exactly in the easiest to reach of places, but they're able to get one with the Rotero drones and get another shield inside of Break as well. Marm put to very low HP. Somebody just drops down into maintenance for security and just somehow vaults over and wins that fight with Nyx.
Iconic picks up 1 in the second for his trouble. Shuttle's there as well. Marm cannot get back into the bomb site. Suddenly, things are falling into place. Diffuser almost complete feet as well. Benji to retake, gun down by Shuttle, and they see Kento, but Shuttle can't get it done. Forrest can. What an incredible, exhilarating end as Astralis hits the gas, and they just go for it. All gas, no brakes.
And that was, I'm not gonna lie, it's a completely one-dimensional push, right? They open up the wall, that's the only side of the map they're pushing from it, and that was cute. But, so what do? They drop security hatch. They drop security hatch. Not only do they just do that, there's also somebody prone in there that they don't know about. And Iconic just vaults over and kills them anyway. That was not the play you'd think would work out and win you a series, but hey, if Astralis are feeling rejuvenated from their, batch of losses last week, that was a play that certainly proved they do not care if somebody has gone unnoticed.
Now, Astralis were playing with all the confidence in the world through a lot of those rounds, especially on defense. The way that we saw that moxie that they had that could very easily be interpreted as hubris, shall we say.
Ego.
Absolutely, and there were a lot of ego peaks from Astralis, but against Mirage, whether Mirage were just mentally boomed or not, or just Mirage weren't up to the task today, it was Astralis winning those ego challenges and winning those ego plays, and they pick up 3 big points. Mirage, unfortunately, still sits at 0-3 in the basement of the NAL. They have some work to be done, but they've got 6 more matches to right that ship. That's it for our final match, but we've got our outro segment. Sit tight, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Celebrate, no pump fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box, now I'm stepping up to home. Like straight out the sand lot, now I'm plotting on the I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, ease my mind. All the time, ease my mind. I know that you're dangerous, I'm addicted to you. I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen.
Oh, we're back. Well, at least the coin likes Mirage, right? It's picked him every single time. Unfortunately, Mirage has yet to find a win here in NAL Stage 2. That said, Astralis, doing what they needed to do, right? I mean, if you're going to make a run similar to what you saw in stage 1 from Astralis. They needed to win this one, and they needed to kind of make it look easy, and I feel like they got that job done at least.
Yeah, I mean, Astralis looking nice on their performance back. Week 1 was a bit rocky for them, but I thought we saw a very proficient game from them today, and that's good to see from a top team. Looking at stats, Shuttle having a big game. He is a player that I do feel like is kind of underperformed as far as the kills go. He's kind of one of those players that will play Sledge, will play one of those core like aggressive fragging roles, and often goes negative. 11-2, even against Mirage, I think is a really positive stat line for him. So I'm very happy to see that.
Man, this Mirage team is terrible.
Okay.
I'm sorry, dude.
Okay.
I don't. There's no other way to mince words about this. We're 3 play days in. I know. But your support player is the one who has the highest score, technically, is tied with somebody who's meant to be your entry for kills. Melted isn't doing what he's meant to do, backing up like with Kento to a point where it really makes that much of an impact. Nyx is down here playing vertical operators that we still have questions about his own attacking proficiency, and then Benji's just kind of there. And Benji has just kind of been there on this Mirage team forever to a point where I don't know where they're ever going to be able to break out of this rut. Yes, we knew Astralis was going to win. Yes, we knew it was going to be dominant, but I still look at this Mirage team and question where the hell this train was meant to go. What station are they at? How far away are they from getting there? Because it's not there yet, and I doubt it ever will at this pace.
I mean, I think the positive is that, like, we're still only week 2. There is time for Mirage to improve. They're obviously not making top 4. I mean, that's pretty unrealistic at this point, but I do think there's possibilities for them to start winning games at least towards the end of the season, start looking competitive. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think they have the ability to improve.
Which ones? Let's go back and
I think they could beat Soniqs if they improve. I think they could beat DarkZero if DZ continue on their trend. I think they could beat Beastcoast. Like, I think they're possible. But
I even look at downward trending teams and question if Mirage can do anything.
Jumps in order to, like, make that happen. We haven't seen evidence of that so far, but there's time and there's possibilities.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of good cop, bad cop going on with the analysts. But the thing is you're both right, in my opinion. And I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that.
Thanks,
I'm saying that because there is a chance that things could get better, but you got to call it like you see it right now, and it's not good, right? If that makes you feel bad as a Mirage fan or as a Mirage player or something like that, well, win games. What more can you say, really? I mean, and
results are the only thing that really speak here.
Sure, the possibility is there that they will improve, right? I mean, we know there's talent. You don't get to NAL without being a good Rainbow Six Siege player. That is obvious.
Yeah.
But once you're here, you gotta make it happen. You gotta put, the skill in the game. You gotta make the games happen. Let's take a look at one round in particular. Obviously, Astralis, kind of had this thing through and through pretty much all the way, but we wanted to actually talk a little bit about point of improvement for Mirage, something that they could look at getting a little bit better at.
Lynx touched on this quite a bit during the cast, but the droning was not ideal. Jane, I know, completely just playing a rat spot there and not getting caught at all. This was a big problem throughout the entire first half. Mirage not having a lot of value out of those drones, constantly getting caught off guard of where players were positioned. That moment that we saw to start this one off for Jane, I know was kind of the big kind of red flag for me. Like, okay, something's clearly not going well here. A player in barrels shouldn't be that unexpected. He gets 2 for his troubles, which again is a bit of an issue. I would have liked to see maybe a bit more coordination as those 2 players pinched him. Marm did pick up that trade eventually, but then got traded herself, so there's problems there as well. Ultimately, it is just a lack of information on the stacking side, coupled with a lack of coordination, coupled with a struggle to perform, frag-wise from a couple of these players. And there's a lot going on here, but ultimately this was one point that we wanted to hit home and one thing that maybe we will see Mirage improve upon as the stage goes on.
Here's something that I've noticed. Anytime I get criticism about something, I always wish it were constructive, and I always want there to be some way forward or something like, hey, maybe there's an improvement to be made in X position. I'm cool if Mirage start droning more. I'm cool if that's a baseline point that you're able to start from. Obviously, it's a fundamental. We don't necessarily consider that to be like something that teams at a pro level should have issues with. Some teams still do. So if it starts there, if it starts with the intel game, working off of drones more effectively, then that's a decent starting point. And actually being able to use that intel, capitalize off of it, and decide what you want to do with it. Because this game was an example of Mirage blowing leads. Maybe they'd get an entry pick for a little while, and then they can't substantiate it. It doesn't last for very long. They try, and it kind of just goes nowhere. So if you're able to use drones better, cool. That's a wonderful place to start from, but you got to carry that into something else. And Mirage were not able to capitalize almost any time they had opening frags today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, not much more to say about that, really. Mirage getting bodied by Astralis, but that's kind of what we all expected. Astralis moving on. They needed that win, too. We talked about that, 1 overtime win, 1 loss already going into this one. They needed a win in regulation. That helps them in the points a lot. But let's talk about our day's MVP. Now, I know who it is, but I want to get some guesses. What do you think?
I mean, I have a player in mind who just happens to be better.
I do too, and he had some very interesting attire on stage today.
All right. So the analyst thinking Sweater. Let's see who the MVP is. Are they correct?
Come on.
It is.
I might have said somebody who wasn't Sweater.
Other than drum roll.
There he is.
That's my drum roll sound. It's Sweater. That's right. It is indeed Sweater from Team Beastcoast. And talk about teams that needed a win. Beastcoast is another squad that really needed a win if they want to make a run at possibly making the Berlin Major. Well, they got one today. It looked convincing as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think you've seen a Beastcoast player get an MVP, not in the NAL's history, but at the very least over the past year, it feels like this has never happened before. So congratulations to Sweater for finally getting Beastcoast over that finish line. But the other way this is nice is it's not just him getting crazy KD, frags all over the board. It was the way that he was using those, exploiting weaknesses, and going and having a little bit of support there to back him. And then his in-game skill just really speaks for itself on that game against Spacestation on Chalet. It was a fantastic performance, but it's not just because his stats are crazy, it's because of the way he played, and it's not just a matter of first in, get a kill, die. He was doing more than that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you said it yourself, 21/6, 3.5 KD ratio, 82 cost, and then 190 EPS. That is the highest that we've had so far in the NAL, yes, according to what we've been told. So ridiculously high performance from Sweater. He absolutely earned it for his team, and I agree 100%. Beastcoast needed it, and I'm glad that he's there to perform.
He's the same name as me. Does that mean I can channel his power at some point?
Good luck.
Teach me your ways.
For a second, I was like,
cat ears first.
For a second, my brain was like, "You're called Sweater too? That's insert. I didn't know that, but you meant the Jacob part. Okay, I got it. Now
My
let's
name
take a
is
look at our
considerably less cool.
Let's take a look at our standings. Overall, you could always pick a new one. You can always change IDs whenever you want.
Nah, it's too late, man. My esports career is taken off.
Tyrannosaurus Jacob incoming tomorrow on NAL.
Good one.
No.
You should run with that.
It is, yeah. XSET is still the #1 team in the NAL right now. 2 wins, 1 overtime loss, still sitting at 7 points, although that makes them tied with both Oxygen and TSM. So you can see still a ton of room for movement. We're only 3 days into the stage.
Tight race at the top, 7-7-7. XSET Oxygen, TSM FTX, Parabellum. Not a bad top 4. I'm still very impressed by PB. I think they've had a really strong start to this stage. I think much better than most people were expecting them to have. So that's super exciting. SSG falling a little bit, DZ falling a little bit. Some old standards that you kind of expect to be a little higher up. Both of those teams not having great days today.
I'd say of the current top 4, we're going to see at least 2 of those teams qualify for Berlin.
That is statistically likely.
I would say perhaps 3, but even though we call it a very tight race, it's only really probably a tight race in theory, and it's a fallacy to believe that too many of those top teams are actually going to be knocked out of that spot. I'd say, there's probably not a chance for any of the teams with 7 points currently to completely drop out of the top 4. But obviously, it's a matter of it being 3 games in, but this is still like a third of the stage already gone, and it's setting a precedent. And there's some teams that have to maintain a lead. There's some that are in the middle that don't really, we have no idea they're going to bounce up and down. Like Spacestation and DarkZero are 2 perfect candidates for something like that.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
It's up and down, dude.
Anyway, you slice it, there's definitely going to be some good teams not making the Berlin Major. Who that'll be, we'll find out later. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. It's going to be some good matches. All right. It's going to be interesting.
After that Beastcoast win, that first game suddenly takes on a whole new connotation, doesn't it?
Right?
I was just going to say that. XSET Beastcoast always has some history behind it, always known as a hype match, but I think this stage, it was looking a little underwhelming. Now that we know that Beastcoast can show up, now that we know that Beastcoast has the ability to topple any team in the NAL, we've seen them beat out Spacestation. That's going to be a really fun game. Also super excited for Oxygen Soniqs. I mean, we talked about that in the interview a little bit with Grixer. Those are 2 teams that have had some history in the past, and so to see them duke it out in the server could be quite exciting.
I'm on Parabellum watch as well. I'm
yes.
That DC game?
Yes.
Parabellum's looking so good right now. I'm really curious if they can keep up the momentum, because they have got probably more momentum right now than any other team in the league.
That's fair to say, and especially over DarkZero, who now have had a 7-2, 7-3 losses back-to-back.
Yep.
That's not good.
Still got 2 undefeated teams in the league, too. It's like XSET, OXG, waiting for one of them to lose, hasn't happened yet. I'd even say that because TSM had an overtime loss, that's still points on the board. They're still climbing up, and anytime TSM gets points, it's a good thing because they would love to eviscerate the memory of Stage 1. So far, they're doing a great job on that front.
Exactly. Let's take a look at our current prediction standings, see how everyone's doing.
Mine tanked
on
today.
that front. Yeah, you know, the coin's sitting around 40%, so doing a little bit less than average as well. But yeah, you had a rough one today, Jacob. But the thing is, everyone kind of had a bit of a rough one because there were a lot of results people weren't expected.
Lynx didn't have a rough one. Lynx took Pengu's 69 and he just boosted it to the moon.
That is true.
Well, it's not 69 anymore, so it's useless to me now.
No,
73%.
well, still higher than everybody
Less
else.
said about that, the better.
By yourself.
Jacob, we just know you are now a man of the people, as you are tied with the fan vote.
I've always been a man of the people.
One of us, an avatar.
I've always
of
loved
every,
you. I'm just an
fan.
extension of you. I am a fan on the desk. Yeah, that's all.
Isn't that great?
We're all fans here.
Exactly. We are all fans here. That's right. That's a great segue to the end of the day because that's where we're at right now. It's the end of the day here at the Rainbow Six North American League, and it has been a good one. You never really know what to expect in Stage 2, which is just one of the most fun things about this. So many good teams fighting it out for that spot at the Berlin Major. We've got a long way to go yet, but that's it for today. So from the studio here, for the production team in the back, keeping it all running, thanks to you at home as well for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, play some games, be good to each other. See you in a bit.